Vengeance by George Willson. Prologue. A detective's memoir. As I considered how to write this narrative of the case that gripped my hometown of Bluffs, Colorado, I wasn't sure how much detail I should go into. I didn't know if I should stick to just the facts that I knew, or fill out the various parts with some sort of dramatization of what the people might have said in those situations to which I was not a direct witness. Having always enjoyed crime recreation shows like Unsolved Mysteries, perhaps that's showing my age a bit much, I figured I had enough information about the people involved to make an educated guess as to what they might have said. So that being said, you may well know that what follows is my tale based on the case documents, eyewitness testimonies, evidence, surveillance, and a host of other pieces of media associated with the case that began with the murder of Hank Michaels and proceeded to many others. I have changed the names of those that survived to protect them from any harassment that could befall them from over-eager readers who want to know more. I assure you that once this full tale is told, there will be no more to tell. For my own credentials and participation, I was the detective in charge of the investigations as they spiraled out of control and deepened with every passing day. I saw everybody, every wound, and every person who was remotely connected to this investigation over the course of many years. I spoke to them repeatedly and recorded every word. Well, almost every word. I started to take careful notes and recording them once I saw how big it was getting. Even then, I had no idea to what extent it would grow. The first part of this started quite a few years ago in a neighborhood that had a reputation for being quiet and peaceful. Picture the most idyllic neighborhood in the most idyllic setting, and you will see the home where Hank and Athena Michaels had made their lives. But, as all stories of this nature tend to be, the perfection of the Michaels household was not as it appeared. Hank harbored many secrets that Athena never could have imagined, and even when she started scratching the surface, the rabbit hole got deeper. But rather than get too far off track, let's start the night before I got involved, the night when this journey that occupied several years of my life began. Chapter 1. Killer Night. It started in that quaint, idyllic neighborhood where trees line the streets, the lawns are well groomed, and cars are neatly packed in their garages every night. Nights just like this one. On this particular night, there was only one thing out of place on this perfect street, and that was a second-hand, three-door Ford in probably the ugliest shade of yellow that Detroit had ever produced, parked at the curb in front of one of the houses. Now, there was nothing special about this car, from its balding tires to its Bluffs University parking tag hanging from the rear-view mirror, but if you knew this neighborhood, you would know it didn't belong here. The reason it didn't belong was because the car was owned by a Miss Jody Ewell, one of the myriad of pretty, barely 20-year-olds that occupied the university campus every day, and the house belonged to her professor of psychology, Hank Michaels. Since the time was 2 o'clock in the morning, her presence was definitely not academic, though one could argue it could have had an effect on her grade. Hank Michaels was a handsome 33-year-old, and from his expression, it was clear that he knew it. His muscle structure was of the sickening Photoshop-worthy variety that makes the girls swoon, and his voice rolled out like a hypnotist. He did, in fact, have a course study in hypnotism during his own college years, so that may have contributed to his manner of speaking, but it would be more accurate to say that he used his degree in psychology to persuade every female body that he found the least bit attractive directly into his bed. This was a skill he had not only mastered, but considering how many women I learned he had on his roster, I would say he had it down to an art. On this occasion, Hank and Jody lay next to each other following their nightly activity to this point, still breathing heavily. Though the lights in the room were off, they had the curtains open to allow the light from the moon and the street to pour into the room, which they felt added an element of getting caught, since, theoretically, anyone could see what they were doing, even though it would be physically impossible without some technology. She rolled over and rested her nude form on top of his, allowing their sweat to intermingle and the nerves of one to feel every inch of the other. You like that? She asked seductively, planting a kiss on his lips. Mm-hmm, Hank responded in a very satisfied manner. She ran her finger in a circle on his chest. So, how long can I stay tonight? She asked, a bit of concern bleeding into her voice. I told you, Hank said without a hint of hesitation. All night. I was just making sure you didn't schedule anyone after me, she said doubtfully, her expression resembling the girl she really was, despite her age. Hank smiled and gently ran his fingers down her smooth face, barely visible, but so attractive in the dim light. Not tonight, he smiled, moving his hands down to rest on her bare hips. Good, she said more jubilantly. She kissed him long and full on the lips, pressing her body hard against his before jumping out of bed and stretching momentarily beside him, knowingly allowing the light from the outside to barely highlight the lines of her body. He stared at every inch of her, desiring her once again. He reached out and touched her fingers as she stepped away. Where are you going? He asked, propping himself up on an elbow and reaching out to take hold of her body. He caught her hand again and pulled her close enough to kiss the space between her breasts. She grabbed his hair and held his face close for a moment before pushing him away. What? He asked innocently. I thought I'd get cleaned up while you recharged for round 2, she said with a laugh while running a finger up his leg. She kissed him again before sauntering out of the room. Hank sighed, placed his hands behind his head, and rested on his pillow to stare at the ceiling with a smile. He turned his head to look out the window and saw what looked like a person standing there. He only saw a dark outline, but it looked like the person was dressed completely in black, complete with a black hood, which gave the appearance of the person having no face. In a panic, Hank rolled over to his nightstand to find his glasses. Because the image was blurred in his eyes, he couldn't be sure of what he saw, so he wanted to get another look. With his glasses in place, he turned back to the window, but no one was there. He breathed a sigh of relief and stared back to the ceiling to give his racing heart a chance to slow back down from the fright that the shadow of whatever it was had caused. Part of him could swear something was there, but he was quite willing to attribute it to a trick of the light. The bathroom in this house was not directly connected to the master bedroom, but rather it was just another room in the hall, where there were closed doors to 2 other bedrooms. An effort had been made to bring the bathroom out of its simple institutional white to some level of homeliness with a shelf decorated with plastic plants, from which hung a red towel. The toilet lid was hidden under a red fuzzy cover that matched the red fuzzy carpet that wrapped around the front of the toilet base, which helped grant a little warmth against the feet on the white tile floor. The vanity was littered with a combination of toothbrushes, an electric razor, a makeup bag that was open and spilling various makeup items, mouthwash, and a half bottle of hand soap. The mirror was framed, in a way, by more of the same plastic plant life that adorned the shelf. The cabinets under the sink retained their deep-stained brown, along with an ivory-colored marble sink and countertop to offset the white of the rest of the room. Even the shower where Jody now stood bathing in the stream of warm water only seemed half-finished, as the shower curtain was not built in as part of the house, but one of those expanding curtain rods to add a shower curtain to a tub that never had one, even though it has a shower head installed. Jody stood behind the semi-transparent shower curtain, calmly basking in the warmth flowing from the faucet over her body. She relished any opportunity to shower anywhere other than the dorms, so she was taking her time. Too many times in the dorms, someone would just walk in, or the hot water would suddenly run out, which made showering more of a chore than a method of relaxation. Glancing at the shampoo that Hank had in his shower, she couldn't resist using it, and slowly lathered up her hair. She had closed the door behind her when she entered, not so much to keep Hank out, but more to keep the steam from the shower in, so that the heat from the water would last a bit longer once she stepped back out of its protection into the open air. She was initially unaware of the door opening, since she was still concentrating fully on the task of clearing the shampoo from her hair, and so she never noticed the shadow that entered the room, its movements just visible behind the curtain. The suds from the shampoo trickled down her body to the tub floor, unaware of the shape slowly growing on the curtain as it approached her. She placed her face under the stream of water to rinse the shampoo from her eyes when she felt a slight breeze as a hand drew back the curtain. She assumed the best and laughed. "You silly boy, I told you I had to get cleaned up." Instead of feeling Hank's body wrap around her again, however, there was nothing. Not even a word from what she thought was someone standing right behind her in the shower. She knew she had felt a breeze of some kind. She rubbed her hands across her eyes to clear the water and turn her face in the direction of the opened curtain. She saw an indistinct shape through the steam and the water still clouding her vision. "Hank?" she asked uncertainly. After all, she thought, who else could it be? The shape became only as clear as a shadow, and fear gripped her as she realized that this strange figure was not Hank. Her first instinct was to cover herself, but she barely had a chance to do anything, as the shadow whipped the knife across her throat, spilling blood all over the tub and curtain, and depriving her of the breath she would need to scream. She reached out for the shadow that stepped away from her as darkness poured down all around. The end came quickly as the shower washed the blood down the drain, and she fell to the floor of the bathtub. She never felt the impact of her head against the faucet. Hank had heard her voice a couple of times, and while he found it odd, he also thought she might be singing quietly to herself, as he did on occasion as well. She had told him before of her love for his shower, and he had no need to rush her. He only became concerned when he heard the familiar sound of someone falling in the bathtub. The thud was unmistakable, so he immediately sat up and listened for her. "Jody," he called out, waiting for an answer. "Jody, are you okay?" he said again as he got out of bed and felt around for his pajama pants. While they were the only two people in the house, if she were hurt, he didn't want to deal with the awkward instance of trying to help her in the nude. He found his pants and pulled them on as he walked to the bathroom. He still hadn't heard any other sound from her, so he was growing worried. He opened the bathroom door, which wasn't latched, and looked toward the running shower. A splash of red ran down the inside of the curtain, which was pulled completely closed, and Hank felt his stomach leap into his throat. He hopelessly said her name once more as he reached for the curtain, while reading what he might find on the other side. In his heart of hearts, he hoped this was another stupid college prank, and that she would spring up saying that she got him. His gut, however, knew what he would find, and at the same time, he wondered how he would possibly explain how this student ended up in his shower in the middle of the night. He knew what he was doing, and knew very well how to keep all this on the down low, but he had to admit to himself that the idea that any of these midnight lovers might hurt or even accidentally kill themselves did not occur to him. He reached the curtain and took a deep breath. Like tearing a Band-Aid from a wound, he ripped back the curtain and saw her. It was nothing that he expected. Her eyes stared lifelessly to one side as she bled from both a wound to the back of her head, and, more shockingly, the one that had clearly killed her, which was across her neck. His mind reeled as the implications of this flashed across his mind. Someone had snuck in here and killed her. It could be anyone. He knew he had pissed off a lot of people in his life, and a lot of those people lived around here. Who would the police think did it? Him? Even if they didn't charge him, this would ruin him. He'd never teach again. Not here, anyway. He looked down at the rest of her perfect body, remembering how it felt when it was warm and alive only moments ago. Then the thought occurred to him that he had seen someone outside of his window right before Jody was killed. That someone might still be in the house, and it might not matter what they would charge him with if he were dead as well. He needed to call the police for better or worse and take his chances. Better to be disgraced and alive than dead and gone. He could talk his way into a position somewhere else if it came right down to it. He staggered backward a step before he turned to run into the living room. Most of the living room lay steeped in darkness as he felt his way to a table at the end of his couch where he had left his cell phone. All he needed to do was dial 911, and even if the killer came up behind him, He could put them on speakerphone and tell them something. He pressed the button to awaken it, but nothing happened. It remained dark. He held down the power button, and after a long moment the loading screen popped on. The killer had turned off his phone. It would not be able to make any kind of call at all for at least a couple of minutes while it booted. He knew he had left it on. He also knew he had charged it, so it had not just shut off. Someone had turned it off. He considered looking for the cordless phone that he knew was normally on the nightstand beside his bed, but he remembered that he and Jody knocked it off its cradle at some point, so he'd take just as long looking for it on the floor or under the bed as he would waiting for his cell phone to boot up. Besides, he was here now, and he didn't know where his intruder was. He tried to put the idea out of his mind and stared at the unchanging loading screen, desperately muttering, "Come on, come on." He heard a sound from the direction of his bedroom. It wasn't much, just a shuffle, but he knew what it had to be. His stomach found its way back into his throat as he turned to face whatever stood behind him. He gasped almost involuntarily as he saw the dark shadow he had previously seen at his bedroom window standing in front of him. It would be staring at him if it had a face, but it appeared in the dim light of the room as little more than a dark space, a shadow among shadows. He braced himself, expecting the worst at any moment, but instead of attacking him, the shadow figure reached up and removed the mask that obscured its face. Hank stared in disbelief. Even in the dim light, he knew the person standing in front of him, and what horror he had felt only moments before turned into a more terrified confusion. Not only was this the last person he expected, but he never thought her remotely capable of such an act. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Ensuring your vows are fulfilled," the figure responded in a low whisper that would have allowed a listener to decipher that the figure was female, but little else as to her identity. She had nothing to conceal from him, but undoubtedly speaking in her own voice would have broken the mood she had to be in to do what she felt needed to be done. She revealed her large butcher-style knife, Jody's blood still staining its surface. This was what he had expected, but the shock of the killer's identity caused Hank to stumble as he moved away from the woman who approached him. He bumped against the end table where he had previously kept his phone, lost his balance, and fell to the floor. His mind was gone, his feelings numb. The end was inevitable now. The final shock of the who was what killed him more than his own foolishness. Every bad decision rained down upon him in an instant as he thought about what must have led him to this point. Yet, in his final moment, he decided that he had fun with his life, and though she hated him for it, that was her problem. Frozen on the floor and lost in his memories of everybody he had touched, he smiled as she leaned over him and raised her knife. Her first blow punctured a lung, but did not kill him. The pain was excruciating as she forced the blade through his skin and pulled it slightly down to slice across the nerves again as she pulled it out. She hit him again on the other lung, pulling it out the same way. She hit both sides of his lower torso, and he screamed at each insertion, but still he did not die. She stabbed his shoulders, arms, legs, and stomach, and he realized that she was missing everything vital on purpose. He would bleed out eventually, but until she cut something that the body needed to survive, he would not die. This was her revenge, to cause him as much pain as possible before he finally died. His psychologist brain thought it was little more than petty, and he laughed at her, secretly hoping she would end it. She might say that she wanted him to suffer as she suffered, whatever that might mean. She ran the blade into his groin, and he very nearly vomited in pain, finally doing so once she gave the blade a twist to drive that point home, and yet he still lived. Finally, she ran the knife into his heart and gave it a twist. Hank's body spasmed once, and with the guttural sound of air leaving his punctured lungs, he died, grateful to be released at last. Chapter 2. A Disenchanted Wife. Yes, I'm retelling the story at this point, and I could tell you who the killer was, but I've been informed that this is a very bad idea, And if I keep you wondering throughout the story, you will keep reading. Or something like that. I just thought I'd point out why I kept Michael's killer deliberately vague like I did. As you will quickly discover, the fact that the killer is female plays into the bigger tale, and was something we learned pretty early in the course of the investigation. So, I haven't told you anything I didn't know during the time this was going on back then. In the morning following the murder, Athena Michaels was driving home from her mother's house in Monument, where she had allegedly spent the previous evening. Athena was a little younger than Hank, with a pretty face that lit up the room when it smiled, short brown hair and blue eyes that until this day had experienced very little in the way of tragedy. She had grown up sheltered in her parents' house, and up to the point where she married Hank, she knew very little to nothing of the evils of the world. Ever since her father had died the year before, she had been traveling to her mother's house once a week to help out around the house and staying the night, so she didn't have to drive back in the dark. Hank had married her for the clear reason that she was so kind and pure that she reflected very well on him as a professor and community leader. It could even be said that it was Athena that got Hank to where he needed to go just by being herself without knowing it. Yes, she was that kind of person. Bluffs was one of those little mountain towns that existed for the sole reason of existing in the shadow of the Rockies. Its residents loved their peace and quiet and waking up to a spectacular view. The streets were lined with little shops owned mostly by its residents, because big box stores like Walmart didn't see any profit in such a small town, even with its university, so none of them came here. At the same time, such a life made us happy. Athena turned onto her street, and upon seeing the ugly yellow hatchback parked in front of her house, her brow furrowed, not out of anger, but curiosity. She knew her husband Hank helped out his students, but rarely had she known of one to come to their house. She was worried that someone might have needed help, and she wasn't there to assist him as she felt was her place. She parked her car in the driveway, but rather than pull it immediately into the garage as she usually did, she simply turned off the engine and walked to the car in front of her house. She noted the Bluffs University parking permit, which confirmed her suspicion that the vehicle belonged to a student. She felt of the hood and noted that it was quite cold, so it had been sitting here for a while. As it was nearly 10 o'clock, she wondered when this person would have arrived and why. She looked up and down the street, but no one stirred anywhere. She walked back to her car in the driveway, got back in, and started it up. She pressed the button to open the garage door and shifted the car to drive to pull in. As the door trundled up on its rails, she saw Hank's car still parked in its place. This was very strange indeed. He should have been at the college by now. She pulled into the garage, grabbed her overnight bag, and pressed the button to close the door. She got out of her car and touched the hood of Hank's. Like the car out by the curb, his hood was cold, so he had been here all night. She wondered what could have gone wrong to create such a scenario, since only something very wrong would have allowed him to miss work. With a combination of curiosity and worry, she opened the door to the house and stepped inside. The first thing she noticed was the sound of the shower running in the bathroom. She set her bag down in the bedroom, pausing for a moment to notice the unmade bed and items knocked off the nightstand before she walked to the bathroom door. "Hank," Athena said, "is everything okay?" She pushed open the door and looked toward the shower. The curtain was open, and water had puddled up on the floor around the base of the tub. Athena took a step into the room and then froze as she noticed the body still lying in the running water. Based on how she was lying there and her pallor, Athena knew she was dead. But why would a college girl be dead and naked in her shower? Hyperventilating, Athena backed out of the bathroom and fumbled in her pocket for her phone. Her fingers shook as she tried to maneuver the screen of the phone to call the police. She walked into the living room as she worked with her phone. No sooner had she pressed the talk button than she looked up and saw what awaited her in this room. She barely heard the voice of the 911 operator when she dropped her phone as she stared over the body of her husband. Dried blood caked all over his body from a dozen wounds, and a pool of it congealing on the floor around him. She fell to the floor and scooted away from him, squeezing herself against the wall, willing her eyes not to look. Her body shook as her emotions took hold, and memories of days and years that she would never have came crashing down upon her, and the memories of every time she had touched and held him suddenly meant so much more, since she would never have that again. Her stomach leapt into her throat, and she inhaled deeply as the situation finally crashed onto her consciousness until she was no longer able to contain the horror around her. She screamed out of anguish. She screamed out of fear. She screamed out of loss. The tears streamed to the floor until she fainted out of pure exhaustion, and her mind wandered into her past. The last time she had seen Hank alive was in their garage the previous morning as he was leaving for work. He had been dressed in a two-piece gray suit with a blue tie and white shirt, which was very typical of how he dressed every day. He pressed the garage door button as he walked to his car, and Athena had been right behind him to see him off, as she had done nearly every morning since they had been married, with very few exceptions. She wrapped her arms around him and kissed him while the door opened. Once the door hit its apex, and the rumbling of the door's motor pulling it along its tracks ceased, he pulled away. "I gotta go," he said, smiling gently at her. She nodded. "Okay, I'll miss you, Hank." "I'll miss you too, gorgeous. Be careful out there." "I will," she replied. "Have fun in this big house without me." He smiled. "I'll try." He walked to the driver's side of his car, unlocking it with his key fob as he approached. The headlights flashed briefly in response. "I love you," she called to him. He turned to her and smiled. "I love you too." And that was it. She had stood in the doorway to the house as he pulled out and remotely closed the garage door from the car. The slow rumbling closure of the garage door blotting out her final image was like a closure to that part of her life, though she couldn't have known that at the time. She was grateful that those were their last words together, but now with his death, there were so many unanswered questions. The police arrived without her help. The operator had used the GPS on Athena's phone to find out where she had called from, and she had made her way back to the garage to open the door remotely, without passing by her husband's body to let them in. The two responding officers immediately called the situation in and escorted Athena outside the house to allow her to breathe and come around to the point that she could answer some basic questions. This was when I came into the picture. We kept her outside while we went over to the living room, took what evidence there was, and wheeled out his body. The living room was fairly large for the house to be as small as it was. An end table was positioned at the end of the couch, which extended the look of the hall that led to the bedrooms, and a love seat, which they had placed against the front wall parallel to the opening of the front door, creating a small walkway between the end table and the love seat. Large twin windows adorned the front wall of the house, and a television stand with a satellite receiver, Xbox, and DVD player rested against the wall with the door that led to the hall, and there was another small walkway between that wall and the end of the couch. The living room was separated from the kitchen by an open wall with a bar, and the dining area, I hesitate to call it a room, was to the left of the kitchen as viewed from the front door. The back door of the house was directly across from the front door, in almost a straight line between the dining area with the table and a pair of chairs in the kitchen. For evidence, honestly, the killer didn't leave much for us to go on. No murder weapon, no footprints, no fingerprints, not so much as a stray hair. We combed every inch of the living room, kitchen, and dining area before I allowed Athena to come in and sit on the couch, while we attended to the other victim in the bathroom. The scene was just as empty of evidence, which showed us that the killer had put considerable thought into the crime, and was very thorough about hiding their identity. About the time we got Miss Yule loaded into a bag and wheeled out, I heard another voice trickle in from the living room. "Athena?" the female voice asked with considerable concern. Athena jumped up from the couch, ran to the strong, very fit woman standing in the doorway, and threw her arms around her. The woman was Kathy Brackett. She was a little older than Athena, and in better physical shape than the majority of the police force. Her face was absolutely beautiful by any worldly standard, though pains of years past left it looking like it would retain nothing more than a serious expression, even if she smiled, with brown hair that stopped at her shoulders, and blue eyes that would burn a hole in whomever crossed her. Compared to the petite Athena, Kathy was imposing. I listened from just outside the living room, waiting for my chance to take over the conversation. "Oh, Kathy, I can't believe it," Athena whimpered, wiping the tears from her eyes. Kathy's serious expression had softened considerably to the way a nurse might look when delivering bad news, and her voice was gentle to try and calm Athena. "What's going on?" Kathy asked. "I just looked outside and—" "Hank's dead," Athena said with a broken voice. She sniffled as Kathy appeared to take this in, her face a mixture of shock, worry, and thought. "Dead?" Kathy finally said, finding her voice. "How?" A long pause from Athena told me that this was my moment to jump in and find out about this newcomer. Habitually, I tend to look at everyone who shows up to a murder scene as guilty until proven innocent, just because the guilty party generally lurks in the slightest of places, and I hate missing stuff like that. I also rather like to make an entrance, which they had set up just perfectly for me in that almost rhetorical question and failed answer. "Someone killed him," I said, taking a good look at the tall, rather imposing woman, whose look told me that I need a better manner to take with the death of her friend's husband. I don't concern myself with ceremony, really. I'm just very direct, primarily because I find that to be the best way to deliver any kind of information. I walked toward them dressed in a deep blue suit and tie, though I do like to envision myself in a long blue trench coat and fedora, but let's face it, no one dresses like that anymore. I had my hands tucked into my pockets and approached them confidently, as Kathy eyed me like a mother protecting her young, and Athena looked at me like the young hiding behind a parent. "I wasn't aware Mrs. Michaels was expecting visitors," I followed up. "This is, Athena began before choking on her emotions again. Kathy extended her hand of her own accord. "Kathy Brackett," she said humorlessly. "I live next door." "Detective Thompson," I told her. The whole introduction felt more like a face-off of competitors than an investigator learning someone's name. Her grip was astonishing, and her gaze met mine like a python, holding me for just a moment before I broke off. There was time to dwell on it, really, as we'd gathered what we could from the house, so it was time to see if Athena could tell me anything worthwhile now that she had had a chance to calm down. "Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?" I asked her, holding my hand out to indicate my desire to have her take a seat on the couch. Athena shook her head, which meant yes, and walked back to the couch to sit down. Predictably, Kathy followed and sat next to her. I looked disapprovingly at Kathy. This was not an ideal situation, as I would prefer to get individual testimonies untainted by each other. Together they could feed off each other's thoughts, and even worse, one answer for the other. Based on my assessment of Kathy so far, I really felt like she might be a problem in taking over to protect Athena from what she might perceive as aggressive questions. I think Athena noticed my look. "Can she stay?" Athena asked, though I could also say she begged. By stark contrast to her friend, Athena was quite sweet. While I thought Kathy would fold me in half if I let her, Athena would set her room at ease and call the nearest gentleman to her aid at the flutter of her eyelashes. My chivalrous side almost immediately agreed without a second thought, but I had to stick to the case and my procedural preference. "I'd rather speak to you alone," I told her coldly. "I'd like her to stay." Athena shot back just as cold. I was not in the mood for this sort of argument, so I thought I would just angle my questions and see how they both reacted initially. If I hit on anything sensitive, I figured I would at least get a reaction from one or the other. "Fine," I said as nonchalantly as I could. "Now, Mrs. Michaels, are you familiar with that car out there?" "No," she answered without a glimmer of hesitation, so I had no doubt that she was telling the truth there. "It belonged to the young woman we found in your shower, Jody Ewell. Do you know her?" "No. Is she a student?" Her blank expression and tone of voice spoke volumes, which told me that she was completely clueless of this whole affair, or she was an exceptional actress. Time would tell which was the correct assessment. She is. One of your husband's students, actually. Were you aware that your husband was having an affair with Miss Yule? This was the question that I wanted a reaction to, since her reaction would tell me at the very least whether this was something she knew that might have been a factor in her motive if she had done it. It would also serve to give me a solid insight into their relationship. However, Athena's face showed that she was naive enough to not have considered this to be a possibility. I honestly couldn't believe anyone would miss something that had to be obvious. I had seen cases of adultery before, and there were always signs that each person in a couple would see ahead of time to suspect the other, from the obvious signs of strange smells and staying late, to the minor things like changes in habits or convenient excuses. It was extremely rare for one person to be so completely in the dark as to the activities of the other. So rare, in fact, that her reaction almost strengthened my idea that she was simply acting. The alternative was that she actually didn't know, and however Mr. Michaels conducted himself must have been above reproach to hide such a thing from his wife. No, she finally said with such absolute conviction that I wasn't sure if she confirmed my suspicion of her naivety or her acting skills. Are you sure that's why she was here? I barely managed to stifle a chuckle, which still came through. I mentally noted that I may want to get a hold of her license or birth certificate later to make sure that Hank Michaels wasn't guilty of statutory rape along with everything else to be with someone this dim. Then again, if he had to maintain an appearance of a happy marriage, perhaps he simply looked for someone impressionable and easy to fool. Most psychology lessons don't take place in the bedroom, I quipped. Not that I know of, anyway. She was the one in the shower, though we found all of her clothing next to the bed. That's a little cold, don't you think? Kathy snapped, and I glanced up to see those razor-blue eyes cutting me in half. Clearly, her sense of humor did not extend to this situation. I dropped the smile and grew cold in return. Truth hurts, I noted. Athena dropped her head and started the waterworks again. Part of me felt sorry for her, but I had to keep my distance. Something about this wasn't right beyond the obvious. Hank and I were in a happy, loving relationship, Athena insisted through her tears. Why would he cheat on me? When was the last time you talked to your husband, Mrs. Michaels? I asked, obviously needing to figure out who did this rather than judge anyone on their powers of deduction or discretion. She recalled being at her mother's house last night at 10:10, knowing the time because of an old digital clock that hung in the hall of her mother's house right next to her mother's old-school corded phone, as it had done for a couple of decades. She had always stared directly at it right after dialing anyone's number on that old phone. I asked her why she decided to go to a landline phone to make this call instead of using her cell phone, which she used to call us, so I knew she had one. Most people these days would have made the call from their bed on their mobile, rather than taking the extra steps to walk into the hall of a house to use an ancient corded phone, especially in these days of unlimited usage and everything. It just didn't ring logical to me. Her answer was right in line with everything else I had learned of her, in that she was very much a creature of habit and tradition, and she wanted to use the old landline to call her husband, because she had talked to him on it when they had first met. It was nostalgic for her, and overall brought back some very good memories, making the call that much better. Honestly, the way she spoke of it made me a bit ill, but I figured if that's what worked for her, then I could still acknowledge that I've heard weirder and worse. She carried on by saying that she was ready to go to bed, but decided to give her husband a call to tell him good night, as she has done on occasion just because she missed him. Again, with the tradition and nostalgia. Given what I had seen so far of her, I found this completely believable. She had dialed their home number, and not his cell, which would make this part of the story completely confirmable in about 30 seconds when I pull phone records, which was connected to a cordless phone beside their bed, and waited while it rang. "Hello?" Hank answered in a groggy voice. I asked if she was sure that he actually sounded tired, and she insisted that he did. I had my doubts. "Hi, honey," Athena said cheerfully. "Did I wake you?" "Yeah, but it's okay," he replied. "How's your mom?" She just went to bed. I'm about to turn in too, but I just wanted to say good night. Cool. And I'm sorry I woke you. I feel bad. It's okay, really, Hank assured her, as naturally as anyone could sound. Well, I don't know nothing, Athena continued, so I don't want to keep you. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, good night. Good night, honey. I love you. Love you too. With a smile on her face, Athena hung up the phone and trotted down the hall to her childhood bedroom to sleep as she had done on every week prior to this one. She pulled the door shut behind her, thinking she didn't have a care in the world. Athena emitted a large, exhausted sigh and dropped her head into her hands. The cares of the world had dramatically changed since her call, and now the truth of her relationship was in the open, not only for her, but for everyone to see. So far she struck me as just someone who was a good person stuck in a bad situation, but the trouble with good people is that when they are presented with a bad situation, they tend to react badly. I wasn't sure whether to believe that Athena was actually miles away from here or not. I knew I had to at least check her mother's phone records to confirm the call, but all that would show was when the call was placed. I knew better than to assume anything yet, so the questioning continued. So you called around 10 last night, I confirmed, and he was here. Athena nodded. So it's likely the girl came after that, I asked. I don't know, Athena said. I decided to turn to Kathy, who had actually been blank this entire time. She showed little to no reaction to anything I had asked, or Athena had said. Either she was an impressive stoic, or she knew something. Mrs. Brackett, since you're here, let me ask you, did you see anyone? Kathy recalled going to her kitchen just before 10 following a workout to refill her water, and looking across her lawn toward the Michaels' house as she took a drink. Apparently, her kitchen sink was right next to a corner window that looked out across the front of her house to the Michaels' front yard, giving her a full view of the house any time she stood there. Very useful vantage point, I thought. Standing there in her workout clothes, holding a glass of water, she saw the yellow Ford pull up and park at the curb. Intrigued, she remained at the window to see Jody Ewell get out of her car and walk up the sidewalk to the house. Kathy was surprised to see the girl walk with such confidence to the house and confidently ring the doorbell. Clearly she was expected. The door opened, and Jody had embraced Hank quite fully, complete with a full-on lengthy kiss, proving Kathy's hypothesis of expectation. With Jody lip-locked in one arm, Hank dragged her inside and closed the door behind them. Athena didn't take the news well, finally reacting with something other than depression. He kissed her? Athena said incredulously. Kathy nodded apologetically. Was it Miss Ewell? I asked. Seemed an obvious enough question, but it would not be beyond a man who could fool his wife this well to not have more than one girl a night. Why didn't you say something? Athena demanded of Kathy, derailing my question. Mrs. Michaels, I began, trying to keep the conversation on track, but once the proverbial fury of a woman scorned comes out, I have often found great difficulty in getting her back on track. Why didn't you march over there and ask him what the hell he was doing? Athena's voice rose as her ire increased to the breaking point. Athena, Kathy began, but Athena wasn't finished. I thought you were my friend, and you let him get away with this? Mrs. Michaels, please calm down, I said gently. She stopped talking, but hardly calmed down. She looked like she was biding her time. Now, Mrs. Brackett, I continued as carefully as I might balance glasses on a bowling ball, whom did you see? Well, I don't know if it was this Ewell girl, Kathy responded, but a girl who wasn't Athena got here around 10 last night. I assume it was the same one. It's the same car. And have you ever seen Mr. Michaels have night visitors before, in the absence of Mrs. Michaels? I asked. Athena also turned her head to Kathy at this question as well. Also as well. Hold on. Athena turned her head to Kathy at this question as well, her eyes blazing. I feared I might not get an honest answer out of her, but Kathy kept her cool admirably. "No, sir," she said flatly. Her manner was so cool, and her eyes never wavered, so I had no reason to doubt her. "Mrs. Michaels," I said, turning to Athena carefully, "what did you do after you talked to your husband?" "I told you," she said with that edge still in her voice. "I went to bed." "And you said you were at your mother's?" I asked. "Why?" "Because my father died last year," she replied with a sigh, "and I go over there once a week to help her out, and I stay the night." "It's true, she does," Kathy confirmed. "Every week, just like clockwork. I could set my watch by her." This elicited a smile from Athena. I was momentarily thankful for Kathy's presence, since it was helping Athena's mood, and it might also help break the ice for my next question. "Are you on any medication?" Athena's expression dropped. I never would have guessed such a question would have broken her previous fury in an instant. She nodded, looking almost ashamed. "I haven't been handling my daddy's death so well," she said. "Hank has me a prescription for Zoloft." "I see," I said. What else could I say? Fortunately, the moment was interrupted by one of the officers I had searching their bedroom for something special. "Detective Thompson," he called out to me. "I found it." "Good," I said, holding out my hand to take what he had for me. He handed me a black address book with an imitation leather cover and Velcro clasp. It appeared to have metal rings holding the pages in place, which would allow its owner to keep the book but add and remove pages as needed. I held it up for Athena to see. "Ma'am, this is your husband's address book, right?" I asked her. "Yes, I believe so," Athena responded tiredly, with a gesture somewhere between a nod and a shrug. "Have you ever looked through it?" I asked. "No," Athena replied. "He kept it locked in his nightstand. How did you get it?" I felt like scoffing again. A man locks an address book away from his wife, and the wife isn't the least bit suspicious or curious enough to at least have a look one day when he is gone. I was beginning to think this innocence was an act. There were times I had to remember to stick to the facts and assume nothing, and this was one of those times when it was getting very difficult. The trouble was that my instincts told me she was telling the truth, and actually that ignorant of his movements. "We used his keys," I told her, thinking she should have done the same. "Mind if we hold on to it for a while?" "Okay," Athena said without a thought. I could have easily gotten a warrant for it, but just asking was much easier. Permission received, I put the book in my pocket. "So, Mrs. Brackett, why didn't you call Mrs. Michaels last night?" I asked, finally addressing the elephant in the room. "Nothing she could have done last night," Kathy said bluntly. "I planned to let her know today." "I see," I said with a nod. "You two speak often, then? You mentioned, Mrs. Brackett, that you are well aware of her schedule." "We live next door to each other, Detective," Kathy said. "Of course we talk." Not all neighbors work like that, I noted, considering these sorts of friendships becoming a rarity. "Did you talk together before Athena left?" They said they had, and I gathered the following conversation from between them. Athena had come over, as she did many other times, to chat. Kathy spent a lot of time in her home gym, and so during this part of her morning she was running on a treadmill as Athena sat casually on a weight bench while they spoke. The Brackett house had an entire room dedicated to their home gym, which had a variety of isolation machines, weights, treadmill, stationary bike, a pull-up bar on the ceiling along with a bar on the floor to lock your feet for sit-ups, a television and video player for some exercise videos, 2 varieties of punching bags, and a couple of different scales to measure not only weight but fat as well. The police department had a weight room at the time, but nowhere near as nice or complete as the Brackett version. "I just hate leaving him alone at home every week like this," Athena had lamented while she held a glass of water for herself. "He's a big boy, Athena," Kathy assured her. "I think he can take care of himself." "But what if he starts hating me for it?" Athena worried, looking to Kathy with an innocence that Kathy described as sickeningly puppy-doggish. "Yeah, right," Kathy said, rolling her eyes. At this point, she had no reason to believe there were any problems between them. "Come on, Kathy," Athena continued. "How can you just say that?" "Because I hear all about him every time you come over," Kathy said. "You remind me of a couple of teenagers or star-crossed lovers. Honestly, I think the man would die before he'd leave you." Athena smiled at her reassurances. She stood and took a sip of her water as she walked to Kathy's treadmill. She leaned on the side of the machine. "Everything is going really well for us," Athena said. "Hank just got a pay raise, and we're actually talking about having a baby." Kathy stopped the treadmill and looked at Athena, surprised. She toweled the sweat off her face and took a couple of breaths before she responded. "Really?" Kathy asked. "Yeah, can you see me out to here?" Athena asked, holding her hand a 9-month distance from her stomach. She laughed, and Kathy joined in at the very idea and shook her head. "We waited our 2 years," Athena continued, her joy almost uncontainable, "and in the next couple of months I'll come off the pill." "That's exciting, Athena," Kathy said, sincerely happy for her friend. Her tone dropped almost immediately, however. "I wish Mike was as accommodating as Hank. He never even talks about children." "Excuse me." Kathy walked around Athena to the weight bench, where she laid down under a dumbbell bar. She grasped the bar in her hands and lifted it from its cradle. She did her lifts intermittently as the conversation continued with Athena. "What's he doing now?" Athena asked, uncomfortably twiddling her fingers around her glass of water. "He's taking care of some deal out in Tampa," Kathy said, pumping her iron. "He calls sometimes, but—" "Oh, never mind. I'm being stupid." "No, you can tell me," Athena urged. "I worry if he's having an affair," Kathy said, just coming out with it. Athena gasped with the horror of a woman in whose world such a thing never happens. "How can you say that?" she asked. Kathy sighed and placed her weight bar back in its cradle and sat up, leaning her elbows on her knees. "You know," Kathy said, "he leaves for extended periods, won't call, won't answer when I call. All the classic psychological indicators." "I'm sorry," Athena said, kneeling beside her friend, but not hugging her due to the sweat. They indicated neither of them preferred to hug while Kathy was covered in sweat. "Yeah, well, be grateful you can't say the same for Hank," Kathy assured her. "You should really find some time to come over and meet him," Athena said. "I'd like to," Kathy said, "but our schedules never line up with him working days at the college and my working nights at the mental hospital. That aside, it would be nice to meet Mr. Wonderful. Sometimes I doubt I ever did. Some girls have all the luck." "I do feel lucky," Athena smiled as she stood and walked aimlessly in the room as she spoke. "Everything's really starting to fall into place for us." "I'm happy for you," Kathy said quite honestly. They almost stopped there, but a glance between the two of them told me that there was more to the conversation than just that. Something they were uncomfortable with under the present circumstances, but after a little prodding from me, they finally went on. Athena had nodded as she got momentarily lost in her thoughts as she walked around in Kathy's weight room. She finally turned back to Kathy. "What would you do if you were right about Mike?" "Let me tell you," Kathy said quite seriously, "if I ever caught him in bed with another woman, he wouldn't have to worry about alimony, if you know what I mean." "You wouldn't," Athena said, actually shocked. "I would," Kathy said, toweling off her sweat. "This has been going on a while, huh?" Athena asked sadly. "Too long, my friend," Kathy replied. "Way, way too long." "I am sorry," Athena said. "It's okay," Kathy said, waving off the entire notion as if it were nothing. "Sometimes when he's home I think I'm just being delusional. He is very busy. I know this. I understand this. To an extent I signed up for this. He was doing this when we got married." Athena nodded, though her expression remained troubled. Kathy glanced at her clock. "Hey, it's about that time," she reminded Athena. Athena looked up at the clock and nodded in agreement. She placed her glass in the kitchen sink as they walked to the front door. "I promise you can work out with me any time," Kathy encouraged her. "Maybe next time," Athena said uncomfortably. "That's what you said last time," Kathy reminded her. Athena laughed, still uncomfortably, as Kathy opened the front door for her. They exchanged hugs. "Take care, you," Kathy said. "I will," Athena said. "Call me when you get there?" Kathy asked. "Of course," Athena said. "Be back at the usual time." "I know," Kathy said with a smile. Athena waved to her as she walked across the yard away from her, and she shut the door. Athena had everything together already in her car, so she made one final check to ensure the door was locked, and then walked to her car, which she had pulled out of the garage and left in the driveway. She took one final look over her house and her life at the time before she got into her car and made the drive to Monument. The women were understandably silent after this story, since so much of it flew in the face of what they'd learned in the past couple of hours. It was a remnant of a happier time in Athena's life that would never return, and recall even that moment of happiness made the present even worse. I was not sure what else to ask them, so I was grateful that another one of the officers came up to talk to me, which took me away from the conversation with the women completely. "Detective," Kathy said almost as soon as I had walked away, as if she were waiting for her own opportunity to escape. "Do you mind if I take Athena to my house? We'll be just next door." I saw no harm in it, so I nodded with a wave, and they left. I knew we'd be in touch again quite a bit over the next few days, and possibly weeks, while we worked out the solution to this one. Based on the testimonies from everyone I would speak to from this point onward, along with the timeline for the crime, I was able to work out the most likely situation to have occurred between the victims after Athena spoke with Hank over the phone at 10:10 p.m. to have gone something like this. Back in the bedroom, where the call was taken, Hank was reclining on the bed with the cordless phone held lazily in his right hand, and Jody Yule resting on his chest in her undergarments, stifling laughter to ensure she would not be overheard by Hank's ignorant wife. He reached over and placed the phone back on its cradle. "I can't believe you just did that," Jody said, still giggling. "It's practice, my dear girl," Hank boasted. "I should have been an actor." "No kidding," Jody agreed. "How do you keep her in the dark about everything?" "Practical application of psychology," Hank said, giving what amounted to his mantra. "Knowing what to say to whom, and when to make them think whatever you want them to think." "Oh," Jody replied, a little worried. "Do you do that to me?" "Do you care?" he asked as he rolled over on top of her and kissed her. We can assume that they had an active night from here, since the cordless phone had ended up under the bed, explaining why Hank went to the living room for his cell phone. As we worked on finishing everything we needed to do at the Michaels house, Athena stood at the kitchen window at the Brackett home, the same window where Kathy had stood when she witnessed Jody Yule's arrival. Kathy's house was obsessively clean, which is actually a contrast from the organized disarray of the Michaels house. This is not to say that Athena did not keep a clean house. She and Hank just tended to place things where they would be convenient, as opposed to where society might think they belonged. The aforementioned home gym room was only a piece of the organization that went into that house where everything had its place. Kathy walked up behind Athena, having changed to workout clothes. Athena never turned or even acknowledged Kathy's presence. "I was going to work out some," she said gently to her friend. "It helps to pass the time and might even take your mind off what's going on for a bit. You want to come?" "Everything he said," Athena replied, ignoring the question. "Everything he did. Was everything nothing but a lie? Was she the only one?" Kathy was taken aback by the question, as the only Athena she had ever known was sweet and calm and never raised her voice to anyone for anything. This angry Athena was someone completely new to her. All she could do was shrug. "If I had kept that book," Athena mused, "I could have seen how many women's numbers he had, track them down, and ask them why they did this to me." "Let's not be irrational," Kathy told her in a vain effort to calm her down. "Irrational?" Athena said, whirling on her friend. Kathy took a step or two backwards at the sudden turn. "Who are you to tell me about irrational? What do you know about what I'm going through? Have you ever lost a husband? I don't think—" "Yes, I have," Kathy interrupted, clearly having taken offense to Athena's assumption over her past. "I came here to get away from all that." "I'm sorry," Athena stuttered sheepishly, not having expected that reaction. It's possible she didn't know Kathy as well as she thought, and the surprise of Kathy's revelation seemed to bring her back to herself. "I didn't mean—" "It's okay," Kathy said. "I felt the same way." Athena tried to respond, but the words failed her. The world started to spin around her again with her anger shattered by her friend's own broken history, and the grief of her situation fell on her like a storm. Her eyes brimmed with tears again, and Kathy held out her arms. Athena willingly allowed her friend to comfort her as she wailed. She didn't know how much time passed as Kathy held her shuddering body and her tears drenched Kathy's shirt, but Kathy didn't seem to mind at all. She only continued to stroke Athena's hair and tell her it was going to be okay. "All I wanted was the fairy tale," Athena whimpered barely above a whisper. "Me too," Kathy comforted. Chapter 3. The University Under Siege. As you may well have guessed, there was more to the secrets of Hank Michaels than just the unfortunate Jody Ewell. At Bluffs University, once the word broke of the death of him and his illegitimate love interest, information about just how many people might have been involved with him spread faster than a clever metaphor, and the internal investigations over how all this could have gone on under the administration's noses continued long after my case was solved. Fingers were pointed, policies were rewritten, and even a few teachers who knew something about what he was doing were forced to resign over it. You see, Bluffs University was the pride and joy of the town, and its primary source of income. The architecture was new but in a classic style with a full range of classes across the expansive campus, complete with modern dorms, a library which doubled as the town library, top-notch laboratories equipped to handle any scientific discipline, a complete music department with dozens of individual practice rooms, larger group rehearsal spaces, and 2 performance spaces, one of which was a fully equipped theater used also by the drama department for its plays and musicals. The landscape was always well manicured and maintained to the point that most pictures of Bluffs focused on either the campus or the mountains behind it. All of this made the university one of the premier colleges in this area of Colorado, and the target of those who were close so that they could stay close to home. It also made the administration fiercely protective of its reputation, and something like this definitely didn't sit well with them. Across the campus, there were a variety of conversations centering around the death of Professor Michaels and those who had been involved with him at one time or another, all of which the administration did their best to prevent from leaking to the surrounding media outlets. Bluffs did have a local newspaper, but the staff there understood the vital nature of the university, and so they were quite unwilling to report on anything that might damage its image. For the local campus conversations, I'll only include the relevant ones that I heard about here. The first was between a couple of 20-year-old kids in love by the names of Scott Owen and Jenny Thurman, who were no different from any other college sophomores. Scott was here for a law degree, and was happy to feel like he was out on his own for the first time. Jenny wanted to stay close to home as she sorted out what she wanted to do. She had settled on a sociology degree, and was looking forward to a life of helping people. The two found each other, and were extraordinarily happy in their relationship. On this morning, Scott was running across the lawns toward Jenny to talk about his thoughts over what had happened and to see what she thought. She was walking with a friend of hers at the time, so he wasn't sure if she had heard about it or not. He had no worries about the news, since neither of them knew Jody, nor did either of them have Professor Michaels as a teacher. "Hey, there you are," he said as he reached her. She waved goodbye to her friend and gave him her attention. "Did you hear about Professor Michaels?" "Hear what?" she asked with the sort of disinterested curiosity one might have for a stranger. "You know he got whacked last night with Jody Ewell in his house?" he asked with probably too much enthusiasm. "The Board of Regents is pissed." The color drained from Jenny's face, and she looked like she was going to vomit. She stared at the ground in shock, searching for a way to respond to the news. "I heard something about his class being suspended," she said in a hollow voice. "But they never told us why. I really didn't pay attention. Oh my God." "I wonder if there'll be an investigation," he continued, ignoring her sudden pallor. "That'd be cool, huh? Get everyone in a courtroom or something? I wonder if they'll let the law students ask any questions. I'd love to get in on that." "You don't think they'll—" Jenny started. She looked away from him, and he finally noticed how disturbed she looked. "Hey, what's wrong?" he asked innocently. He didn't think he had crossed a line. Jenny had never mentioned Professor Michaels before, so he could not sort out what about this would have disturbed her to this extent. He knew she tended to be a little overly empathetic, and while she often felt for people in difficult situations, it was never to this degree. She shook her head, avoiding his inquiry, tears coming to her eyes. "I just can't believe it," she said through a broken voice. "What?" he asked. He looked at her, and she looked like she was going to break down. "Oh, God," she muttered. He didn't appreciate where this was going. "What, did you like him or something?" he asked, anger involuntarily coming through. He knew he had a bit of a temper on him, and this was not necessarily the best time for it. She shook her head again, tears running down her face. The thought hit him, but he could hardly believe the idea of it. Ginny just didn't seem the type, so maybe she wasn't who he thought she was. "You didn't," he ventured disbelievingly. Jenny knew what he was saying, and she couldn't deny it. At the same time, she couldn't say it either. Scott understood what was unspoken, however, and he erupted. "When the hell did this happen?" he bellowed. "Scott, it's nothing," she assured him. "Like hell it is," he carried on. "How long has this been going on?" Jenny couldn't hold her composure any longer. She turned and walked away from him. "Nothing happened," she said. "Then why are you acting this way?" he asked, following her. She walked quickly to get away from him. He called out after her, "Jenny!" She ran across the campus. He chased after her, regretting his outburst instantly, but she still did not slow down. They weaved in between student and teachers, some of which only shook their heads, knowing young love, while others said to stop running. He finally caught up to her and touched her arm. She stopped, but didn't turn to him. "Come on," Scott said. "Don't leave it like this." She didn't run, but she still didn't turn around. "Come on," he insisted. "How long have we been together?" 6 weeks, she said angrily. "See," he said, "you can trust me. Talk to me." He pulled her closer, turning her around fully. She looked at him with tear-streaked eyes that also showed her being upset at his reaction. "Scott, that could have been me," she explained. "So did you?" he asked. "No," she interrupted. She sighed and turned away from him. "It was like forever ago. At the beginning of this semester, Professor Michaels was very sweet to me. He took me out and even invited me to his house." "But you didn't," he began, but she stopped him with an angry look. "Hey, it's not illegal or anything. At least, I don't think it is. It isn't, right?" He looked at her with a smile. She rolled her eyes. "Give me a break," she replied. "No, we fooled around. That's it. It bugged me, so I never saw him outside of school again." She looked away again. "He called me a few times, but I guess he eventually gave up. If I had kept seeing him, that would have been me instead of Jody." Scott looked shell-shocked. When Ginny leaned back into him, he couldn't help but hold her. Whatever she had done before, he had developed some strong feelings for her, and what she did before they started going out really didn't matter to him. They were young and crazy after all, and he sure didn't want her inquiring into what he did over the summer. "Do you hate me?" she asked. Feeling her close to him, he couldn't help but let it all go. "No, of course I don't hate you," he said honestly. He relaxed his hold, and she leaned back, looking into his eyes. "We'll be okay." She nodded with a smile and kissed him. Elsewhere on the campus, 2 other students, Ashley Carter and Harriet Graham, walked together like a yin and yang pair with full backpacks slung over their right shoulders. Ashley was a petite blonde with short hair and a spring in her step, with a smile to match. Harriet, by contrast, had long, dark, curly hair and dressed in loose, dark pants and shirt. "And I keep making Chris stay over because without him I just don't feel safe. I hate living there alone," Ashley said rapidly in a single breath. Her voice rattled the words out very smoothly in her high-pitched voice. "I want to get in the dorms," Harry said considerably slower, and with a voice timbre closer to a normal range. "But my mom just don't trust me. I'd be here for you, Ashley." "What is it going to take, anyway?" Ashley asked. "An act of God?" Harriet joked, and even laughed alone at her own joke before she shrugged. "I don't know." "Hey, there's Chris," Ashley said, suddenly pausing in her steps. She waved to him and called out, "Chris!" Chris Williams looked to be a stereotypical stoner type, with longer hair, baggy clothing, and a slump to his walk with his hands digging as far into his pockets as they would go. He gave her a too-cool-for-words nod. Harriet rolled her eyes. "Hey, what do you think about Professor Michaels getting killed last night?" Harriet asked, bringing her back from checking out Chris. "Freaks me out, of course," Ashley said, her voice turning serious. "That's why I'm glad Chris stays over." "You took his class, right? Last year?" Ashley shrugged and started walking again, but this time her step did not have as much spring in it. "Did you ever," Harriet began, unwilling to actually say the whole question or give up the subject. "You know." "Did I ever tell you about when Chris took a cold shower?" Ashley asked, trying to change that subject, still without looking at Harriet. Her shaky voice betrayed extreme discomfort. "Oh my God, it was so funny." "Ashley," Harriet said, touching her friend's shoulder and stopping her pace in an attempt to bring her back to what Harriet wanted to talk about. "Harriet, what happened, happened," Ashley admitted with more than a little annoyance, "and I would rather move on. I'm not proud of it. Are you?" "Well, that is how I passed psychology last semester," Harriet noted with a smile. "I came to him asking for help, and I came for him to get it. It was fun for a few weeks, anyway." "A few weeks?" Ashley said in astonishment. "It was a good summer vacation. What can I say? He even posed for me a few times. I ever show you the pictures I drew?" "That's okay," Ashley replied, shaking her head and waving off the offer as she walked onward. "Well, they're at home," Harriet continued, catching up to her. "Anyway, it all stopped when the new semester started." "You or him?" "Me. That old guy was a horn dog. He probably just moved on to someone else." They reached the steps to their building and climbed them side by side. "So I hear you're seeing Brandon erstwhile," Ashley said in an attempt to bring the mood back up. "How's he?" "Brandon?" Harriet said with a wide, mischievous grin. "He's the reason Mom don't trust me." They laughed as they disappeared into the throng of students entering the Fine Arts building. Finally, there was the conversation between a pair of teachers. Darla Hemingway was in her late 20s with auburn hair tied back in a bun tight against her head, and always dressed smartly with a very smug expression. Today she wore a purple jacket and skirt that fit her form well, and she clearly was very comfortable in heels as she walked alongside Sherry Duke. Sherry, in contrast to Darla, was in her 30s with wild, untamable brown hair, and dressed in loose clothing and tennis shoes, often towing the lower end of the line of the university's dress code for teachers. "With a student!" Darla exclaimed. "It's intolerable." "Oh, get over it," Sherry said. "I've seen you look his way a time or two. That is completely different, and you know it. Who's going to take over his classes, No one knows psychology like that man did." "He sure understood the practical application of it." "If you say knowing what to say to whom and when, I'll report you too," Darla warned. "Well," Sherry said with a smile, "I won't say it then." "Oh, dear God, not you too," Darla said, rolling her eyes. "Well, you know," Sherry shrugged, "I was having a lonely moment without Bob around." "You get those a lot, I hear," Darla scowled. "Well, I wouldn't want his side of the bed to get cold," Sherry replied unapologetically. "You don't suppose they'll shut down the school or anything over this, do you?" "Why would they do that?" Darla asked, clearly bored with the discussion. "Well, someone killed a teacher and his student," Sherry said. "Won't there be an inquest or something?" "Maybe," Darla noted, "but it's not worth shutting down the school. He wasn't worth much of anything, if you ask me." "I liked my time with him," Sherry mused. "Didn't need to hear that," Darla sighed. "Don't worry, Darla," Sherry said. "I know he always preferred the younger meat." "You've got one sick mind, Sherry," Darla told her as they entered the administration building. Of course, it goes without saying that the topic of Professor Michaels and his legion of women made up the primary topic of the day, though few would actually admit to being with him. I had my own list, but someone like him doesn't write down every person he has ever been with, so I presumed this list was simply the ones he liked enough to want to see again rather than the actual one-night stands that he simply forgot about as soon as they left the room, if not before. Later that day, Darla Hemingway and Sherry Duke found themselves in the lounge with two other teachers during their lunch periods, Anna Brinkley and Colette Porter. Their dress fell somewhere between the extremes of Darla and Sherry, with simple trousers-blouse combinations. Colette was only in her 30s, but her life had not been kind to her, and her face showed more wear than someone of her age should have. Her one and only husband had beat her into submission somewhere on the East Coast, and she conducted the entire divorce through a lawyer with no contact with her ex-husband. She moved to Colorado with whatever she had on her, and started a new life away from everything she had before. She rarely said more than that about her former life, and everyone respected that. Anna, by contrast, was from Bluffs and only in her late 20s. She was very idealistic and just hadn't met the right guy yet. She was the type that looked younger than her age and seemed to be the prime sort of target for people like Hank, who loved his pretty girls. Of course, the cross hanging from Anna's neck and her being the head of the campus Christian organization might have put a damper on those possibilities, though Darla had known more than a few wild children to be in that group. Darla slipped a drink that she swore was not alcoholic, as the other three moved into the lounge, chattering with each other, and then sitting down at the table with her. Darla's first thought was that Sherry has a big mouth, as her smile ranked as the biggest of the three. The gossip stream was alive and well, and she only hoped that the university wouldn't get too bent out of shape over this whole deal, as far as she was involved. She sighed and leaned forward to deal with the trio who had just joined her. "Well, girls," she said casually, "now that he's dead, and nobody gets him, was anyone at this table besides me trying to bag the guy?" "Not me," Colette replied in a voice that definitely sounded of the cigarettes she often smoked. "I've been through one divorce, and that's more than enough for me, thank you very much." "Oh, he slept with you too, Darla," Sherry replied innocently. Darla rolled her eyes. "Here I thought I was special." "Sherry, I still never would have guessed that you would have been one of them," Anna said. "What about Bob?" she asked, referring to Sherry's normally absent husband. "What can I say?" Darla said with a shrug. "I was smitten." "Well, I was never one of his harem," Colette said with more than a touch of actual disdain. "Disgusting how some of you were just taken in by him." "Bob's okay," Sherry said, replying to Anna's comment. As I understand it, their conversation was more of a cluster than an actual conversation, but I digress. "But he's always away," Sherry continued. "I had to find someone to fill my time, and another married man is just convenient. Neither of us was interested in commitment or talking about it." "There's no denying he was handsome," Anna said. "He may have been handsome," Darla said, "but he was a bastard." "Well, that goes without saying," Colette said. "All men are bastards." "He may have been a two-timer and all, not that I'm one to talk," Sherry shrugged, "but I got what I needed out of him at the time." "Still, we should have a little respect for the dead," Anna said, "especially the way he died. So terrible." "I don't think so," Darla said coldly. "I, for one, am glad he's dead." The others gasped, as if she'd given a full confession, and stared at her, gape-mouthed. Darla was unmoved by their surprise. "You can't be serious," Anna said. "I thought you liked him." "I am serious," Darla said. "That man was a no-good, two-timing son of a bitch who deserved to die. Whoever offed him deserves a Nobel Prize or something for ridding the world of that scoundrel." "Darla, you'd better not let the police hear you talking like that when they come by," Sherry warned, lowering her voice a touch as if I had decided to listen at their door. "And you know they will," Colette said. "They might even say you did it." Darla scoffed. "Wouldn't that have been nice?" Darla said. "I wish I had thought of it. I wouldn't have just hidden it either. I would have displayed the bloody knife in my office and let the women that he screwed know that one more predator was off the streets, and they were safe from his ways." "Come on, Darla," Anna said doubtfully. "No, you come on," Darla said. "He screwed me in more ways than one, and I was fed up. I'm telling you that if I had done it, I would have admitted it. I doubt anyone would have cared. Frankly, I think his wife did it." Another teacher walked into the lounge, breaking up the conversation, since no one was interested in hearing any more of this. "Well, this is enough excitement for me," Darla said, standing. "I gotta get to class." She walked away from them, their mouths still open in surprise. She was more interested in trying not to think about it. The rest of the day was actually pretty standard at the school. Anyone who was upset or disturbed by the death of Professor Michaels was excused from classes, which meant that half the school stayed home, including those who never had Michaels as a teacher, curiously. As day faded into night, the students and faculty disappeared from the campus proper, and the dorms lit up little by little until the lights started going out as the moon rose higher. With shadows dominating the nightscape of the college, one more shadow moved across the side of the girls' dorm and stopped beneath one of the windows that was still dimly lit. Scott Owen reached up and knocked on the window. When he didn't get an answer, he knocked again and waited, looking around. He knew he was alone out there, but part of him felt like he was being watched. He stared out to the line of trees just beyond the manicured edge of the lawn, wondering if there were eyes back there somewhere, or if he was just being paranoid. The window opened, which brought his attention back. Jenny Thurman looked out the window and then down at her visitor. "Scott?" she asked with a smile. "What are you doing here?" "I saw you were still up," he said. "I wanted to take you out, make up for being a jerk earlier, you know." "Are you crazy?" she whispered. "We'll get in trouble for being out after curfew. Besides, I have a sociology test tomorrow." She thumbed back into her room where her bed was overrun by papers, her book, and a desk lamp, which left the rest of the room in darkness. Her roommate snored softly somewhere on the dark side of the room. "I've got tests too, but come on," he said. "Where's your sense of adventure?" "My sense of adventure is wanting to graduate and work with children," she replied, but with an underlying reluctance to send him away. "And when I pass the bar, I'll acquit you for all the curfews you've broken," he said, reaching his arms up and gesturing with his fingers. "Come on." Jenny was unsure about this, given her upcoming test and what happened the previous night. She glanced to her roommate, who had already kicked her covers to the floor and slept with her legs tucked under her and her panty-clad butt sticking out of her t-shirt, which was riding halfway up her back at this point. Jenny hadn't changed yet, so she was at least decent. "You're impossible," she said, looking back at Scott and chuckling. "You know that?" She climbed out of her window and landed softly on the grass in her bare feet. Leaving her window open, he took her hand and they kissed before they crept along the side of the building, ducking beneath the windows. They reached the edge of the building, and Scott looked for security. "Where are we going?" Jenny whispered. "It's a surprise," he replied. "What if the RA is wandering around?" she asked with considerable concern. "So we get busted for blowing curfew," he shrugged. "And get fined for it." "But it's all worth it," he said, pulling her close to him. He kissed her neck, and she closed her eyes and took in the full sensation of the electricity running down her body. Finally, she laughed quietly and pushed him away. "I know what you're doing," she smiled. "Are you complaining?" "No, but I said work with children, not make them." "I promise I'm totally responsible," he assured her. "And in the worst-case scenario, completely honorable, too." Jenny gasped and slapped his arm. He laughed, and she wrapped her arms around his neck again. He shushed her. "Let's go, you mean old awful boy," she whispered. With another look to make sure the coast was clear, they ran across the moonlit lawn into the trees bordering the college grounds. What they didn't know at the time, unfortunately, was that Scott's earlier intuition about someone watching them was completely correct. Someone had been following their every movement from the moment that Scott showed up at Jenny's window. This woman had witnessed their playful banter and had followed them as they ran into the tree line. Before she had crossed into the trees behind him, she paused by a small tree held by wire wrapped around 2 stakes. She unwrapped the wire from one of the stakes and pulled it from the ground before continuing. Scott and Jenny arrived at a small clearing in the trees where Scott had laid out a blanket earlier. They sat down on the blanket and embraced each other, making out. He moved from her lips to her neck and ran his hands all over her body. She leaned back, taking in the attention he was giving. She lay down completely on her back, and he climbed on top of her, kissing her neck again. His hands found her waist, and he ran them under her shirt, lifting it to the base of her breasts. She turned her head to look at him, but then froze. Scott noticed she stopped reacting to him, and moved his head back up to look into her eyes. "What's wrong, beautiful?" he asked casually. Then he noticed her gaze was locked behind him, her eyes glazed over in fear. His heart leaped into his throat as he slowly turned to look behind him. Standing over both of them was the figure dressed in black, her face covered as it was at the original murder. She held the tree stake over them, and before they had a chance to cry out, She brought the stake down hard at an angle, which impossibly pierced both of their bodies through their hearts, and went into the ground below them. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself. Examination of the weapon revealed that the reason she was able to accomplish such an act was due to two factors: the weight of the stake and the piercing end. The stake itself was not made of plastic but heavy steel, so it weighed about 50 pounds. In addition, the end that one would normally hammer into the ground was very sharp, to allow it to cut through hard ground very easily. When these factors were combined with the killer's inherent strength, momentum and gravity allowed the stake to snap through the bones of the victim's rib cages and pierce their hearts before supporting itself in the ground. And before you question the stake piercing both hearts when Scott was face to face with Jenny on top of her, remember that Scott had turned to look behind him. Since he had turned to look over his left shoulder, this moved his body so that his heart was roughly above hers. Also, based on Hank's murder, the killer knew enough about human physiology to be able to stab a man and not kill him, so she would be able to stab a pair of hearts. As my investigation developed, I learned that poor Scott was simply with the wrong girl at the wrong time. Jenny was the target. Chapter 4. Holding Sanity Hostage. We allowed Athena back into her house after we had completed our forensic sweeps and decided we had all the evidence we could get. While she was nervous about staying in the house by herself, she also did not feel she would be comfortable anywhere else, including Mrs. Brackett's house, where she was certain she had worn out her welcome, even though Kathy had no problem with her remaining. I asked about anyone else in the area she could stay with, but the only family she had was her mother in Monument, who had left on a long trip the day before. Depending on how far news traveled and where she was going, she might or might not know about this for some time. On the day after Athena had returned home to the grisly scene, she had the news playing in her kitchen as she stood nearby, looking like a woman who had not slept well, regardless of how comfortable she thought she might be. Her hair was in complete disarray, and she wore old paint-stained sweatpants and a t-shirt that had seen better days. According to news transcripts from the time of day when this piece occurred, the anchor on Channel 3 was broadcasting the following. Today on News 3 at noon, the City Council voted 8-4 yesterday in favor of using the vacant wing of the Bluffs Mental Health Facility as a temporary holding pen for minimum security prisoners. More on that story and more in Segment 2. But first, our top story. Bluffs University experienced its second tragedy in only 2 days in the form of another double homicide. 2 students were found by a groundskeeper this morning, stabbed to death in a wooded area just outside their dorms. Our KBLF correspondent, John Franklin, is on the scene. John? Athena turned off the television with a scowl, pushing down the feelings of fear that warned her that the killer was still out there. She reached over to a tub of cottage cheese with a spoon in it. "Did you sleep with her too, Professor Michaels?" Athena asked out loud with considerable disgust. She took a bite of her comfort food, and with her mouth full uttered, "Make me sick." She carried her cottage cheese tub to the dining room table and sat in her spot at one end. The diminutive table still had 2 placemats and candlesticks at either end for the pair of them ready for her to set the dishes and food for breakfast or dinner. She stared at the setup, wondering to herself how everything could have been so wrong when it felt so right. She dropped her head onto an arm on the table and cried as she thought back to her last meal with Hank the morning she had gone to her mother's. It was all so perfect at the time. The table was set with silverware and glasses of milk and coffee. She had just served a complete breakfast with eggs, sausage, and pancakes, as she often did for him, and they sat across from each other before starting out on their days. Hank told her she didn't need to work since he wanted to support her, so most of her days were spent ensuring the house was in top condition and properly set for any company they might have. This was an exception, of course, since she was going to be gone all day. "Another beautiful Tuesday," she said to Hank as she placed the last dish and sat with a flourish across from him. "So, you'll be heading to your mother's in Monument," Hank confirmed, taking his silverware in hand. "And staying the night," Athena finished. "Athena, it's been a year," Hank sighed, preparing a bite. Don't you think your mother can get along without you coming over every week by now? Of course, she replied. But without Dad, Mom just doesn't have anyone else to spend time with. What about those church people? Hank suggested, but Athena gave him a look which said, You know what I mean. Hank nodded. Okay, I get it. I wish you didn't have to go, but you're a fit example to us all on parental care. Well done. Well, you call yours, which is more than a lot of people do, she offered. At least I get points for that, right? He smiled, taking a bite. Yeah, but you get points for a lot of things. And your going is just about your mother? Are you going to analyze me? She asked seductively. No, I was just asking, he replied, missing her look completely. She shrugged and took a bite. I noticed you refilled your prescription. Athena paused in her chewing and swallowed her bite. She looked at him. All right, doctor. Maybe if you'd spend a little more time with me. Athena started with some irritation. Now, you know I need to work, Hank began. Yes, but late every day, she asked. Then you meet with friends? Sometimes it feels like you're avoiding me. I would never do that, Hank insisted. I sure didn't avoid you last night, did I? Athena smiled a little and shook her head. And every Sunday I'm right there by your side at our church, he noted. You don't think I'm doing anything I shouldn't, do you? He stared at her without a word, waiting for her response. Athena stirred her breakfast around on her plate. She shook her head again. I guess not, she finally answered. If you were getting what you needed elsewhere, I figure you wouldn't still be making love to me. See, he said triumphantly. I do love you. I know, Athena nodded. Why don't you come with me? I can't just take off during the week, Athena, Hank said. We should go over a weekend sometime. Okay, Athena nodded. I just want to see more of you. I'll see what I can do, Hank assured her. They didn't say much else during their perfect breakfast before Hank had left for the university. She wished their final full conversation had gone better, but at least she knows now why he always stayed late, and why he always let her go by herself. She had always gone during the week, so they had their weekends together. Little did she know at the time that it only allowed him to have company over for the evening. What really got to her was the conversation she had had with her mother that same evening. Like the conversation with Kathy, the subject had turned to adding a child to their family. She was sitting in the living room of the house she grew up in with her mother, Sharon Reynolds. The room was fairly small, with just enough room for a couch, chair, and television. It was all in a soft blue color which matched the curtains, and the carpet was a brown Berber which her mother liked because it was easy to keep clean, even when it wasn't. Between the couch and chair was a small coffee table, where they each had a coaster for their individual cups of tea, from which they drank as they talked. Sharon Reynolds was an average-looking woman in her late 50s with short salt-and-pepper hair and dressed in yellow pants and a white blouse with yellow flowers. She rarely wore makeup while at home and kept it to a minimum while out. She said that after the loss of her husband, Athena's father, she had no one to show off for anymore, so she refused to do more than she needed to for social norms. She did tend to dress up a little more for church, which she regularly attended primarily because they had become her family, with Athena living too far away to see regularly. I really feel like we're ready to start a family, Athena told her mother in a tone that felt more like she was trying to convince her mother of it, rather than telling her. We've been talking about it, and he seems really enthusiastic. Are you sure? Sharon asked. You tell me all the time that he's never home. I couldn't have done it without your father to back me up. Of course, Athena insisted, but he said he'll be there for me. I still think you should consider waiting a little longer before bringing a child into your lives, Sharon said in a cautionary tone. Of all people, Athena said, I thought you'd be happy to hear that you might be getting some grandchildren. The thought thrills me, Athena, her mother replied kindly. I'm just worried for you and the child if Hank decides he can't handle it. Hank is so wonderful to me, Mom, Athena protested. He cares for me, and he's not going anywhere. He's doing well at work, too. He works long hours sometimes, but that's his job. His students really seem to love him, too. That's got to count for something. That's wonderful, honey, Sharon said. You just let me worry, and as soon as I hear the good news, I'll be happy for you. Good, Athena said, feeling victorious for some reason. I just feel like my life is so perfect right now, nothing could go wrong. She finished her tea, placed the cup on her coaster on the coffee table, and leaned back on the couch. Sharon immediately stood, took Athena's cup, and walked to the kitchen. Athena watched her go for a moment before getting up and following her. The kitchen was little more than a line of cabinets around a small patch of white linoleum-covered floor with a stove and refrigerator. The countertops were littered with a microwave, mixer, blender, along with several other appliances, canisters for dry goods, and a couple of cookbooks. Sharon carried the cups to the sink and proceeded to wash them by hand. Athena walked in behind her and saw by her mother's expression that despite the apparent agreement they had only moments ago, her mother was still troubled by the idea of her having children. Sharon noticed Athena walk in behind her and sighed. "I can't help but wonder what your father would think of all this," Sharon said. "I don't know," Athena shrugged. "He only let us get married because of me anyway. Poor Hank could never get on Dad's good side." "Your father was very perceptive, may he rest in peace," Sharon said. "I wish I'd learned more from him before he passed on. So many things in life can change so quickly that you never know what you have until it's taken away from you." "How are you holding up?" Athena asked, in part grateful to change the subject. "As well as could be expected," Sharon replied, wiping a tear from her eye before rinsing out their teacups. "I miss him terribly, of course, but I'm glad you decided to come by once a week to check on me." "Well, I couldn't have you trying to keep this place up all by yourself," Athena said. "And I appreciate it," Sharon said, "more than you'll ever know. You give me something else to look forward to. Speaking of forward, you'll keep an eye on the place while I'm on my trip, right? I've already asked that, haven't I?" "Only every week for the last 6 months," Athena laughed. "I even said I'd take you and your stuff over to the church to help you load up tomorrow morning." "Sorry, I'm just nervous," Sharon said. "I've gone on mission trips before, but never out of the country, and never for an entire month." "It'll be great," Athena assured her. "You'll have fun, I just know it. You just better take care of yourself." "I will," Sharon said. She sighed. "And of course, I promise that whatever you and Hank decide will be fine with me. After all, there's no time like the present, right?" "Thanks, Mom," Athena said, and they hugged. "I love you. I love you too, Athena." The doorbell startled Athena out of her memories, and she sat upright back in her living room. For a moment she wondered if she had imagined the sound. She felt sweat beading on her forehead and walked to the kitchen for a paper towel to wipe her forehead as well as her eyes and nose as the tears and snot had slowly taken over as she was reminiscing. She shook her head at her stupidity once more, recalling how wonderful she thought everything was, when it turned out her dad was right all the time. The doorbell rang again, confirming its existence in her conscious world. She grabbed her bottle of Zoloft from the kitchen counter, popped a pill in her mouth, and chased it with a little water. As she walked toward the doorbell rang once more. She opened the door to find a courier walking down the sidewalk away from the door with a small box about 3 inches on all sides in one hand and an electronic signature pad in his other. Hearing the door open, he turned around and walked back to her. "Need a signature on this one," he told her as he handed her the signature pad. She signed for the package and exchanged his pad for the box. He thanked her, and she closed the door behind him as he left. She walked slowly across the living room, staring at the package in her hands. She knew what it was, and knew why she had ordered it. She had been so excited while she was waiting for it because she could hardly wait to see Hank's face when he opened it. She was supposed to wrap it for him today and give it to him tonight. She never forgot any celebration or special day, and always made sure it was special for him. She made sure that what she bought was something he would treasure. She had put a lot of thought and research into this little box. "Happy birthday, Hank," she said quietly, still staring at it. The disparate nature of their relationship hit her all at once, and she threw the little box across the room with every ounce of strength she had within her. It crashed against the wall behind the TV, shattering the contents despite its packaging. It dropped behind their media setup and out of sight. "Everything I did for you," she screamed. "Everything. And for what?" She collapsed on the couch, bawling into her hands, finally allowing her anger to come out. The best way to describe this reaction is somewhat like a tantrum, but not like a child who doesn't get his way. This was a woman whose emotional well-being had been torn in half, and her sanity stretched to the breaking point. Seated on the couch, she did stomp her feet on the floor and scream and pull at her hair, but it was the sort of display that would make even a friend stand back in alarm before gently trying to comfort in response. Unfortunately, Athena was alone, and because she knew she held nothing back. She had no one to keep it in for. At the end of it all, she was just whimpering and breathing heavily, having stormed herself into exhaustion. Before long, the doorbell rang again. Her wild, tear-stained eyes shot toward the door. Without a care for her out-of-control hair, she stormed over to it and tore it open. "What?" she yelled. No one was there. She sniffled and calmed down, wiping her tears and nose on her shirt sleeve. If there had been someone there, she would have felt awful about yelling at them the way she did. With no one there, however, she was more confused than anything else. She knew she had heard the doorbell ring. Or had she? She looked back and forth outside the door. Hello? She soaked in the sunshine, part of her grateful to be outside for a moment. She hadn't realized that she would find the sun so refreshing. She stepped outside fully and ran her fingers over her hair to smooth it out a little as she walked down her sidewalk. She took a deep breath and looked up and down the street. It was clear, except for the courier truck turning the corner as it left. She accepted that perhaps the bell was a trick of her mind, so she shrugged and walked back inside. When she closed the door behind her, she failed to notice the faceless figure in black standing behind the door, waiting for her. It was the middle of the day, so there were no shadows to obscure any aspect of its form. The dark clothing was loose enough not to be form-fitting, but it wasn't big either. The person also was clearly only wearing black socks rather than any kind of shoe, to further obscure any kind of investigation and allow her footfalls to remain silent. Athena walked obliviously into the living room, rubbing the raw emotion from her face. She heard a lock snick behind her and turned to see the faceless figure had locked the deadbolt. Athena froze as the figure walked toward her. The figure spoke in a raspy whisper, making identifying her voice impossible. If a person sins and does what is forbidden in any of the Lord's commands, even though she doesn't know it, she is guilty and will be held responsible. Athena only stared, not understanding the purpose of the words. She finally mustered the breath to say, "Who are you?" "The angel of death." The figure revealed the knife she held behind her back, and Athena found her feet. She ran for the back door and found it was locked. She fumbled with the deadbolt, which had always been a little tight, and figured out quickly that she would not get it open in time. She ducked away from the door as the figure approached and ran toward the front door. The figure jumped, planted a foot on the doorframe, and bounced away from the door. Athena reached the front door and easily unlocked the deadbolt. She tore the door open and ran outside. She didn't pause to look behind her as she ran across her lawn toward Kathy Brackett's house. She reached Kathy's door and pounded on it. "Kathy! Kathy, he's here! Oh my God, he's here!" No one answered the door. Athena looked around in a panic. She glanced across the yards between their houses and didn't see anyone following her. Her door remained as wide open as she left it, but there was no sign of the masked figure. She felt the world spin for a moment, nearly swooning from the aftermath of the adrenaline rush. Her hands shook as she put a hand to her head, wondering if she were going mad. "Athena, what's wrong?" Kathy said, surprising her. "Quick, get inside," Athena said, pushing Kathy inside her house. "Shut the door." Following the alleged attack, the women did exactly what they should do in such a situation. They came to see me. I listened patiently to the entire story and had trouble accepting it at face value. I questioned and cross-questioned both of them before I sat back and looked them over. Athena appeared exasperated, but to her credit, her story never changed. Kathy simply looked annoyed. I tapped my lips with my first two fingers absent-mindedly. I did it most often when I was thinking, which was when I used to smoke. Even after I quit, my fingers continued to find my lips during those times when I reached for a pack, and it wasn't there. I hadn't smoked in years, but every once in a while, that habit came up. "So," I said, recapping the story once again, "some guy in a black outfit broke in, quoted scripture, chased you around your house, out into your yard, and he didn't catch you." Obviously not, Athena sighed, and I think he's a she. She had told me this already, but I just wanted to go over it one more time. It seemed a little hard to accept that a crime of this nature would be perpetrated by a woman, and then that she allowed herself to be identified as a female. I would have thought that since we would have assumed the killer to be male, the woman would keep her sexual identity a secret. A she? I asked. She spoke to me in a whisper, Athena said, but it was definitely female. Did you know the voice? I asked. Athena sighed and shook her head as she had before. I was certain there had to be something she wasn't telling me about all this, but whatever this information was, she was keeping it to herself. I rolled my eyes and looked at Kathy. And you didn't see anyone, I confirmed with her. No, Kathy clipped. I see, I replied, narrowing my eyes in thought. I caught myself tapping my fingers against my lips once again and casually brought my hand down to my lap. I figured I could go ahead and let them know my opinion of their story at this point, along with what I had learned that they had failed to mention. Ladies, here's my problem with all this, I told them. To date, there have been 4 murders and no witnesses. In addition, Mrs. Michaels, we've found that you've been treated for severe clinical depression over the last year, making you prone to a large number of anxiety and panic attacks. Is that correct? Well, yes, Athena said in a shaky voice. But I just lost my father. We know this, I said. Detective, Kathy piped up, how is this relevant? I had hoped she would ask. So I turned the conversation to her with that look I give people when I'm aware of something they don't know that I know yet. Well, Mrs. Brackett, I said condescendingly, why don't you tell me? I'm sorry, Kathy said with some genuine confusion. According to the information you decided not to provide, I said confidently, you work at the mental hospital. That means you are probably more qualified than me to make this type of observation, aren't you? Kathy immediately saw where I was going with this. She narrowed her eyes and dropped right into doctor mode. If you're suggesting this is some kind of hypomanic episode, I think you need to rethink it. I see, I said, mentally noting that she avoided the question. I turned back to Athena. Okay, for the sake of argument, why did he, or she, let you live? Let me live? Athena replied incredulously. I escaped. She didn't let me live. Athena, think about it, Kathy chimed in. He doesn't believe you because you're a suspect. I had to give Kathy some credit for her intelligence, though it didn't take a doctorate to note that those closest to a victim are the first targets of investigation. I wasn't sure if she knew she was a suspect too, living next door and all. However, being not at complete liberty to discuss it yet, I feigned ignorance. No one said you were a suspect, I reassured Athena. Detective, do you really think we're that stupid? Kathy interrupted. I looked at her innocently. I don't follow you, I said. Well, let me lay it out for you, Kathy said, really thinking she's in charge at this point. I just like to let them talk themselves into a corner sometimes, so like a psychiatrist, I listened. Her husband has been cheating on her with any number of bimbos, and one night he ends up dead. Who could the prime suspect be? Who told you there was more than one? I asked to see why she suggested any number of bimbos, as opposed to just the one I assumed they knew about to date. After all, no one had said the second girl murdered had any relationship to Professor Michaels. Easy to assume, of course, but assumptions are dangerous. What? Kathy asked, caught off guard by my question. Well, you said any number of, I mentioned. I thought you might know something. Okay, Kathy admitted, so I assumed last night's killing was related. I stared at her for a moment, wondering how much they could possibly know about last night's murder. Then I remembered the news story from this morning and nodded. Ah, yes, I admitted. The news story. Yeah, the news, Kathy confirmed. So I can't help but wonder what you think will happen tonight. I studied her face closely at this point to see what I could decipher. I caught myself tapping my lips again. It's really more of an embarrassing habit. Interesting, I said. She looked confused again. So how many do you think there are? She had to think about this one, since while the information about the last murder was out there for the public consumption, there was no information out there to indicate that there might or might not be more possible victims. I wondered again if she might know something she wasn't saying. All right, she sighed. I assumed again. You do that a lot, I told her, but with uncanny correctness. Well, she said in an effort to explain herself, psychologically it just seemed like he might be that kind of guy. I see, I acknowledged, and looked back and forth between the pair of them, weighing how much they needed to know. So far, neither had really given me an indication that they were doing any more than telling the truth, so it was entirely possible that Athena was simply a victim in an attack she was narrowly able to escape. I decided to tell them what we were doing for them. What I can tell you right now is that we have our eyes on more women that may be related to Hank Michael's philandering, I began. While I can't give you numbers, I can tell you that you can expect a uniformed officer to keep an eye on you tonight. House arrest? Kathy asked. We have several reasons, I told them. Protection is one of them. That was all I was going to say, but they both just sat there and looked at me. Is there something else you need? No, I guess not, Athena sighed. Okay then. If you see any more shadows running around your house trying to kill you, you may need to start paying your friend here by the hour. I looked at them, but they didn't appreciate my sense of humor. They also paused in their departure from my office. Good day, I prompted. Neither appeared very happy over my dismissal of them, but I needed to think. The idea that this killer would have the audacity to attack someone in their home in the middle of the day was incredible to me. Almost too difficult to believe, really, which is why I had my doubts. But at this point in the investigation, I couldn't rule out anything. I reached into my desk where I had placed Hank's black book just before the women walked in on me. I probably looked like a 14-year-old stashing a Playboy when I put it away, but they didn't seem to notice. I had honestly exaggerated just a little when I told them about the protection detail. I figured I would put an officer outside Athena's house to both keep her safe and to make sure she didn't leave at suspicious hours, but I had been unable to finish my review of the black book before they barged in. I opened it back up to the page where I had left off. For a book of addresses and phone numbers, it appeared to have surprisingly few of them. I had paged through the lettered pages and then the note pages as well, but I couldn't find Jody Ewell's or Ginny Thurman's names anywhere. If they were affections of Hank's, I figured they'd be there somewhere. I had started checking the various pages for indentations of pin marks from pages that had been torn out, and eventually I had found one. I was on the verge of grabbing a pencil when Kathy and Athena had interrupted me. Now, alone again, I took my sharpened number 2 and rubbed it across the page very lightly to try and bring out the writing. Names along with addresses and phone numbers started appearing as I slowly and delicately worked my way down the page. Darla Hemingway, 777-6575, single, 569 North Porter. Ginny Thurman, 777-6932, room 112, Zipple Hall. Jody Ewell, 777-9314, room 211, Zipple Hall. Harriet Graham, 777-6840, with parents, 830 West Sondheim. Tricia Clark, 777-2076, room 106, Mencken Hall. Mindy Zimmerman, 777-6908, room 208, Mencken Hall. Ashley Carter, 777-6247, room 116, Zipple Hall. Laura Taylor, 777-9252, room 119, Mencken Hall. Sherry Duke, 777-0645, with Bob, 748 North Rimsky Drive. Linda Allen, 777-3323, room 201, Mencken Hall. Jackpot. Our 2 victims listed on this page meant that my, and Kathy's, supposition about there being more women was completely correct. The real question, however, was whether all of these women were potential victims, or if one of them could be the killer who had the physical page containing this information, having presumably stolen it from the book the night of the original murder. That would mean, of course, that the killer was acquainted with Michaels well enough to know about this book. The trouble with sorting this out was that despite his ability to hide his activities from his wife, I had more statements from people who had seen or heard something in relation to Professor Michael's extracurricular movements with his students than I knew what to do with. Some of them were vague, and they had assumed they had just misunderstood or taken the moments out of context. But knowing what had happened to him, they all made sense to everyone now. He even had one from a student who had overheard Michaels and Miss Yule setting up their rendezvous for the evening they were killed. The student recalled that Michaels was giving a lecture on revenge that morning. The class was of a modest size, like most of the classes at the university, only having about 30 students sitting at desks like a traditional public school classroom. One of the more curious features of Michael's classroom that many people never thought about until after his excessive philandering came out was that the blinds in his room were often down, and even the window on the door was covered. It gave the room a dark look even on a sunny day, when the rest of the school was bright and cheerful. What I found the most fascinating about this testimony was the way Michael's lecture played into the case surrounding his death. When revenge consumes the psyche of an individual, Michaels had said that morning, according to the recording I was given of it, they will go to any lengths to get the satisfaction they think they need. Then what? They fill that space by deciding everyone associated with the initial person is to blame for the problem, and take out their revenge on them as well, instigating a long, vicious cycle of vengeance that can never truly be fulfilled. The class bell sounded at that point, and the students gathered their things together to leave for their next class. The slowest in gathering her things was Jody Yule, but no one paid any attention to this until later. Test over this unit on Friday, Hank reminded them as they left. You don't study, and my revenge will be on your transcripts. Curiously, no one laughed. The class emptied quickly except for Jody, who took her time and waited until everyone had left before sauntering across the room to Hank's desk. It was about this time outside the door that the person who told me about this conversation realized they had left a book under their desk and walked back. They paused outside the door upon hearing Jody and Hank talking. Professor Michaels, Jody said, there were some things that I wanted to ask you about. Yes, Jody, Hank said, and as soon as they reached each other, she threw her arms around his neck, and they kissed at length. After what felt like a very long time, they stopped but remained in each other's arms. Would you like to come over tonight? Hank asked. I have the house to myself. You mean we don't have to meet in my dorm room again? Jody asked in surprise. Where's the little woman, Hank? Athena's going to her mother's for the evening, he said very frankly. She never gets back in until after I've left the next morning. She might be even later, since she has to take her mother to some church thing in the morning, so we'll have the place to ourselves. What did you have in mind? Jody asked, giggling. Hank ran his hands down Jody's figure. Absolutely anything, he replied. How's 10 o'clock? I'm there, Jody said. Good. The witness said he heard them kiss again and gave up on his book. He didn't want to walk in on that, and had no idea how long they would be making out in there. Besides, he felt that walking in as soon as she left might make Michaels wonder if he were listening to them. So he left, and decided to get his book some other time. I placed this deposition on my desk next to the list of names, and leaned back in my chair to consider my course of action after ordering an escort at each residence. Yes, I was tapping my lips again. As they walked out of the station toward Kathy's car in the parking lot, Kathy could see Athena was bothered by the whole ordeal. You know, Kathy said, trying to lift the mood, even if I did have a practice, I wouldn't charge you. What am I going to do? Athena asked, not even acknowledging what Kathy said. They won't believe me. Well, your husband was murdered, and wives always rank first as suspects. I was attacked. Are you sure? Athena stopped and looked at Kathy, hurt by the suggestion. What? I'm your friend, Kathy said as gently as possible, so don't take this the wrong way, but are you sure someone was actually in your house? I saw her, Athena insisted. I didn't say you didn't see something, but are you sure someone was there? I don't understand. You described a shadow. That's it. You were still recovering from depression when this hit you. I didn't want to give credence to the detective's ideas of hypomania, but it's possible in your condition. What? Athena shook her head in confusion. What are you talking about? Maybe your Zoloft dosage isn't high enough, Kathy suggested. You've got some full-blown anxiety, and this recent episode sounds pretty hypomanic in nature. I don't know what that means, Athena said. Maybe you should consider talking to someone, Kathy suggested. It doesn't have to be a psychiatrist. You could talk to Pastor Chambers if you wanted. About my episodes? Athena asked, sarcastically placing air quotes around episodes. I was just saying it was possible, Kathy said. I'm not going insane, Athena insisted, holding her head once again, wondering if the assertion were true. Didn't say you were, but the detective has a point. 4 dead, no witnesses. You survived. Are you saying I killed him? Athena scoffed. No, Athena assured her, but answer me this. What did you dream about that night? Athena looked away from her, thinking. She shook her head and walked toward the car again. I don't remember. Athena caught up with her and walked alongside. You don't sleepwalk, do you? Kathy, please, Athena sighed. Athena, Kathy began, stepping in front of Athena to stop her. You'd better hope you never see this chick again, or that she bungles her next murder. Why? Because if you see your shadow killer and he kills everyone but you get at least psychoanalyzed. If that happens, you'd better know what you did, or you could end up institutionalized as well. But I didn't do anything. I'm just playing devil's advocate here, Kathy said, walking again. But if I were analyzing you, I might say you don't remember doing anything. Maybe your mind blocked it out. And that's possible? You have no idea what's possible. The pair reached Kathy's car, which was a 2-door sport variety of a sedan. Kathy unlocked the doors and the pair got in. As Kathy started the car, Athena looked at her. You never told me you had a psych degree, Athena said. Kathy shrugged. I never realized I never told you. I did tell you I worked at the mental hospital, though. Yeah, I guess so, Athena said. I just never put it together. Maybe that's why we get along so well. What, you only get along with shrinks? Kathy asked. I'm sure there's a diagnosis for that, too. Athena laughed, despite herself, as they pulled out of the parking lot and headed home. Chapter 5. Yesterday's Dreams. Sherry Duke had taught English at Bluffs University for many years, and she tended to quip that while her husband Bob technically resided at their address, he was gone on business so frequently that he barely qualified as a resident. They had one child right after they were married at the age of 18, but never had any more. Now, pushing 40, Sherry and Bob had both gone through rough patches in their marriage, each sleeping around on the other at various times. She knew what he was up to when he left, and vice versa, so affairs for either of them were less of a surprise and more of an expectation. All that being said, they stayed together. Since her brief tryst with Hank Michaels, Sherry had decided to keep to herself as much as possible outside of the university. Following the explosion of details surrounding Professor Michaels' illicit love life with his students, she definitely wanted to get her life together again and out of the spotlight. But it was hard with Bob always gone. It was the boredom that started this problem to begin with. Outside the Duke house this evening was a police cruiser with Officer Carver sitting patiently, watching the premises. Ideally, we prefer to have 2 officers sitting together, but given the sheer number of people we had to watch, we had to go with 1 at each residence. They were to check in every 30 minutes, and someone was going to check on them physically every couple of hours. It was the best we could do. On this evening, stuck at home under police protection, Sherry flipped channels on the television. Normally, she would watch any inane program she came across, but with everything being the way it was, she was unable to get involved in anything. She didn't know what she was looking for, but at this point she was dressed for bed and not tired. Not surprising, since it was barely 9 o'clock. She never went to bed this early, and her life had the added distraction of being told she was a possible target for a criminal who had killed 4 people so far. That ranked somewhat higher than a mere threat. She was scared and bored, and probably wouldn't sleep at all tonight. Her normal response to boredom at home was to go out and shop or hang out with people from work, but again, with circumstances the way they were, she was stuck. Picking up a book was worse than trying to find something on TV. She was too distracted. In addition, she had been speaking to Bob on the phone for a while he was in flight, and she was counting the minutes until she could speak to him again. Once he got home, which was supposed to happen at some point tonight, she would be fine. He would keep her company. Until then, she continued watching 10-second segments of programs before flipping the channel again, barely paying attention. The Duke residence was a small 3-bedroom house with the dining room attached to the living room and a sliding glass door panel leading into the tiny backyard. The kitchen was to the left of the dining room as viewed from the living room, divided from the dining room with a small countertop island and a door out of the kitchen leading down the hall to the bathroom at its end. From there, the door to the master bedroom was on the left, and to the right was another very short hallway with doors on both sides leading to the other bedrooms, which at this point were used as a game room and a guest room, since their one child was no longer living with them. Their rather intelligent 21-year-old child returned on occasion from a college far from Bluffs, where he was conducting his graduate studies, having graduated from Bluffs University with his undergraduate degree this past year at the age of 20. The phone rang. Sherry turned off the TV, happily bounced over to the phone, and picked up the receiver. "Hello?" "Hey, Sherry," said the voice on the other end. Sherry's face brightened. "Bob," she said happily. "How was your landing?" "Good," he said. "Sorry I had to let you go. They don't like you using even the airphones when landing." "It's okay. About what you were telling me. I just feel guilty about it," Bob interrupted. "Bob, I've been feeling the same way," Sherry confessed. They had been talking about the past few years extensively over the past 2 days while he'd been away. "I think we should just put it behind us." "Do you want to know who it was?" Bob asked. "No," Sherry said. She honestly didn't care. "I've always known what was going on, Bob. I'm not stupid, and I'm sure you're not either." "No, I guess not." "I admit to having someone else when you're gone," she said. "But it's all so temporary. They're still not you, and I'm still empty. I need you." "I'm in the cab now," Bob said. "I'm going to get a job in town. No more of this traveling nonsense. I married you to be with you." "Really?" Sherry said, excited. "I can't wait. I'll be looking for you. Please hurry." "Okay," he said. "Hey." "I am sorry." "Me too," Sherry said gently with a smile. "Forget it. Just us. I love you." "I love you too, baby." And the call disconnected. Sherry looked at the phone with a distant, dreamy expression. Slowly, a huge smile drifted across her face as if the sun had just risen over her life. She stood, laughing. Tears rolled down her face in joy when she realized that despite everything she had done wrong, it was all going to work out just fine. She was neither bored nor distracted any longer. Bob was only minutes away. She folded her hands before her. "Oh, thank you, Lord. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Forgive me for my stupidity. Amen." Absolved of her religious duty, she squealed excitedly as she ran down the hall into the bathroom. Then she remembered that she needed to tell Officer Carver about this. She grabbed her cordless phone and the Post-it she had scribbled his cell phone number on, and then headed back to the bathroom. She dialed the number as she walked and waited for Carver to answer. "Carver," Carver answered. "Officer Carver," Sherry confirmed. "Yes, ma'am," he said. "Is everything all right?" "Officer, I just thought I'd let you know. My husband is coming home this evening. Please let him know what's going on and then let him in." "When is he going to be here?" "He's coming from the airport in a cab. I don't know, however long that takes." "I'll keep an eye out." "Thanks," Sherry said as she hung up the phone. Sherry was standing in front of the mirror in her bathroom, which had a door leading both into the hall of the house, as well as another door leading into her bedroom. At this moment, the hall door was closed, while she had the bedroom side open. She looked into the mirror as she carefully touched up her makeup. She fully intended to change into something better for Bob's return once she was done. After a few final touches, she put her makeup away in a bag she kept in a drawer in the cabinet under the sink. She checked herself over once more before deciding that she was done. She nodded to herself with a smile and walked into the bedroom, closing the door behind her. Outside the house, Officer Carver sat patiently watching the house, listening to music on an iPod through many speakers, sitting next to him on the seat. He knew this was going to be a long night, and since he didn't have anyone to watch with him, he knew he couldn't read anything, since that would take his eyes off the situation. Part of the reason a duty like this would have 2 people assigned to it was to help stave off sleep, so without that extra help to stay up, everyone would be struggling by morning. This was another reason for the frequent check-ins. If we didn't hear from them, they would get a call to keep them awake. Something hit the back of the car. Carver reached over to the iPod and shut it off. He looked out the back window and then checked the mirrors. He didn't see anything out there. The street was lit fairly well, though the Duke house was between streetlights, so it was a bit of a dark spot. Something hit the passenger side door. Not hard enough to cause any damage by the sound of it, but certainly enough to get his attention. He leaned across the seat and looked to the ground under the door. Still nothing there. Someone was toying with him. Another thump, this time from the front. He peered over the hood, but as before he could decipher nothing outside the vehicle. Whoever it was remained below the eye line of the car, but they had been moving around the vehicle little by little. He unhooked his weapon and removed it from its holster and took hold of the door handle. He swung the door wide open and sprung out of the vehicle, brandishing his weapon. He checked along the full side of the car, but there was nothing. Ready for anything, Carver walked slowly around the front of the car, but still nothing was out of place. He surveyed the area around the vehicle and then looked up into the Duke house yard. It was empty. He continued his short trek around the vehicle, continuing to look for anything that might catch his attention, but if he hadn't heard the noise, he would have thought the street to be completely deserted. He walked behind the car and knelt down. No one was simply crouched down either. The street from underneath the car was as clear as the street above. He stood and pressed the talk button on the radio that he had on his uniform. "Carver to dispatch," he said. "Dispatch here," a woman's voice intoned over the receiver. "Probably nothing," Carver said, "but had some noises around the vehicle at the Duke residence. Just checking them out. Nothing at this time." "Let us know," dispatch replied. Carver walked toward the house. It was entirely possible that the whole thing was a ploy to divert his attention. After all, while he was checking over his car, he wasn't watching the house. He walked up to the house and patrolled back and forth along the front, checking down both sides for anything, and still only silence and darkness. Finally, he saddled his weapon, looking up and down the quiet street as he reapproached his car. There was not a distant headlight in sight, nor was there another vehicle even parked along either side of the street. He finally shook his head. Something had clearly made that noise, but there was no way now to know what or who had done it. It was times like this that he hated guard duty. Things that go bump in the night always make you think there's more out there than there really is. Something had bumped the back, side, and then the front of the car. Could have been anything, he supposed, and he could also have imagined the sound to be much larger than it really was. Could have been a cat walking by for all he knew. He sighed and clicked the radio button again. "Nothing here, dispatch," Carver said. "False alarm, bumps in the night." "Understood," dispatch replied. "Glad it was nothing." "Me too," Carver said. "Can't wait till this is over. Catch up with you in another 30, I guess. Carver out." "Roger, Carver." He walked back to the open door of his car, got in, and closed the door. He took a deep breath as he prepared to settle back in for a long night. He reached over to start his iPod back up, but when he didn't feel it, he froze. He didn't feel his iPod because he felt someone sitting in the passenger seat. He looked up to find the faceless figure staring back at him with her blank face. Officer Carver struggled for his weapon in the cramped space of the cruiser, but the figure already had her knife at the ready. She plunged it into him before he could loosen the strap. Inside the house, Sherry had changed into a frilly pink blouse and skirt, and was preparing the dining room table. She was only serving some sandwiches, but Bob never ate on a plane, so she knew he would be hungry. It would be the first of a long line of loving gestures. As she worked, she sang a song. "My love will find me here now where I wait, and here I wait now for my love to come, the one I long to hold, my soul's true mate, the one to whose caresses I succumb." The doorbell rang, and Sherry danced through her living room to the front door. She took a couple of breaths and smoothed her clothes. Yes, it was just her husband, but this was a new beginning, and she wanted to start it right. She threw the door open wide and said in a sing-songish fashion, "Hello, darling." However, there was no one at the door. Her moment broken, she stared in confusion at the empty porch. "Hello," she said, sticking her head just outside of the frame, but never moving her feet past the threshold. Perplexed, she closed the door and started walking across the living room when the doorbell rang again. She rolled her eyes and walked back to the door. If this was Bob playing a prank, she'd likely kill him. New beginnings be damned. She opened the door with an annoyed "Yes?" Again, no one was there. She sighed and slammed the door. Her mood was all but broken at this point, but if Bob was not behind this, she would do her best to find that mood again when he arrived. He did not deserve to see her like this. After all, she was a professor at a university where teens are just beginning to find their... The doorbell rang once again. She was being pranked by someone, and at this point, especially considering everything that was going on these last couple of days, she was going to have someone's head. She swung the door open, with her teacher finger at the ready to scold the offender. "Listen, you little punk, if you don't..." She stopped mid-sentence, her mouth unable to form words. The blood drained from her face and arms, and her heart all but stopped in her chest. She could feel fear rising, and tears just starting to form in the corners of her eyes as her expression dropped and her hand shook. Immediately on the other side of the door was the faceless figure, standing only inches away from her, staring. The figure only cocked her head. Sherry came to her senses, took a couple of breaths, and screamed as she slammed the door and locked it. The figure made no attempt to stop her. She fell to the floor away from the door and crawled across the floor to the phone. She fumbled with the receiver and dialed Officer Carver's number. She heard the ringtone through her phone, and seconds later, heard the cell phone itself ringing just on the other side of the door. Fearfully, she stood up and stepped tentatively toward the door, her breath a shallow hyperventilation as she walked, holding the cordless limply in her hand. She looked through the peephole and saw the figure still standing just outside the door, but she was displaying Officer Carver's ringing cell phone for the peephole's viewer to see. Sherry hung up the phone and the ringing stopped. Hysteria slowly set in as she shook her head and backed away from the door. She mumbled indistinctly as her mind started breaking down, unable to comprehend what to do next. 3 knocks at the door, and Sherry jumped away from it in fear with a scream. The tears flowed more freely now as the terror overcame her senses. The phone rang. Sherry shrieked again and stared at it dumbly. The caller ID showed Officer Carver's number, but she knew it wasn't him. It couldn't be. In fact, he was probably dead. Slowly, she answered the phone with a barely understandable, "Hello?" "Look what I have for you," a low female whisper intoned before the line went dead. Sherry hung up the phone and slowly moved toward the peephole again. The sane part of her mind, which would never have looked, was gone. Her breathing was now accompanied by little whimpers as she leaned against the peephole. Outside, the figure remained where she had been, but this time, instead of holding Carver's phone on display, she held Carver's head. Sherry screamed, and dropping the phone, she threw her hands over her face as she bawled. She fell to her knees and curled into a ball as she continued crying. Suddenly, a glint of sanity peeped through. "The police," she barely uttered through her fear. "The rest of them." She crawled to the phone and turned it on to a dial tone. She stared dumbly at the numbers. 911. She dialed the emergency number and listened as the phone rang. There was still hope, perhaps. Someone was going to help her. The operator picked up the other end of the line, and Sherry's heart leaped for joy for only a second as she heard 91, and then nothing. The line was dead. She stared at it incredulously. She thought for a second about where she had left her cell phone and recalled it was in her room. She was at home, and generally didn't need it because of the landline she insisted on maintaining. Then the lights went out. Sherry screamed again, breaking down in tears once more. Weakly, she managed to stand up. Taking a few deep breaths, She started to make her way to her room, but behind her, the faceless figure ran across her backyard and crashed through the glass patio door into her kitchen. Her first instinct was to try her front door, but as she rattled the knob, she had forgotten already that she had locked it. Without the time to deal with the pair of locks, Sherry ducked past the faceless figure rushing toward her and ran down the hall to her room. She slammed her bedroom door shut and locked it behind her. She leaned against the door, trying to catch her breath. After a moment, she realized the figure had done nothing to the door, hadn't even tried the knob. She walked across her bedroom to her phone sitting on her nightstand, charging. She dialed 911 as she unlocked her bedroom window. 911 emergency, the operator said. Sherry struggled with the window. It was stuck. Please, she pleaded. I'm in my house with someone trying to kill me. I locked them outside my bedroom door, but I don't know how long they'll stay there. As she struggled with the window again, she did not notice the bathroom door opening. The faceless figure walked silently across her bedroom. Are you able to get out of the house? The operator asked. I'm trying, Sherry grunted. She stopped, suddenly aware of someone else in the room with her. Oh my God. She spun around and looked directly into the mask of the killer. Help me, she squeaked helplessly, but she dropped the phone to the floor as the figure grabbed her by the neck and smashed her head into the window, shattering it. The figure pulled Sherry back in and pinned her against the wall. Sherry's arms flailed as the killer removed her knife from a holster on her belt. Sherry's hand grabbed the figure's mask and pulled it off. Her panic turned to confusion as she stared into the face of her killer. Before she could call out anything to the operator still on the phone, the killer jammed the knife up under Sherry's chin, driving the blade through her inner skull into her brain. Sherry slumped, dead. The figure dropped Sherry's body unceremoniously to the ground in a heap and reached down to retrieve her mask. Then she noticed the phone still in call on the floor. She picked it up and listened to the receiver for a moment. The operator on the other end, whose name was Lori, knew that she was too late to help, but she had left the line open just in case they could hear anything in the background to help. She heard breathing and decided to respond. Hello? Lori had asked. Are you there? I know who you are, the figure intoned in her indecipherable whisper, and then hung up. Lori was never the same. She had witnessed the sounds of a murder over the phone, and then the killer claimed to know her. She went home once from the time of that call until the investigation was concluded to pick up some things to enable her to stay at the station for a while. She arrived with an escort of 2 officers willing to go after their long night shift, and found that her fears were well justified. Lori was on no one's list. She was a young, single woman living out her life, and yet, because the killer somehow recognized her voice, she had made a house call on Lori. Because of this, Lori took nothing from her apartment, and stayed with one of the other women who worked at the station for a while. After some administrative leave and counseling, she took her old job back, but never went back to her old apartment. When Lori arrived with her escort that day after Sherry Duke's murder, the door was not fully closed, so the officers drew their weapons and went in first. Sitting on the table in the center of her living room was the head of Officer Carver. Chapter 6. Breaking Sanity. A few blocks away from Sherry Duke on the night of her murder, Officer Spencer was the individual assigned to watch Athena Michaels. He sat on the side of the street in his cruiser fighting off the need for sleep with cups of water and an audiobook which was apparently interesting enough to keep him awake. Inside, Athena lay in bed but failed to sleep. Her eyes were closed, and to a bystander it might appear that she slept, but so soon after everything had happened, she still had trouble nodding off. Part of the problem was that her mind never stopped spinning over the details of the past few days. At this moment, she was thinking about the conversation she had with Kathy about her need to be in her own house. "You're sure you want to do that?" Kathy had asked her after Athena told her that she wanted to go home as soon as the police cleared. "I don't have anywhere else to go," Athena said. "It's my home." "I'd have trouble sleeping where a double homicide occurred," Kathy admitted. "I don't believe in ghosts or angry spirits or anything. It's just the idea that the killer might come back. He got in once, you know." "I know it sounds weird, but I'd have trouble sleeping anywhere else," Athena said. "I've only ever stayed 2 places my entire life, and it took me a long time to get comfortable in our house. Hank was probably handing out keys like candy, though. I guess that's how the killer got in. I'll change the locks." "Will that be enough, though?" Kathy asked. "I don't know," Athena admitted, and she took a moment to consider her position before shaking her head. "I just feel like, despite its past, the only place in the world I'll feel safe is my own house." "You can stay here," Kathy offered. "My husband won't be any trouble." "Thanks," Athena said, "but I'd rather be at home." "Okay, but I offered. I know." A creak sounded somewhere in the house, bringing Athena out of her memory. She didn't move or open her eyes, but simply kept listening. It could have been the house settling, or just her imagination. All houses make noise now and then, and after what had happened, she accepted that she was on edge enough to jump at anything. Then she heard the bedroom door quietly swing open. The house and hinges were both new enough that it did not creak at all, but only because the house was quiet could she have heard it. Her eyes shot open. She rolled over to look at the door, but the doorway was empty, and she could almost see into the living room from her bed. There were doors in her parents' house that would move of their own accord due to foundation shifting or the wind, but to her knowledge this door had never moved by itself. Then again, she never really had cause to notice such a thing before. Had it ever happened? Would she have noticed before tonight? Almost reluctantly, she crawled out of bed and walked quietly and slowly to the doorway. She turned on the light in her bedroom and glanced across the empty room to make sure nothing was there. It was empty, and everything was as she left it. She passed into the hall and turned that light on as well. She looked up and down the little corridor into the rooms that disappeared beyond the edges of the light, but the place remained quiet. She shook her head. Perhaps it was the wind or foundation or some other whatever she didn't understand. She didn't see anyone. She turned back to her room and then paused when she saw the bathroom out of the corner of her eye. She did her best not to think about what had happened in there when her needs arose, but here in the middle of the night investigating strange winds, she thought about it, which caused her stomach to rise just a little. She took a deep breath to settle herself and stepped toward the bathroom. She turned the light on and looked it over. The shower curtain was gone, and the tub was clean. All of that was done by the police at the conclusion of their investigation. She had taken her last shower at Kathy's to avoid using it. There were many things she could do, and regardless of her desire to sleep here, taking a shower was not one of them yet. She sighed, turned off the bathroom light, the hall light, and then her bedroom light as she closed her bedroom door behind her, making sure it latched this time. She lay back down in bed and stared at the ceiling for a moment before she closed her eyes and sighed. She was certain if she could just relax, sleep would take her. Physically, she knew she felt very tired, but her mind was racing too quickly to have any hope of sleeping. She took a deep, cleansing breath and let it out in an attempt to relax. If a person sins and does what is forbidden in any of the Lord's commands, even though she does not know it, she is guilty and will be held responsible. She did not relax. Athena's eyes shot open. That was not her imagination. The voice was a whisper, female and familiar. She had heard it this morning after she had seen the news report about that boy and girl who were killed at the college, when she had a visitor whose existence Detective Thompson doubted. Almost unwillingly, as if refusing to acknowledge a fact made it untrue, Athena sat up and looked toward the space beside the door where the voice had come from. There against the wall was a shadow, the shadow she had seen in the daylight yesterday. As she had done yesterday, the figure had snuck into her room and hid behind the door while it was open. And, just like yesterday, Athena failed to check behind the door when she closed it, not like it would have helped in either case. Athena involuntarily hyperventilated and managed to breathe out, "Who are you?" The figure ignored the question and walked slowly toward her. If a person sins and does what is forbidden in any of the Lord's commands, Even though she does not know it, she is guilty and will be held responsible, the figure whispered again. Why are you doing this? Athena asked, her voice shaking. If a person sins and does what is forbidden in any of the Lord's commands, even though she does not know it, she is guilty and will be held responsible. What does that mean? Athena asked again, more desperately. The figure stopped and leaned down to her. Athena was frozen in fear, shaking involuntarily like a deer in a car's headlights. I was once what you once were, the figure whispered. Athena was confused. I don't understand, she managed to say in response, shaking her head. You will. The figure displayed her knife for Athena to see before she raised it to strike, but Athena came to her senses and rolled off the bed, narrowly missing the blow. Her eyes barely adjusted to the darkness. She ran out of her bedroom through the unlit house to her front door, but stopped short when she saw that a table had been placed in front of the door, blocking it. She looked back to her bedroom, and the shadow was heading toward her. Athena ran toward the back door, but when the figure swung her knife, Athena spotted light glint off of it out of the corner of her eye. She tried to dodge the swing, but leaned too far and lost her balance. She hit the floor, only barely putting her hands out in time to catch herself. She rolled over onto her back to see the figure barreling down on her, and she knew she would not have the time to get back to her feet and run before the figure was there. As the figure drove the knife downward, Athena grabbed the figure's arm, planted her foot on the figure's chest, and swung the figure over her head in the direction of the kitchen. She heard the figure crash into the kitchen table, but didn't pause to look before scrambling back to her feet and running toward the garage door. As she threw open the door, she looked back as she went into the garage to see the figure run back into the living room. She closed the garage door behind her, but the lock was inside the house. She ran to the exterior door, but it was a two-sided deadbolt, and her keys were still in her bedroom. She reached for the automatic garage door button, pressed it, and sprinted between the cars toward the door. She chanted, come on, at the door helplessly, waiting for it to open enough for her to get under it. As she waited, she heard the house door open, and shot her eyes to the door to find that the figure had found her. Rather than give immediate chase, however, the figure looked around the room until she found the button for the door on the wall next to her. She pressed it. No, Athena breathed, feeling like her escape routes were spent. She glanced to the bottom of the door and saw that it had risen just enough for her to roll under. She looked back to the figure who only stood at the door, watching her. Run, the figure whispered. I'll find you. The figure pressed the button, and the garage door lowered. Athena dropped to the floor and rolled under the door just before it hit the ground behind her. She lay on the ground for just a moment, only just realizing the tears on her face. As she breathed, she cried in the fear and agony of her situation before she heard a footfall in the driveway. With a gasp, she looked toward the sound and saw the police cruiser parked at her curb. Officer Spencer, the man who was keeping his vigil outside her house, was outside his car and walking toward the house, his hand on his weapon. Athena jumped to her feet and ran to meet him. "Officer Spencer," she cried. "What's wrong?" he asked. She reached him and rested her hands on her knees, still completely out of breath. "She's in there," Athena said between breaths. "I got out. Through the garage. Blocked me in." Spencer ran to the garage and listened. He pressed the talk button on his radio. "This is Officer Spencer at the Michaels residence. I've got action over here, requesting assistance." He turned his attention to the front door, and as he ran toward it, his radio crackled off another message. "Citizen reports officer down at 748 North Rimsky Drive. All units in the vicinity of 748 North Rimsky Drive, please respond." Spencer arrived at the front door and didn't hesitate to kick it in. He surveyed the room, reached for the light, and flicked the switch. The room was bathed in light. There was no table blocking the door, nor was there anything out of place that he could see. Weapons still at the ready, he cautiously moved into the kitchen, turning on every light as he crossed from room to room. Something moved in the kitchen behind him. He glanced, but it didn't move again. He turned his attention to the hall and the bedroom. He turned on the bedroom light and surveyed the room. Nothing was disturbed, and the bed was even made. He wrinkled his brow in confusion and turned back to the kitchen. He spotted the movement again. He strafed to check it out and found the source of the movement. He had his weapon pointed directly at a mirror on the kitchen wall that was reflecting his movements. He saddled his weapon and pressed the button on his radio. "Spencer to dispatch. The house is clear." "Roger, Spencer." I had received both calls simultaneously and arrived at the Duke house first. Robert Duke sat at the curb, a bouquet of flowers on the ground next to him. In jeans, a white shirt, and tan sport coat, he stared at the ground, his middle-aged face stained with tears he may not have even realized were there based on how far from reality he appeared to be. He was actually quite unresponsive for a few minutes when I tried to talk to him, and considering what we walked into, I wasn't surprised and felt for the guy. What was left of Officer Gene Carver was in his car. He had been stabbed repeatedly and not very cleanly decapitated, and while the car had handprints all over it in blood, none of them appeared to have any prints at all, indicating that the killer wore gloves. As you already know, we did not find Carver's head on the scene. When I walked in, the lights were off, but they came on moments later as someone outside the house turned the master breaker back on. They let me know later that blood on the switch was also Carver's. Inside the house, I noticed the phone in the middle of the living room and the patio door glass destroyed. The kitchen didn't give up a single print, and a glance outside revealed that the grass of the Duke's backyard was neatly groomed and very full. Our killer wouldn't have hit a speck of mud anywhere out there, so the dew-stained footprints would have dried immediately. If they were lucky, they might find some dried impressions, but I doubted it. Walking back toward the bedroom, I had to walk through the bathroom since the bedroom door was still locked. The doorknobs showed that the killer's gloves were still wet from the blood of Carver, but still no fingerprints, and that the killer had tried the bedroom door before entering through the bathroom. Sherry Duke was lying next to the wall beside a broken window with a single stab wound under her jaw. Her cell phone was on the floor to her right with more blood on it, which was expected as I'd already been informed that the killer spoke to Lori, the operator, and a review of the call showed the 911 call I was informed of only moments before I arrived. I instructed the other officers to find what they could, but the killer didn't leave them much again. I had to get to Athena's house to see what was going on there. Spencer reported the all clear as I reached the car. When I parked by the curb in front of Athena's house, Athena was leaning against the cruiser while Spencer was making some notes. "Trouble?" I asked a bit rhetorically. "What do you think?" Athena responded with some irritation. "I was in there trying to sleep, and before I knew it, she has the front door blocked." "I see," I said, holding up a hand to stop her, since I really wasn't asking her. I needed a non-emotional account of what was in there before I decided whether it was worth checking it out for myself. I turned to Spencer, who had waited patiently for Athena to finish. "Officer Spencer, was there something blocking the front door?" I thought I would cut right to the heart of the matter. "No, sir," Spencer responded, which was what I thought he might say. "Yes, there was," Athena insisted. "It was the end table in my living room. It was blocking the front door." "There wasn't a table in front of the door," Spencer reiterated. "In fact, her bed was made. Didn't look slept in." "What?" Athena stared at him surprised. I looked at her carefully to determine whether she was actually surprised or just caught. "You sleep in a made bed?" I asked. "No," Athena replied. She appeared to be almost beyond words. "You must have made it right before you ran out the garage door," I suggested. "I didn't make my bed," she said, her tone dropping to a combination of frustration and anger. "And this mysterious table that stopped you from going out the front?" "It was there." "And I imagine that you pushed the button to open the garage door, and the perp pushed the button to close it." "Yes." "Are you sure?" Athena paused and looked away for a moment. I could imagine what was going through her mind. She recalled pushing the garage door button to open it, and let it rise just high enough so that when she pressed it again, she could just make it out. Pressing the button to close the door, she bolted across the garage and rolled under it just before it closed. She came out of what I believed was her true memory with a shake of her head. "No," she insisted. "She was there." "Really?" I asked, disbelieving. "Mrs. Michaels, we've had a lot of deaths in the last few days, more than we're accustomed to, more than anyone is accustomed to. The victims were visited once by this guy. You know, we got a call from another victim's house? Athena just stared. I wasn't sure if the worry I saw on her face was because she was actually concerned about the people there, or if she was worried that we might have found something that implicated her. I thought I'd continue. This guy not only killed his victim, but he decapitated a police officer who was there to protect her. The killer took him out first. A trained police officer couldn't avoid being killed, but you've done it twice. He was also able to get into your house 3 times now without being discovered. Explain that to me. Athena was flustered. She couldn't explain that, and she knew it. I had her. She pointed at Spencer to deflect my attention. It wasn't going to work. He was out here the whole time, she said. Sherry Duke's house is only a couple of blocks from here, I said. You could have walked. Out the back door. But you knew that already, didn't you? I didn't. Officer, I said formally to Spencer as I indicated Athena. He produced his handcuffs and restrained her as she protested. I wasn't going to deal with this any further. It had to end. Athena Michaels, you are under arrest under suspicion of murder. You have the right to remain silent. I continued with the Miranda rights as Spencer put her into the back seat of his car. In the back of my head, I wasn't 100% certain that Athena was behind it. She didn't seem like the type, but there was enough doubt to keep her locked away for a couple days. My angle was that if she did it, no one would die. If she was not guilty, then we could be certain of the killer's costume, and yet have the pressing question as to why this killer would leave her alive. So many questions were unanswered, and as this case progressed, it just got worse. Chapter 7. Remembering Failure. Darla Hemingway sat at her desk in her well-organized classroom looking at the headline of the paper, which read, Wife of Slain Teacher Arrested. The story contained a mugshot of Athena Michaels and detailed the story of the murders to date, including what happened to Sherry last night. Darla shook her head in dismay. Though she had good reason to hate Hank Michaels, she was not sure she would have gone to such lengths to get rid of him and everyone he'd ever been with. Sure, she talked big sometimes, but in her heart, she would never go through with it. And to kill students? She shook her head again at the thought. She glanced up to look down the rows of empty desks to the one student that remained in her classroom. Mindy Zimmerman was 20 with long brown hair and minimal, if any, makeup. She wore a wooden cross around her neck along with a plain dress shirt and jeans, which pretty well described what she wore every day. Tucked within the papers and books she carried around was a Bible that Darla knew Mindy read when nothing else was going on. At present, Mindy was working to finish a test that they would have normally called a time limit on, but given the events going on at present, the dean had asked that students be given some leniency on time and their tasks, as he would be doing for the teachers as well. This situation had become a nightmare for everyone, and the best they could do was try to maintain some semblance of a normal life. It was hard, though, the more that happened. Hank and Jody were a surprise, and then Scott and Jenny being killed just off the campus grounds brought it too close to home for everyone. A lot of the kids had gone home if their parents lived in town, and some had left the school altogether until the crisis could be confirmed as over. Then Sherry Duke was killed. 2 teachers down had created more chaos to the point that the school was mostly a ghost town. The police department had stepped up security on campus along with everything they were trying to do to combat the problem, but everyone in town knew they were spread very thin. It also didn't help that a police officer had been killed, which further scared everyone involved. Darla wondered how long it would be until the police did something more drastic to protect those who were associated with Hank. She knew she would have to be a target, and she was honestly scared for her life as well as anyone else that man had unwittingly dragged down with him. Darla went back to the article, and further down the page there was a picture of Hank. It was his staff picture taken on campus at the beginning of the term, and Darla even remembered him sitting for it since they had gone together. She touched it gently, remembering the last time she had seen him. She had entered the lounge that day, and he was already standing by the coffee pot with a cup in his hand, sipping it. The rest of the lounge was empty, as they tended to arrive a bit earlier than everyone else. Darla closed the door behind her and locked it. She knew no one would think anything of it, since the door's lock was a little cantankerous and occasionally got stuck. People often placed something in the doorframe to keep it propped open, so no one got locked out. It made moments like these very easy to attain. Darla slinked across the room to him. Under her pink jacket she wore a white top with only spaghetti straps. With her jacket on no one would know, but with her jacket off, which she tossed onto one of the chairs as she approached him, it was very enticing, and she knew it. He took one more sip of his coffee as he turned to her before placing his cup on the counter behind him. She stopped in front of him, her breasts only a paper-thin distance from his chest. She was only slightly shorter than him, so she was easily able to look into his deep brown eyes. She had something to say, but part of her still wanted his attention first. "Hank," she began, but as she expected, he grabbed her and kissed her long and hard, like they'd done many times in many parts of the school, along with his house on occasion before leading into other things. This time, though, it wouldn't go so far, even though part of her wanted it. She felt this conversation was too important, and she would not be able to focus on what he wanted until she had it out there. Once the opportunity arose, she broke the embrace and stepped away from him. "Did I misunderstand something?" Hank asked as she stopped an arm's length from him. "I thought you might be up for a quickie." "Actually, Hank, what I wanted to talk to you about is a future to this relationship." She had considered how to broach this topic many times, and while she wasn't sure if that was the best lead-in, it was all she had come up with. "A future?" he asked, almost amused. "You know, of course, that I'm married." "Seems we both do," she said, annoyed. "What are you going to do about that?" "What do you want me to do, Darla?" "Well, to the point," she said. "When are you going to leave your little wife for me? When can I see you outside of all this secrecy?" "Why?" he asked, with that insufferable grin plastered on his face. "Why? Because otherwise this relationship is a total dead end." "I never said it would be otherwise." "No, but in the beginning you also never said you were married. You acted like you were available, and this was going somewhere, and as soon as I start talking about the future, you drop this bomb of some wife at home. That wasn't fair to me." As he listened to her, Hank casually picked his cup of coffee back up and took a sip. He returned it to the counter behind him and crossed his arms with a sigh. "So what do you want?" "I want to be your life," she said, like it was the most obvious answer in the world. "I want you to leave your wife and stop flirting with everyone on campus. It's a wonder your wife doesn't know, but I do, and for me it would have to stop." "Why?" he asked indifferently. "You aren't getting enough action out of me now? You want more?" "I want you exclusively," she said, practically begging for the possibility. Instead, Hank laughed. "Exclusively? Do you honestly think that I'd be faithful to you when I'm not even faithful to my own wife? And exclusivity is right out. Maybe you don't love her like you love me. I love a lot of people, if you follow me. But she is an excellent housewife. A lot better than the last one I had, for sure. She's like the free maid that I can bang every once in a while. What would you bring to me? You can't cook, you can't clean, and I wouldn't be faithful to you anyway. I already get what I want out of you. I don't need any more than that." Darla was shocked. For him to just say it so callous and unfeeling was unreal to her. He treated her like some kind of object to be measured and either purchased or left at the store. Or worse, like a plaything that he can discard when he gets bored. She could not contain her anger. She slapped him across the face. He only smirked as he took the blow. "You bastard," she said, trying to keep her voice down. "How dare you speak to me that way? I'm not some cheap whore you can just screw whenever you feel like it." "I don't know," he said with a shrug, his grin returning. "You've made a good one so far." Darla drew back her hand to slap him once again, but as she was about to make contact, he caught her by the wrist and changed his tone to one of business. "Miss Hemingway, please do not redden my face before my next class." "I could tell the board," she threatened. "I know about your other flings. Student-teacher relationships are forbidden. You'll be fired, never work in this field again." "They also frown on adulterous relationships," Hank reminded her. How would this complaint look coming from a woman disgruntled with a sinful relationship with this teacher? You'll suffer the same fate. I could tell your wife. And I could tell her whatever I want, he noted. Who's she going to believe? Darla's face was red with fury. She knew she couldn't do anything against him. He was far too clever. She grabbed her jacket and put it on, hiding her dress code violating top. She reached the door and unlocked it. Leaving already? Hank called out as she grabbed the door handle. So, no quickie today, then. He rotated his hips in a sexual fashion. Darla just stared at him, all the love she once held for him transformed into hate. I swear, Hank Michaels, one of these days someone's going to kill you and wipe that nasty grin right off your face. Yeah, right, he muttered as he picked up his coffee and she allowed the door to close behind her. Her anger didn't end after she left the break room, however. That conversation carried her right through her day, where she had trouble being civil to anyone, and any time she saw him in the hall it all came back, so she made every effort to avoid him and his stupid, smug expression. The end of the day could not come soon enough so she could get home and away from everyone. When she arrived at her apartment that evening, she walked into her bedroom and slammed the door behind her. Her bedroom was as small as could be expected in a one-bedroom apartment. She had only expected to live in an apartment for a short time, but that short time turned into years as she put off buying a house in the hopes that she would meet someone. That someone turned into Hank Michaels, who would never want to buy anything with her. So she remained in the small apartment with a bedroom barely large enough to accommodate her full-sized bed and dresser. The space between the bed and the wall opposite the door was just enough to allow a nightstand. She threw her purse across the room, followed by her keys. When her purse hit the wall, it turned itself inside out, tossing its contents all over the floor in front of the nightstand and her bed. Her keys nearly implanted themselves in the soft sheetrock, but in the end only left a deep dent before they bounced to the floor as well. She dropped onto her bed and sobbed, "Stupid Hank Michaels. Stupid, stupid man." She glanced at her nightstand, where she had placed a picture of Hank that she had taken of him one day at school the previous semester. He looked handsome and dashing like a regular James Bond, but like a regular James Bond, he thought nothing of loving and leaving her. In a fit, she picked up the picture and threw it across the room, where it hit her solid wooden closet door, dented the wood, shattered the glass in the frame, and fell to the floor. She screamed despite herself and pounded the bed several times in frustration. After a moment, she got up and walked to the broken frame. She fished the photo out of the glass fragments and held it as she crawled back into bed. She cradled it to her chest and curled into a fetal position, still crying over his impudence and wondering what she would do with her life. She hated him, but the hate came out of the love she thought she felt. No, the love she knew she felt. Her early days with him were blissful and wonderful, and she had fallen in love with him. She had decided that he was the one when she had broached that topic the day she learned the truth. Even then, she was sure she could keep him even knowing he was divided. She was not certain what would happen, but she knew her heart was shattered. She wanted to be done with him, but she was not sure how she would ever be able to do it. She hated herself for feeling this way and hated the tears she was shedding. She knew he wasn't worth it. The last thing she uttered before crying herself to sleep was, "Stupid Hank Michaels." Even though the lights were on in her bedroom and she was still fully clothed, she fell asleep, and nothing could disturb her. She slept until the following morning when her alarm awakened her, and she learned of his death on the morning news after her shower. Needless to say, she was stunned, but not entirely surprised. "Professor Hemingway?" a girl's voice said quietly. Darla blinked out of her memory and glanced up to see Mindy standing directly in front of her, holding the test paper. "Sorry it took so long," Mindy said. "Weird night last night." "Yes, I'm sure," Darla nodded. "And then I had to get up earlier than normal this morning," Mindy continued. "The police wanted to talk to me about Professor Michaels." Darla looked at this sweet little girl and sighed. Weird night last night could mean that she had someone on guard outside her place. Interrogation the morning after another murder. She hated the thought of it, but she had to ask. Why would they do that? You weren't one of those girls who was intimate with him, were you? I promise your answer stays here. I'm not judging. Mindy sighed and turned to her desk. Her head hung low. Darla was afraid she might have offended the girl, but then Mindy shrugged and turned back to her. It was stupid and sinful, Mindy admitted. The beginning of my freshman year, and I fall for a teacher. We had a thing for a while. Then I found Jesus, joined the college group at Greater Life Church, and cleaned my life up. I'm not proud of some of my past. He wasn't my only guy during that time, but I know that I'm forgiven now, and I'm never going back to that kind of lifestyle. I even changed my major between those first couple of semesters. You're a theology major, Darla observed. I started in fashion, Mindy said. I found a piece that suits me fine. Darla smiled, reminded of why she even did this job. Mindy's story warmed her heart for a moment. Good for you, Mindy, Darla said. I'm glad you found something worth believing in. I did, Mindy said, and I'm not ashamed to say it. Mindy glanced at the time on her phone. I've got to run. There's a study on the Song of Solomon I don't want to miss. I'll see you later. Take care. As Mindy left, Darla looked back to Hank's picture in the paper, the darkness returning. Well, at least someone's life got better since they met you, she told the picture. She pinched the newsprint at the photo and tore it from the page. She crumpled it up and tossed it symbolically in the trash. Happy to have done it, she continued to read the paper and wait for her next class. Chapter 8. Art Imitates Life. The 3-bedroom suburban home at 830 West Sondheim had a neatly landscaped front yard, 2 cars in the driveway, and a lined walkway that led to the diminutive front porch. Lights shone from most of the rooms of the house this evening, and in one of those rooms Harriet Graham was just coming in from taking a shower, her hair lost in a towel as she tried to dry it as much as she could before going to bed for the evening. She was dressed in matching pajama pants and short-sleeved shirt, and upon entering her room she deemed her hair was dry enough, and tossed her towel onto her bedroom floor, as her bedroom door lazily drifted closed behind her. Her room was modestly decorated with a mix of Harriet's childhood leading into her young adulthood, with everything from stuffed animals and Barbies to assorted makeup and posters of famous artwork. Tacked to her walls around the room was evidence of her major in art, as the pictures on top of pictures illustrated a progression of skill from the stick figures of elementary childhood to the full-figured, and not always clothed, images drawn by a skilled young artist. Mismatched furniture consisting of a nightstand, chest of drawers, dresser with mirror, and her twin-sized bed, each found its own place against her walls directly across from her closet door. As she tossed her towel down, Harriet shivered and noticed her window was open. She walked over to it and immediately closed and locked it. She didn't exactly remember opening it, but she also didn't remember whether she brushed her teeth yet or not, so she figured it was possible that she had done it for some reason earlier. She plopped herself on her bed and reached for her cell phone. Before she could dial, her mother called out, "Harriet!" from somewhere down the hall. Harriet rolled her eyes and wondered what her mother wanted this time. She was always sticking her nose into Harriet's business, and Harriet knew she'd want something inane tonight as well. It always seemed to Harriet that it was less that her mother needed something, and more that she wanted to make sure her daughter didn't disappear out her window. She had done it before. She stared at the door, waiting for it to open, impatiently tapping her phone on the bed. The door opened, and Harriet tossed her phone onto her bed and reached for her sketchpad and pencil sitting on the nightstand right next to her bed. Esther Graham stood in the open door looking at Harriet. The lines on Esther's face, along with the white streaks in her hair, showed how difficult Harriet had been growing up, but the love in her eyes never wavered for a moment. She wanted nothing more than for her daughter to find success and happiness in her life, but had unintentionally spoiled her in the process. "Yes, Mother," Harriet responded disrespectfully as she drew in her sketchbook. "Were you going to stay up and study at all tonight?" Esther asked without a touch of accusation. "Maybe, maybe not." "If you want good grades, you really do need to study," Esther advised. "See, I'm studying right now. I'm an art major, and I'm drawing. Aren't you proud?" Harriet paused to give her mother an impatient expression, silently requesting her to leave. "I actually have to call Ashley." Harriet, I don't think Ashley Carter is a good girl, Esther said, and not for the first time. Harriet rolled her eyes and resumed her drawing. I think she's a bad influence. Actually, I chose my major on my own. You can stop blaming her. I'm not blaming her. Harriet stopped drawing and gave her mother the whatever look. You always blame her. You want me to be a doctor, and she casually mentions I draw good. I know how you feel. She resumed drawing. It has nothing to do with your major, Esther said, almost insistently. I think what you're doing is fine, and you're very talented. I can see that. I've never held that against you or her. Harriet scoffed with an eye roll. It's just that she has that boy in her room all the time, doesn't she? Harriet scoffed again. I don't even think that's allowed. He's only there because you won't let me be there, Harriet insisted calmly, never looking up from her drawing. That's terrible enough, Esther said. She can get herself into a lot of trouble at her age. And don't roll your eyes again, because you know what I mean. I was your age once, and things haven't really changed. And what with everything going on now, you're much safer here at home. Come on, Mom, Harriet sighed. She's my friend, not yours. If you don't like her, don't talk to her. That's not the issue, and you know it. Yeah, Harriet began, looking up from her picture again. The issue is, if you let me live in the dorms like I've been asking, I wouldn't have to listen to your complaining, and you wouldn't have to deal with Ashley's voice polluting the airspace of my room. You watch your mouth, young lady, or Esther began, honestly angry at Harriet's impudence. Harriet, however, cut her off and went back to her drawing. Or what? You'll spank me? Wash my mouth out with soap? I'll cut off your phone, Esther threatened. Harriet chuckled. You wouldn't do that, Harriet said. You need it to keep tabs on me, 'cause you know I always have it on me. Harriet finished her drawing with a flourish and turned it around so her mother could see it. The sketch was clearly a caricature of Esther, but Esther's mouth looked more like a demon's, with a forked tongue and a spat of fire. The words nag, nag, nag hovered in a bubble over the caricature's head. Esther closed her eyes and shook her head, fighting back tears. Good night, Harriet. Whatever. Esther quietly closed the door to Harriet's room, and as soon as the latch caught, Harriet tossed her pad down and grabbed her phone. She lay on her stomach facing her wall away from the chaos of her room behind her. She dialed Ashley's number, propped up on her elbows, and waited for Ashley to answer. Across town in the dorms of Bluffs University, a cell phone rang on the nightstand of a sparsely decorated dorm room. The lights were off, so the sudden appearance of the cell phone's backlight shed light on the occupied bed next to it. Ashley's hand reached from the shadows and answered it. Hello? Hey, girl, what's up? Harriet asked. Harriet, Ashley declared. It's going real good over here, if you know what I mean. Oh, do I need to let you go? Harriet asked, with no intention in her voice of letting Ashley go. Nah, it's cool, Ashley said, with the undercurrents of there never being any question about it. What's up? Oh, you know, the usual. You should see this drawing I did of my mom. It's hilarious. Harriet looked at the drawing on her sketch pad again and chuckled. You know, they're only that way because they care, Ashley assured her. I wish they would care a little less, Harriet said, tossing the pad back down and glancing at her door for a moment, just to make sure there were no uninvited shadows listening. She harped on you again. You know, I mention your talent one time, and I'm a black sheep for life. She knows my major, right? What is it this week? Harriet joked. Quit it, Ashley said seriously. I've always been a journalism major. In reality, although only in her third semester, Ashley had changed her major multiple times. She did start with journalism as her major, but then it changed to Spanish. Then English, music, teaching, art, forensics, philosophy, psychology, and then back to journalism. Harriet's joke was well justified, and everyone knew it. But once it returned to journalism for the second time, she had left it alone. I would totally cover your art shows, Ashley said just to drive it home. Oh yeah, Harriet said enthusiastically. We'd make such a good team. Hell yeah. Hey, speaking of news, did you see the news today? Harriet asked, changing the subject. They locked up Professor Michael's wife. Can you believe she did it? Oh my God, I know, Ashley said. Can't say I blame her, but geez, I don't know if I'd go around killing everyone. I feel safer with her locked up, though. I know what you mean. I never would have guessed. I always saw her as the June Cleaver type." "You got the Cleaver part right," Ashley said with a chuckle. Harriet returned a chuckle in appreciation of the joke. A moment of silence passed when the person sharing Ashley's bed decided to remind her of his presence. She batted him off for a moment and said, "Hey, what if she didn't do it?" "What do you mean?" Harriet asked. "Or maybe, what if she has an accomplice who's still out there?" "Give me a break, Ashley. If you're trying to scare me, it won't work," Harriet warned, her voice perceptibly shaking. "He could be in your closet, waiting for you to come in," Ashley continued, dropping her voice like she's telling a scary story around a campfire. "And now, while you're all occupied talking to me, he could come creeping out of the closet to get you." Harriet spun her head around to look at the closed closet door and allowed her imagination to run away with her for just a moment. She shook her head and chuckled nervously, returning to her previous position, staring at the wall. "You might as well give up, girl. You ain't going to scare me," Harriet lied. "You're not that good a storyteller." Behind her, the closet door opened soundlessly. Unbeknownst to Ashley, the faceless figure stepped out and did everything exactly as Ashley described it to Harriet, making her into a realistic, if not a bit morbid, storyteller. "He'll be silently opening your closet door and step out, really soft-like," Ashley continued in her scary story voice. "Slowly, he'll walk across your bedroom floor and come right up behind you, but you'll never know it." "Come on, stop," Harriet chuckled nervously. "Silently, he'd reach for a cable in your room, maybe one of those USB cables on your dresser, and before you know it, he'll wrap it around your throat and strangle you to death." Ashley ended the story in an ominous whisper, and Harriet had to collect herself for a moment, telling herself silently that it's only a story. "Look," Harriet said, finding her voice, "you're creeping me out here. I'm going to bed. Good night." "Good night," Ashley said with a smile. Harriet hit the end key on her phone and tossed it off to her side. Suddenly she felt like she wasn't alone in the room. She turned around to see the faceless figure holding a USB cable, and before she could scream, the figure wrapped it around her throat from behind and tightened it. Harriet struggled, but the figure was far stronger than she was. She started to lose her strength and black out when the figure released its hold on the cable, and she dropped to the bed, panting as much as her crushed windpipe would allow. The figure rolled Harriet onto her back. Desperately, Harriet tried to get the word "help" to come out, but everything just came out as a gasp. Tears welled in her eyes as the figure stood over her powerless body and drew a large knife from a sheath on its belt and cocked its head as it stared over her. The figure placed its hand on her neck, cutting off her air supply once more, though not completely, as it reached down and slowly unbuttoned her shirt, exposing her belly. Then she felt the knife cut her. Ashley had ended the call with Harriet and replaced the still glowing phone onto her nightstand next to another phone, which had remained dormant through the entire conversation. The remaining light showed that Ashley was naked as she curled up next to her boyfriend, Chris Norman, who was just as naked. "That was short," he commented. "Yeah, she hates being scared, so I tried to make it short," Ashley smiled as she turned to look him in the face. "I wanted to get back to you." "Oh, is there something here you like?" he asked seductively. "Mm-hmm," she said, closing her eyes and curling up closer to him. "You make me feel safe." "Do I?" "Mm-hmm." She turned her face toward his again, and they kissed, and resumed what they were doing before Harriet had called. Some time later, back at the Graham house, Esther walked down the hall to Harriet's room, and noticing the light was still on, she knocked. "All right, Harriet," Esther commanded. "Lights off." She waited for a glib retort, but only silence returned from her daughter's bedroom. She had had just about enough of Harriet's attitude, and refused to deal with the silent treatment. "Do you hear me, young lady?" she asked. Still nothing. That was it. She opened the door. "Harriet," she said, ready to scold if necessary, but looking into the room, she stopped. The blood drained from her face, and her stomach rose into her throat. Every ounce of water drained from her eyes in a second as she opened her mouth to find it utterly dry and soundless. Her body shook, powerless to move toward or away from the sight before her. Finally, her shaking hands moved to her face. A scream broke from her lips as she fainted. The scream brought her husband running into the room where he was confronted by the same sight. Harriet Graham lay in the center of her bed in a pool of her own blood, stripped down to her panties with the letter A carved deeply into her chest and gut. Her arms were laid out stigmata style, and her legs were lashed together with the cord from the blinds that used to cover Harriet's window. Harriet had felt everything. Soundlessly she had screamed as the knife dug into her flesh, and her warm blood had spilled onto her bed. She had no strength to fight when her shirt and pants were removed, leaving her nearly naked on her bed as the figure had clinically positioned her body as it desired. Somewhere in the back of her head she was glad she had put on clean underwear, though another part of her reminded her that it wouldn't really matter once she died. The figure had cut the cord from her blinds and lashed her legs so tight that the thin cords cut into her skin, causing even more pain after her body had mostly blocked out the still bleeding cuts on her stomach. She remembered the figure stepping back to admire its work before leaving out the window. She was still alive through what felt like an eternity until her mother entered the room too late to save her, and she wished that she had been better to her mother. She regretted their last conversation and looked at her one last time. She heard her mother scream, but couldn't move any more. As her father ran into the room, her vision blacked out, and the pain was finally gone. Chapter 9. Corralling the Problem. I was running out of options. I tried guarding their houses, and it failed. I tried locking up the most likely suspect, and it failed. I had spent the morning working on another idea that had to keep these women safe. After all, people dying on my watch not only bothered me, but people were starting to put unnecessary pressure on me to solve the case. I was already working to solve it, so there was no need for anyone to ask me to work harder. If anything, the added calls were slowing me down, so I stopped taking them to focus on what they were all calling about anyway. I put my next idea into motion that morning after I had returned from the Graham house with a few phone calls to some key people, until I finished it off by contacting every person listed on that address page, left alive, to come into the station, so I could explain what came next. They each knew there were other women involved, but this would be the first time they were all in the same room together, which I thought should be interesting. I had let people at the station know about the meeting, and to stand by with pots of water in case any catfights broke out. I'm not known for my wit, so if you didn't think that was funny, it can also be said that no one laughed that morning either. Could have been the atmosphere, though. I had commandeered our executive-style meeting room with wooden-paneled walls, a large oval table surrounded by 12 very comfortable chairs, some very nice Berber carpet that somewhat matched the color of the wood panels, and space at the front for a speaker with a screen and projector hanging down from the ceiling for presentations. The only doors into the room were at the front, and of course they were large double doors to make the room feel extra nice for important visitors, should we ever get any. Since the room was in the middle of the building, though, it had no windows, and was completely enclosed and shut off from the rest of the world once the doors were closed. The doors had windows into the rest of the station, but that was it. My thought was that these women did nothing wrong other than getting into bed with the wrong man, so it would not be right to punish them or make them feel any more uncomfortable than the situation already would be. Mindy Zimmerman was the first to arrive, and she quietly took her place in a chair at the back of the room. She was followed almost immediately by Athena Michaels, who brought her uninvited next-door neighbor friend Kathy Brackett with her, even though I had specifically said that they needed to come alone. Mindy was reading something on her phone when they entered. She glanced at them briefly, but went back to her phone after looking them over. They both sat in a pair of chairs near the front. "Here we are," Kathy said. "Thanks for coming with me," Athena said. "No problem," Kathy replied. "I think having everyone in this room together is nuts, not to mention cruel to you." Mindy looked back up at Athena. "Who are you?" Mindy asked her innocently. "Athena Michaels." "Michaels? I'm Hank's wife." "Really?" Mindy said in surprise. "He was married?" "I hardly think that excuses the relationship you had with him," Kathy noted coldly. "Student-teacher relationships are forbidden, so far as I've heard." "I didn't know he was married," Mindy said, ignoring Kathy. "Oh, that makes it worse. I thought it was just fornication, but I've committed adultery. I'm so sorry. I've got to pray." Mindy immediately bowed her head and prayed quietly, to the surprise of both Athena and Kathy. She's devoted, Kathy said, turning to Athena. I'm going to hate this, Athena said. Kathy nodded in reply when the doors to the room slammed open loudly, calling even Mindy's attention out of her prayer to the newcomer. Tricia Clark, a 21-year-old student, walked in with a marked strut in her step, blonde hair, tight clothing, and an upturned nose that indicated that she was the most important person to ever be in that room. Well, here I am, she said. When is this going to start? She looked at the room's inhabitants and centered on Athena. She smiled and walked straight to Athena, practically invading her personal space, and looked closely at her, placing her face only inches from Athena's. Athena reflexively turned her head from the intruder. Do I know you? Tricia asked. I don't think so, replied Athena, a bit perturbed. Yeah, I do, Tricia said, standing up with a self-satisfied air. You're Professor Michael's wife. I recognize you from your picture in your house. Athena hid her face in one hand. Oh, have mercy, Athena said under her breath. Yeah, Tricia continued, oblivious as to whether it was appropriate or inappropriate to do so. After we made love, we'd lie in your bed all naked, and he'd tell me how much of a better screw I was than you. I guess when you prostitute yourself to enough people, you pick up a few tricks, Kathy quipped, stepping in for Athena. Who the hell are you? Tricia asked, putting her nose up and puffing out her chest. Kathy stood before Tricia, her well-built form imposing compared to Tricia's slender build. Athena's friend, she replied. Geez, chill, Mr. Schwarzenegger, Tricia said, waving Kathy off. Kathy grabbed Tricia's shirt and pulled her close. Tricia struggled in vain against Kathy's grip. I think an apology is in order, Kathy recommended. Right, sorry, Tricia said rather insincerely, but knowing this was the best she'd get from the girl, Kathy released her. Tricia walked away from them down the table toward Mindy. She looked back as she found a seat next to Mindy at the back and muttered, bitch, loud enough for them to hear as she sat down. Kathy shook her head and quipped back. Apparently, dear Hank was into children. She looked at Athena, who was crying. She put her hand gently on her friend's back. I'm sorry. In our bed, Athena said, disbelieving. We bought that bed together. We spent our first night together on it, and he just defiled. Kathy put her arm around Athena and pulled her close, comfortingly. Tricia laughed. Oh, look, she cries. What a sweet little baby. Why don't you just stop? Mindy said to Tricia. Why don't you get laid again, God girl? Tricia snapped back. I'm so glad I don't hang out with you anymore, Mindy muttered. Tricia put a finger up dramatically to correct Mindy's grievous error in speaking. We excluded you when you wouldn't do what you were told anymore. True Delta Phi Kappa sisters do what they're told. I don't consider theft and drunken displays of nudity and debauchery to be conducive to a productive learning environment, Mindy said. What? Tricia scoffed at her and shook her head. God, girl, I don't even know what you just said. Doesn't surprise me, Mindy muttered. Please don't talk to me. Mindy got up and walked around the table to sit closer to Athena and Kathy. Athena glanced at Mindy, who said, I'm really sorry, as she sat back down. I'm not, Tricia called out and crossed her arms. I was afraid that as the women arrived, these confrontations might get worse, so I decided to go ahead and head into the room. I can't do this, Athena said, and she got up and started for the door, only to meet me halfway. I looked into her eyes that were longing for nothing more than to hide from the situation she did not deserve to be in. If I'd had any other choice at that moment, I would have let her go, but her life was at risk too. I'm afraid you have no choice at the moment, I told her without betraying any of the pity I felt for her situation. Of course she has a choice, Kathy spoke up. Do you have a subpoena or something? I looked down at Kathy, still seated at the table. Why are you here? I asked. To support my friend, she answered quite reasonably. She's a wreck. Look at her. At this point, I could not make any exceptions to what I was doing. I'm afraid this is a closed meeting, I told her. Only those who are invited may attend. That I can do. Behind me, two more arrived. One was Ashley Carter, whose eyes were bloodshot from spending most of her morning in tears over the news of Harriet's death the previous evening. I had persuaded the news to leave out the more shocking details of her murder, as knowing that the killer had tried to make some kind of statement with her body would only make the situation worse. Ashley's manner of dress was just jeans and a t-shirt, one that she wouldn't mind getting snot on by the looks of it. The other was Laura Taylor, a cute blue-eyed brunette with a model-worthy body but a gaze of ice. Her expression screamed intelligence and self-confidence as she scanned the room, immediately bored with the company she was about to keep. She was dressed very sensibly in loose-fitting slacks and a blouse that revealed nothing. They both gave Athena only a cursory glance as they walked past to find a seat around the table. "How many are there?" Athena asked me, hardly able to contain her surprise. "One more," I said before turning back to Kathy, who had not yet left. "I'm afraid it's time for you to go." "Please don't make her leave," Athena begged, holding her friend's arm. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Michaels, but that's procedure," I explained. "Good day, Mrs. Brackett." I walked to the head of the room to look over the attendees, and caught myself again tapping my fingers against my lips. Athena released Kathy, who stood to go. "I'll be right outside," Kathy assured her. "Okay," Athena said, giving her a hug. "Thanks for being here." "Any time." Kathy left, and Athena turned back to the group, who just stared at her. Uncomfortably, Athena sat in her chair and sank into it, trying to detach from everyone else. "So who are you?" Tricia called across the table to Laura. Laura turned her head with a roll of her eyes to look at the fool who dared address her. "Laura Taylor, med student. The university only does pre-med, so I was going to transfer out in a couple years for my postgraduate work. Does anyone know why we're here?" "We'll discuss that when everyone is here," I told her. To that point, I had told Athena what was going on, but I had only told everyone else to come to the station without divulging a lot of details. Seeing the people in the room, however, it appeared that others had easily worked out what they all had in common. Unfortunately, Tricia was one of those people, and didn't mind sharing it. "Apparently, we all screwed Professor Michaels at some point," Tricia announced, which got a reaction from everyone who had not worked it out. Laura just stared at her incredulously. She chuckled, disbelieving. "Oh my God," she said. "Are you kidding?" "Did you?" Mindy asked quietly. "No," Laura replied. "He tried. I gotta give the man some credit, but no, I never jumped into bed with him, or even his private office." "Who are we waiting for?" Mindy asked me. "You said one more." Before I could respond without actually answering the question, the door opened for the last time, and Darla Hemingway walked into the room. She surveyed the faces in the room and shook her head. The girls reacted with equal surprise. I could see from her expression that she quickly worked out the purpose of my invitation. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me," Darla declared. "Professor Hemingway?" Ashley said. "I knew he was boffing some students, but I had no idea who," Darla commented. "We were getting shared with Professor Hemingway," Tricia laughed. "Careful how you use we," Laura warned. "Apparently so, Miss Clark," Darla acknowledged. "And I would encourage you to remember that I still control your grade in sociology." Tricia stopped laughing. Darla looked down at Athena, still sunk into her chair. "So we finally meet," Darla said to her calmly. Athena looked at her curiously. "The reason he wouldn't marry me. He said you keep a clean house. A shame you couldn't keep him clean." Darla walked on to the next seat along the right side of the table past Athena. Athena's gaze followed her, not knowing how to respond to that. I just watched everything with detachment as I continued to tap my fingers against my mouth, which I should stop doing. "As you may know by now," I said, formally beginning the meeting, "Harriet Graham was killed last night by the assailant who has been plaguing us for the past several days. As Mrs. Michaels was incarcerated, she has been absolved of the guilt of these crimes." "You know, I was talking to her right before it happened," Ashley stammered, interrupting me. "You know when they said it was? 10:30. I hung up the phone at 10:30. The guy must have been in the room when I was trying to scare her. I had Chris over and didn't want to talk right then." Ashley broke down crying as she had been all day. Mindy moved her chair slightly to hold and comfort her. "Hey, Ashley," Mindy said softly. "How could you know? How could anyone know?" "Who could blame you when you have your guy over?" Tricia said, not coming off as comforting at all. "How do we know she's not in league with the guy?" Darla said, referring to Athena. Some of the other girls also nodded in agreement. "I understand your sentiments, ladies," I answered, "but the probable cause under which we were holding her became moot last night." I waited for anyone to respond before continuing. "You want to know what you all have in common. Hank Michaels had an address book, which he kept in the nightstand beside his bed. Now, I really couldn't care less what you've done with the guy in the past, But whatever it was, he felt you were worthy enough for him to scribble each of your names, addresses, and phone numbers in that address book. Hank's notation has made each of you a target." "But if he's got the page," Tricia said, "how did you know who we were?" I explained. "I was able to make out the impressions left by Mr. Michael's pen from when he made those entries. The killer and I have the same list, and it contains all of your names, with the exception of Mrs. Michael's." "So what's this guy look like?" Laura asked. "She wore a mask," Athena said absent-mindedly. "A mask?" Mindy asked. "She," Laura followed up. I sighed. "According to Mrs. Michaels," I explained, "the killer is female, and was dressed completely in black with no visible skin. Over her head she wore a cloth, black, featureless mask of some sort. Since no one else has seen it, we can't be sure of what it looks like." "This is all well and good," Darla piped up, "but did you round us up just to warn us that one of us is getting toasted tonight, or is there another reason?" "It's been decided to take extreme measures to protect you," I said. "What kind of measures?" Tricia asked. "Tonight you'll be meeting up with Dr. Randall Quired, the director of the Bluffs Mental Health Facility." "The loony bin?" Tricia asked. "Happy Acres Rest Asylum?" I rolled my eyes. "The facility has a vacant wing in which you can stay until we can catch the killer. It's very secure, and you will be protected." I tried to tell them as straightforward and logically as I could, but of course they still complained. "You're locking us up?" Mindy asked. "I have church tomorrow." "That's not fair," Trish declared. "We didn't do anything, and it's a Saturday night." "Oh, this'll look good on my resume," said Laura. "Straight A's, time in the loony bin." "How do we know no one else here did it?" Ashley asked, making the most logical observation. After all, I had learned that Hank had wronged nearly everyone in this room to the extent that any of them might have wanted to kill him. While his goal was always charming the pants off the next girl, Hank managed to hurt them in several other ways. For example, Laura's note about her straight A's was not entirely true, as she had received 1 C in her entire term at school. That C came from Hank Michael's psychology class, and at the present time she was in the process of contesting it with the administration, but unsuccessfully. After her semester with him, she had gone to him with her grade and waved it in front of his face in anger. "A C?" she had yelled. "You're giving me a C? This is ludicrous." "You just didn't make the cut," Hank told her, his arms folded as he sat in his chair with a devil-may-care expression on his face. "Is this because I wouldn't sleep with you?" she accused. "Well, the grade can still be changed," he had offered while leaning towards her. "I don't think so," she told him before leaving the room, losing the A, but keeping her dignity. She always planned to take the class somewhere else to bring the grade to an A, in case the administration sided with Michaels, but she had never really forgiven her professor for cheating her out of her perfect score. Mindy was a different and more serious story altogether. Before she had found Jesus, she was very outgoing and free with her body, giving it out to anyone, including Hank. In fact, his time with her was proportionately longer than most of the others, and used her for threesomes when he could talk others into it, based on what I'd heard. Unfortunately, she also came up with a surprise for him one month. "You told me you were on the pill," Hank had screamed at her. "Hey, dude, stuff happens," she told him in a whatever tone. "You deal with it." "How do you know it's mine?" he said, thinking she'd been with someone else in the interim, but she was certain on this count. Apparently he had kept her busy enough that she didn't go to anyone else during this time period. "Oh, I'm sure a paternity test will clear that right up," she told him with a sneer. "You know, when the little bundle comes bouncing along." "I don't think so," he said, and grabbed her by the arm, dragging her out of his office. "Where are we going?" she asked, a little fear coming into her voice. "Abortion clinic," he declared. "I'm not dealing with children. Not from my wife, not from you, not from anyone. Ever." He had driven her directly to the clinic himself and paid for the abortion. Mindy regretted that decision immediately and credited that situation to be her turning point. From what she had told me, she had not been with anyone else after that. Of course, Hank Michaels was completely done with her. However, when asked about that situation with him, she cannot disguise the disgust she had for Hank regardless of its outcome in her life. Tricia's time with Hank came to an abrupt end when they had found themselves post-coital in a park. They liked to meet up in random locations just to see how much they could get away with, but in this last situation, it backfired. They were off the beaten path behind some bushes next to a walking trail where they knew from experience that few people ever came by, And even when someone did, they rarely went looking in the bushes for anyone. It was generally very safe, so on this particular day, when they were wrapping things up, so to speak, she was laying on the ground, simply enjoying his presence before they left. "Always a pleasure," Hank breathed as he rested on top of her. "So, am I up to an A+ yet?" she asked with a smile. He smiled back. "Nearly." The sounds of shuffling feet near their momentary hiding place caught Hank's attention. Tricia didn't recognize the voices, but Hank was all of a sudden in a hurry to leave. He threw on his pants, grabbed the rest of the clothes, and ran. Then Tricia made a horrifying realization. She jumped up. "Hey, you took my clothes!" She watched powerlessly as Hank ran through the trees to the parking lot just on the other side, jumped into his car, and sped away, leaving her naked, hiding behind the bushes in this public park. She knelt down and covered her bare chest, but everything else was exposed as well. She looked around in fear, not of being seen, but of what happens to girls who might end up isolated and naked. She was fortunate in that the people passing by were another professor and his wife, who were more than willing to help her get dressed. She was mostly truthful with them by telling them that her boyfriend left her out here like this, but she would not tell them his name. They had pressed, but she just acted like she didn't want him to get into trouble, where in fact she knew she would have been in just as much trouble if she had revealed the truth then. Like the others, she had never forgiven Hank for that act of selfishness. "With all due respect, ladies," Athena said, bringing them all back to the present, "you wouldn't be here if you hadn't slept with my husband." "And you wouldn't be here if you hadn't married him," Darla returned. "See how that works?" An awkward moment of silence followed, while everyone just stared at Darla. "What?" Athena finally responded. "I don't think that made sense to anyone," Tricia said, echoing the thoughts of most everyone in the room. "I can't believe he put me in his address book," Laura said, changing the subject. "I didn't ask for that." "You know," Mindy began, "they used to kill people for adultery. It was like the same as murder." "Sure, 2,000 years ago," Tricia said. "It's not a crime anymore." "We're all still suspects, aren't we, Detective?" Darla asked. "I was flattered they noticed I was still in the room." I shrugged. "Sure, why not? If any of you runs before we meet over there, consider yourself guilty." Darla scoffed, saying, "You can't do that." "And we have no choice in the matter?" Tricia asked. "Is that legal?" Ashley said doubtfully. "I've got the support I need to take care of this," I assured them all. "I prefer to look after my own good, thank you," Tricia said. "He just won't tell us we're all suspects to our faces, that's all," Darla said. "I thought he just did," Ashley said. "I'm not thrilled about being put away for nothing," Laura said. "Okay, listen to me," I said, raising my voice above the cacophony. They quieted down. "We were supposed to have one more person join us here today. Linda Allen had gotten into her car at the university this morning, and that's where we found her, with her throat cut and her engine running. In broad daylight, and no one saw anything. Which of you will be next? We've tried to protect you out there, but whoever this is beats our every move. I'll be honest with you, I want to require this. I want to force every one of you into this facility, but I can't. You're right, it isn't legal. I can't force you. You caught me, congratulations. But this killer is getting more daring with every kill. I have to leave the choice to you, but I will encourage you to take advantage of this. Unless you have some other suggestions, this is it." The room was silent as this soaked in. It was hard to ignore the fact that their lives were at risk, and we were just trying to help. Sometimes people don't want help. They want to do it by themselves and make their own way, but there comes a time when everyone must find help within their society, and for these women, this was their one shot to survive. The facility was guarded and secure. We were certain this would help us either catch the killer within, or identify anyone who tried to gain access to kill them. It felt so perfect at the time. Darla was the first to break the silence. "Well, I guess I'm sold." "Me too," Tricia agreed. "This sucks, but I have a full life ahead of me," Laura joined. "I kind of want to live it." "Do I have an agreement from you all?" I asked. All 6 of them nodded in agreement, albeit reluctantly. The final question from Darla addressed the final elephant in the room. "Now, if this guy doesn't come after us tonight, and it's none of us, then what?" "We're doing the best we can to protect you," I assured them. "We're hoping to be able to figure this out before you all think you're living there." I didn't have a good answer for it, to be honest. Our one hope was that the killer would make a move while we had them all together, and we'd catch her. We hoped that would happen tonight, so we could put this to bed. On the one hand, it worked just like that. On the other hand, it failed because of it. Chapter 10. Keeping It Together. The Bluffs Mental Health Facility, referred to by local residents as the Happy Acres Rest Asylum, was a complex of large multi-storied white buildings connected by hallways, surrounded by fields of grass, and bordered with high electrified fences. Each of the individual wings had its own security station, and 2 of these wings were considered high security, in that they were set up specifically to prevent the more violent of mental patients from escaping, which made it more like a prison than a hospital. A white van with the Bluffs Mental Health Facility logo drove through the security station at the main gate. The hospital had regular visiting hours, but any visitor at any time had to go through the security station at the gate, even if their loved one was staying in the non-secure area. This arrangement worked well for the sort of detail I needed to keep these women safe. The van stopped under the awning in front of their wing, and an older gentleman stepped forward to open the van's sliding passenger door. He was dressed in slacks, dress shirt, tie, and sweater vest, and his white, thinning hair gave witness to his age, though he felt he had many years left within him. He smiled as he gazed at the 6 anxious faces that looked at him when he opened the van door. I had told him all about their situation, and not only was he willing to make sure that the wing was available to keep them safe, but he also offered any counseling they might need once the crisis was over. "Good evening, ladies. I'm Dr. Randall Quired," the old man said. He bid them welcome to his facility and had them walk inside to the security station. He closed the van door, and the driver left. He walked through the automatic glass doors to the security station, where Paul Wyatt, a security guard in his 30s, looked at the women as they stood nervously and waited. Paul and Dr. Quired exchanged friendly greetings as Quired indicated the bars to the right of the security station. "Are we supposed to search them or anything?" Paul asked. "Detective Thompson said they took care of that at the station before they got here," Quired said, and the women nodded in agreement. "Just the door, then." He turned to the women. "You will have to put anything metal you might have on you through the machine, of course." Quired dropped his keys into a container and sent it through the X-ray machine where Paul was able to see the contents on a monitor. Quired walked through the metal detector without incident and picked up his keys on the other side. Paul buzzed the barred door leading into the secure area open, and one by one the women followed suit, as Quired held the door open for them on the other side. Once all 6 of them were inside the barred area, Quired closed the barred door and held a keycard up to a panel next to a steel door on the other side. The door opened inward to a short hallway, at the end of which was another steel door. Quired spoke to them as they walked to the other door. "This wing is constructed identically to the wing in use right now. They both are designed to hold maximum security patients. Steel doors, camera surveillance, electronic locks, the works. When a state hospital opened closer to the city, we lost a lot of our patients, but we do, however, keep it up, especially since the city council voted to use it for holding regular prisoners on a temporary basis. There are bars on all the windows and locks on the steel doors that are at every exit. This second door requires someone to be present at the security desk to buzz you in, along with a key card like I had at the other end. Not only can no one get out, but no one can get in either." "Feel guilty yet, anyone?" Darla asked cynically. "I feel safe anyway," Ashley commented. At the other steel door, Quired looked at the camera that stared directly at the door. Once he heard the door buzz, he used his key card to swipe the second lock, and he held the door, which opened into the hallway, open for the women to pass through. As soon as the last one was in, he followed in behind them to show them around. The door clanged shut behind them. He gave them a brief tour of the wing, showing the room's steel doors that would latch but not lock, as they all required keys to engage the locks. He showed them the gathering room where they could sit and watch television if they wished. He regretfully informed them that their cell phones would not work in the facility, since the hills surrounding the grounds blocked the cell signals from reaching the towers. There are some places where a marginal signal comes through, but rarely enough to do much of anything. They've asked for a tower or repeater, but so far they've been snubbed, so they primarily use landline phones. He showed them the phone in that area that they can use and gave them the numerical combination to attain an outside line. The last thing he did before leaving them for the evening was an hour or so later, when he introduced the night security guard to them, Arlene Johnson. She was a stocky, well-built woman with short, cropped brown hair, but a friendly enough face that would definitely shoot you if given the provocation. For the most part, the women were friendly enough, given the circumstances, and they all wished Arlene a good night. As Paul buzzed Quired and Arlene back out, he said to her, "They shouldn't give you any trouble, Arlene, but if anything happens, even if it seems insignificant, call me immediately." Arlene nodded and took Paul's seat as he exited with Dr. Quired. She stared into one of the security monitors showing the gathering room and the 6 women pacing, reading, or just staring at the walls, uncertain of what to do. Tricia was one of them who was getting stir-crazy quickly and pacing furiously. "Well, this is about as much fun as I can handle in one evening," she raved. "What are we supposed to do all night? I never go to bed this early." Mindy scoffed and never looked up from her Bible. "What Tricia means is she never goes to sleep this early." "But you're up past your bedtime, aren't you, God girl?" "Please stop calling me that. I prefer the term Jesus freak," Mindy replied with a snide smile to Tricia. "I think the idea in a place like this is to go to bed early." "But I'm not tired," Tricia whined. "Seriously, is this a conversation worth having?" Laura asked. "So, you're studying to be a doctor?" Ashley asked her, looking to talk about something to pass the time. "Yep," Laura replied, grateful to have another topic. "General practitioner. You?" "Journalism," Ashley replied. "I'll be there to report all your mistakes on national TV." Laura chuckled. "Hey, Dr. Laura," Tricia said loudly. "That's funny." "Oh, that's original," Laura rolled her eyes. "She's full of them," Mindy confirmed. "So, Ashley," Tricia said, diverting everyone's attention, "how did you come to be in this with Professor Michaels?" Ashley looked around nervously like a cornered animal. She really didn't have to answer, but everyone was looking at her, and she didn't really know how to get out of it. She sighed and shrugged her shoulders. "Okay, well, it was between semesters, and I was out at a club, right?" she began. "Well, this cute guy starts dancing with me, and I didn't know anything about him. Well, stupid kid I was." "Was," Tricia interrupted, hoping for a laugh, but received nothing of the sort. "For the love of God, Tricia, please be quiet," Mindy sighed. Tricia scoffed as if she had been gravely insulted, but Ashley continued. "Anyway, I went home with him and we fooled around. Well, I thought it was just another one-night stand. I mean, how many of those guys actually use the number you give them? Until he actually did call me, and I saw him a few more times over the summer. Always on Tuesdays, as I recall." Athena reacted, dropping her face and covering her eyes with a hand. She shook her head and whispered through the tears that were returning, "Just like clockwork." Ashley kept talking as if she hadn't heard. "And I thought we were getting close. Imagine my horror when I had him as a professor of psychology the very next semester. He didn't have a problem with it. I called it quits. Way too weird. He called a few more times, but I wouldn't talk to him. I was just so embarrassed." "That man had a knack for doing that to people," Darla assured her. "He would tell you just enough to get you into bed with him." Athena never lifted her head. "I am so bored," Tricia declared again, breaking the moment and bringing the attention back to her. "Then go to bed," Laura said, very annoyed. "No one is stopping you." "Dr. Quired suggested we room with someone," Darla said. "With 6 of us, that works out to 2 to a room." "Works for me," Mindy shrugged. Darla told everyone to follow her into the hall, and they all complied except Athena, who was more than grateful to be left alone. Looking down the hallway in the waning light of the sunset, they could see that the lights were only on in this hall, as down the hall and around the corner it was completely dark, or would be once the sun stopped shining in the windows. Darla led them into the first room to look it over again. All of the rooms looked exactly the same in that they each had 2 beds on opposite sides of the room and a wardrobe on one side. These beds were covered with some basic white linens, but nothing more. In fact, most of the rooms had only 1 bed, but knowing that these women were coming, Quired had the beds doubled up so that they could room together. "Ooh, do you think all the rooms are like this?" Tricia complained. She had said the same thing earlier with Quired, who had confirmed that, indeed, they were all the same except for the double beds. Laura was the one to sigh and field this one. It's a health facility, so yeah. All right, girls, Darla said in her authority voice. We'll be staying in the first 3 rooms here. I doubt anything will happen tonight, even if one of us is the psycho, since we were checked rather intimately for weapons and such earlier. I'll take this room with Athena. The rest of you will take the next 2 down. Any questions? Yeah, Trisha piped up. Seriously, do I have to pick one of these losers to room with? I'll spare everyone else the pain and deal with your complaining, Mindy offered. How unselfish of you, Trisha muttered, crossing her arms. Oh, did I mention I read the Bible out loud at night? Mindy said with a smile. Oh my God, no, Trisha said. You can go on without me, Mindy. What are you going to do? Laura asked. Lots of hallways in here, Trisha said, looking around. I always work out. I figure I'll walk in here to at least get in some kind of workout. We should really stay together, Ashley said nervously. It would be a good idea, Darla agreed. Has anyone noticed we're behind locked and secure doors? Trisha said. Give me a break. Trisha, I really do think, Darla began, but Trisha interrupted her. You know, I don't have to listen to you in here, Trisha said, getting right up on Darla. You're in the same boat as the rest of us, for the same reason as the rest of us. You're no better than we are, so you're in no position to order anyone around. We're not at school in here, so your authority is meaningless. Trisha spun around and left the room to walk down the hallway. Darla was visibly shaken by the encounter, so when the other 3 turned to watch Trisha go, Darla remained as she was. Finally, Ashley turned back to Darla. She'll be all right, right? Well, of course, Darla nodded, gathering herself back together. We're completely safe in here. Go on to your room for now. I need to talk to Athena. The other 3 dispersed to their rooms as Darla walked back to the gathering room to find Athena sitting alone right where they'd left her. Darla stared at her for a long time until Athena finally acknowledged Darla's presence by looking at her. Darla moved into the room but paced nervously, clearly trying to summon the courage to talk to Athena about the elephant in the room between them. Athena just watched Darla silently. Darla finally sighed and sat in a chair across from Athena, whose face looked tired but betrayed no emotion. Athena, Darla said before summoning her breath to continue, can I be frank with you? Athena shrugged. In fact, Athena would attest that she was quite burned out by the time Darla returned. She had cried over and over since the whole affair began with his death, and no matter how bad each day had been, each subsequent day just got worse. So nothing Darla would have to say would faze her. Look, Darla continued, I met Hank when he first got to the university. I didn't know he was married, and he didn't tell me. By the time I found out about you, I was already in love with the man. I was head over heels for him. I hated him for that. Darla looked at Athena, but Athena only looked at her through those tired eyes. Darla took a deep breath and continued. I put him through hell trying to get him to be with me. When I found out about everyone else, I tried even harder. I gave him whatever he wanted, and he took it. I wish I hadn't. She paused again and looked at Athena, but Athena's expression had not changed. I'm not a bad person, Athena. I'm really not. I made a mistake trying for Hank, and I regret it fully. I know that I can't change everything that's happened, and I know this won't make it feel any better, but for whatever it's worth... Darla took a deep breath. I'm sorry. This got Athena's attention. She cocked her head, narrowed her eyes, and smirked, disbelieving. You're sorry? Darla just let it all go. I'm sorry he treated you the way he did. I'm sorry I treated you the way I did. I'm sorry for everything. Athena seemed to process this, but her face finally revealed the anger of a woman scorned, pitted against the woman who scorned her. Her eyes darted back and forth as if thinking of the best way to phrase her thoughts without completely exploding. She took a deep breath, followed by a controlled exhale, and then bit her bottom lip as she pondered her words. While I appreciate your honesty, Athena began in a level tone, here's what I'm going through. I had an image of Hank as the perfect husband, and if all I had to deal with were his death, that would be hard enough. But I had an additional bomb dropped on me in the form of you and everyone else in this place, which told me that my life as I knew it was nothing but a lie. A horrible, senseless lie that I played into the entire time we were together. Whatever you think you're going through as a result of this inconvenience cannot come close to the hell I'm experiencing right now, so... Athena paused and took another breath to contain herself. Please go away. Is there anything I can do? Darla asked as sincerely as she could. Nothing anyone can do, Athena replied levelly. If you want to talk, Darla offered, I would have nothing to say. Athena brusquely interrupted her, and she locked her eyes on Darla's. Though Darla knew Athena had blue eyes, the pale color had deepened to the point of nearly black, so when they locked onto Darla, Darla knew the conversation was over. She sat locked in Athena's gaze for a moment before she finally nodded and left the room. As soon as she was alone again, Athena closed her eyes, and while she did not cry necessarily, she could not stop the flow of the tears which came so regularly lately. Chapter 11. Elimination. When the Bluffs Mental Health Facility was built, there was a real need for a psychiatric hospital, and this need carried on for many years until another hospital was built in another part of the state, which proponents of that construction said took some of the burden off of the Bluffs facility. The fact of the matter was that the Bluffs facility wasn't under any stress or burden, as only a few years before that new facility was constructed, they had expanded their own floor plan to include this massive new secure building, now occupied by 6 displaced women. Since they had the run of the place, Tricia had plenty of room to jog without bothering or being bothered by anyone else. She had settled into a decent circuit of halls that didn't even come into the viewing area of the room Darla had previously designated for them, nor was she interested in seeing any of them. She would eventually make her way back there in order to keep everyone from freaking out completely, but she also planned to wait as long as possible and be as tired as she could before returning. She had left the group a little over 30 minutes ago and decided to stop for a moment to rest before continuing. She wished she had remembered some water, since these halls, although air-conditioned, didn't have the best airflow, and she was feeling a bit dehydrated. She knew there was a water fountain next to the bathrooms near the entrance, but she wasn't ready to go back yet. She stopped next to a barred window and looked outside. The land behind the facility stretched out into the darkness beyond the lights on the sides of the buildings, which provided the only dim light within these hallways, which were otherwise very dark, since the administrators only turned on a few lights, thinking they wouldn't need to light the entire wing. It was a logical assumption, and she didn't mind the dark. She would easily be able to find her way back, since the exit signs were all in working order and pointed the way back to the entrance at every junction of the hall. What Tricia didn't know was that as she looked out the window, someone else was watching her from inside a room nearby. Tricia backed away from the window and ran again through the halls past the room where she was being watched. She continued onward, though, turning corners and circling back around on her circuit through the hall. As she passed that room again, she heard a sound and stopped. She looked around, having had the feeling for some time that someone was watching her, and the sound coming from the room seemed to clinch the idea for her. Slowly she stepped toward the room, but did not call out to anyone, as she always felt this would be a foolish thing to do. After all, if someone were spying on her for some reason, calling out would simply alert them to the fact that she was now aware of their presence. Her plan was to turn the light on in the room as soon as she reached it, since walking into a dark room would also be foolish. She may approach much of her life with reckless abandon, but self-preservation was not one of these things. She considered simply running back to everyone else now, but telling them that someone was here without proof would not buy her any more friends than she'd done on her own, and she knew she had no love from anyone here, nor did she care. If she were able to positively identify someone here with them, however, she would be in a very good position to lord it over them. She reached the darkened room and flipped the external switch. These rooms were equipped with an inside and an outside light switch, so that those on the outside could control the individual room's power when they needed to. There was, of course, a master power control that could simultaneously shut down all the rooms, but when the power was on, the individual rooms were generally left off unless occupied. The internal switch was clearly still off, since flipping the external switch did not light up the room. She knew the switch was on the internal side of the room wall directly opposite the external switch. She slid her hand around the door frame toward the switch. As she felt the switch plate, a knife sliced across her wrist. Tricia screamed and jerked her hand back, cradling it against her stomach. She backed away from the doorway, hyperventilating and staring at it, as if the darkened hole before her was what cut her. She was desperate to stop the bleeding which was rapidly soaking her shirt. As she stared, the faceless figure stepped out of the shadows to be visible against the stark white wall. Tricia's eyes opened wide, and she struggled to find her voice. She hadn't really believed Athena's story of the shadow figure until right now, when it was too late. She stumbled, momentarily dizzy from the blood drenching her shirt, and started to run away from the figure. She took a deep breath and screamed, hoping anyone would hear her. "She's here! She's in here with us!" She said nothing more, for the figure moved with incredible speed and sliced right across her throat, silencing her forever. The figure followed this up with a final burial of the knife in Tricia's gut under her ribs. Tricia fell to the ground in a heap, her blood spreading around her. The figure quietly sidestepped the carnage, leaving Tricia where she fell. Darla had gone to her room immediately following her disastrous conversation with Athena, which only served to make her feel worse about her life. An unexpected outcome, considering she just wanted to apologize. She couldn't blame Athena for her feelings, of course, since Darla would admit that she would feel the same way if their roles were reversed. So she had come to their room, changed into her pajamas, and immediately lain down, though her eyes never closed for a second. As depressing as this experience was shaping up, tired was something she knew she would not feel tonight. Knock, knock. Darla walked to the door and opened it to find Mindy standing nervously on the other side, looking very worried. Her eyes darted to Darla's as she played with her hair. Darla invited her in, and Mindy sat down on the bed. Darla sat next to her, both of them facing away from the door, which remained open. "What's wrong?" Darla asked, honestly concerned. "It's Tricia," Mindy said. "She's not back yet." "Now, it's only been 45 minutes since we broke our meeting," Darla assured her. "I'm sure she's still roaming the halls somewhere. I'm surprised you're missing her." "It's not just that," Mindy said. "Did you hear a scream a little while back?" "We're in the loony bin," Darla said with a shrug, trying not to look concerned about a scream and a missing person. "Screams are probably a normal thing here." "Look, I was only joking about reading to her," Mindy confessed. "Forcing it on someone isn't the way to do it. Anyway, it just seems like a long time." Darla put her arm around Mindy, comforting her. "Now, Mindy, we're all a little afraid of what might be out there. We should be. It's not every day some homicidal psychopath makes you a target." Mindy gave her a disgusted look, and Darla smiled, knowing that was not really in the best of taste, considering their very real circumstances. God forbid, right? "All the same, though," Darla continued, "we're locked up in a very secure facility. There's no way a killer's getting in here." And she believed that wholeheartedly. With everything they witnessed and experienced in getting into this part of the facility, it seemed very unlikely that the killer would have any way of getting past all that security. And if the killer were one of them, they would only have what was available to commit any crime with, and there wasn't much here. "Tell me about this Greater Life church you go to," Darla suggested. "I don't know much about the people past the college stuff," Mindy shrugged. "I usually sit with my age group in service when Pastor Chambers preaches." "Tell me about everything anyway," Darla said. "It might help to get both of our minds off of this mess for a bit." Darla listened to Mindy talk about her post-Hank Michaels life, hoping it might take her mind off of the mess they were in and let her sleep eventually. Yet, as they took comfort in their supposed security, the faceless figure walked past the door behind them. The hallway was completely empty as the figure made her way to her next victim, but at present she was simply surveying her surroundings, searching for the perfect opportunity. She walked to the bathroom door, and in this wing, the main restroom contained not only toilets, but also a communal shower area, such as one might find in a high school locker room. At present, Laura was alone in the shower area, wrapped in a towel, and working to shave her legs. The figure paused for a moment, watching her, but the sound of a toilet flush drew her attention away from Laura. She turned, walked into an open stall, and closed the door just as Ashley exited another stall. Ashley walked to the border of the shower area and watched Laura for a moment from the position that the figure had stood in just moments before. "We're stuck here all night, and you're actually bothering to shave your legs," Ashley declared. Laura glanced up to her without a trace of humor. "A girl's got to look her best, no matter what," Laura told her very matter-of-factly. "That's what my mom always says anyway. I guess it's a hard habit to break." "Maybe if there were a guy in here with us," Ashley shrugged, "but with a bunch of other women? I can wait until tomorrow." "Suit yourself, Ashley, but don't complain to me when your legs feel all scratchy tomorrow morning." Laura said it like some kind of portent, which led Ashley to immediately scratch one of her legs. "My legs don't feel scratchy," Ashley said, and then noticed she was scratching a leg and stopped. "You say that now," Laura warned with a smile. "I'm going to the room, Laura," Ashley said. "When do you think you'll be done?" "I won't be long," Laura said, concentrating on her task at hand. She took a few more strokes on her legs when she realized that Ashley had remained standing at the entry to the shower. Laura stopped and looked at her. "Do you mind?" "Sorry," Ashley said sheepishly. "It's just that I'd feel better about traveling together." "Hey, there's no one in here with us. No one can get past the gate, much less the guard, and the bars, and that door where you have to get buzzed and scan at the same time. Still, it's just logical, you know. It's safe. Go to the room." "Don't be too long, okay?" Ashley conceded as she backed out of the bathroom. Finally, she turned on her heel and walked out the door. Laura shook her head incredulously and rolled her eyes, thinking that Professor Michaels wasn't exactly into this for the intelligence in a lot of cases, especially that last one. She checked out her leg to make sure she hadn't missed any spots before switching to the other leg and lathering up. Her concentration fully engaged, she didn't see the faceless figure standing back at the entry of the shower area, watching her again. Laura was oblivious to the presence of the faceless figure, but the figure walked back into his stall as the bathroom door opened again. "You're shaving your legs?" Mindy's voice rang out across the bathroom. Laura paused and rolled her eyes again. "Don't start with me." Chapter 12. Tracking a Killer. While the women were unsafely tucked away in Happy Acres, or rather the mental health facility, I did not simply take the evening off to rest on my laurels. I knew the killer was still out there, but I could not confirm whether I had locked her away in the facility, or if she would be actively trying to gain entry to it. My honest hope was that by reviewing some public records about the women involved in this whole debacle, I might light upon something that I'd not discovered already. But after going over the records of all these women a couple of times, my eyes were strained, and I was ready to curl up under my desk and call it a night. I knew there would be little point in going home at any rate. I had folders with some data, and the internet for yet more, but nothing stood out to me more than it had the first dozen times I'd reviewed it. I sat back in my chair and looked around the station. I was the only workaholic still here at this time of night, because even though it was only 9 o'clock, Bluffs rarely had anything going on that required someone to be at the police station 24 hours a day, besides the 911 staff who had collectively read more books in their time than anyone else I know. The only other person here at this time was the janitor, and he had already come by to take out my trash. I closed my eyes to try and think of everyone I'd gone through so far, but my mind was all in a fog. I walked into the break room for some very stale coffee to try and wake up a bit. There had to be something I was missing in this whole case. Someone I had overlooked, or some fact that I had just missed. It had to be staring me in the face. I looked out of the break room window into the dark street, and that's when it hit me. In the interest of keeping you guessing, because it is simply not time to reveal the killer yet, I will say that looking out the window is what led my mind down the necessary path, and I immediately walked to my computer to look up a specific piece of information that I remember seeing, but for some reason it didn't register. I honestly don't know why it didn't either. I typed the name into my lookup database, and the information loaded. As I looked at what presented itself in black and white, I cursed myself for not catching it quicker. For some reason I hadn't looked this up before, but I should have. Too many names, and too much about too many of them had clouded my judgment, but I believe that had I noticed it sooner, I might have prevented so much tragedy. I drove directly over to the home in question to see if anything inside might prove the case conclusively. Obviously, I didn't expect anyone to be home, but I knocked all the same just to be sure. Getting no answer, I tried the door and found it locked. Hoping this person might be the irresponsible variety who hides a key somewhere convenient, I went ahead and checked under the doormat and above the doorframe. Naturally, that was too easy, so hoping they did not lock the deadbolt, I used my vast knowledge of opening doors and slipped a credit card in between the latch and the door jamb, and it opened. Yes, I admit it was illegal, but I let myself in. I decided it would be best to keep the lights off, as I didn't want any neighbors to see me wandering around. It was bad enough that my car was parked outside, but it was unmarked. I used my flashlight to look around the house itself, as well as looking in the bedroom and its closet, where people tend to keep their darkest secrets. In all areas I found nothing of use, and further confirmed that no one was home. Finally, I came across a locked door, and as anyone would know, finding a locked room inside a house is a very curious... Finally, I came across a locked door, and as anyone would know, finding a locked room inside a house is a very curious thing. After all, if you were to live alone, who exactly are you keeping out of this room? But anyone curious enough to stumble upon the door when they visit? As I'm a visitor who has an inquiring mind, I used the credit card trick again and beat this rather insignificant indoor lock. A quick look around the room with my flashlight showed me that the windows in this room were covered not just with heavy curtains or blinds, but internal shutters that were locked to prevent the chance of anyone sneaking into this room from the outside. As there was also no chance of anyone outside seeing into this room if I turned on the light, I decided it would be all right to risk it. Jackpot. The only furniture in this room consisted of a single desk and a handful of ropes spanning the room. Hanging on these ropes with clothespins were photographs of Athena, Hank, the college, the Michaels house, the various women that were in Hank's address book, and even their houses and inside their rooms. You read that right. This person had not only scoped out their residences, but broken into their homes and took pictures of their rooms to study them before attacking. Next to some of the pictures of the murdered women were the newspaper clippings covering the murders. On the desk was a composition tablet packed full of writing like a diary, a wedding picture, a framed marriage license, a mug of pens and pencils, and some younger photos of Hank and the woman in the wedding photo. The woman in the photo had changed her appearance since it and the other pictures were taken, but the face was the same as the one I had already seen throughout this case. The composition tablet on the desk was not alone. This woman had been taking notes for some time, as there was a stack of these tablets on the floor next to the desk. I found it curious that there was no computer, but someone like this would consider a computer to be too revealing of who they are and what they're looking for. Files and photos on computers are forever, whether people like it or not. Deleting something is possible, but deleting it forever takes extra effort. Most people don't even know about the extra effort. Those who do are usually either hackers, detectives, or novelists who think they're clever. I picked up the current composition tablet which was on the desk and opened it to the final entry, which turned out to be the day of Hank's murder. Apparently she felt the diary was complete at that point. It read, "God said, 'You shall not commit adultery,' and 'the adulterer and adulteress shall surely be put to death.' The time has come to act. It is time to remind him of our vows, till death do us part. He took that vow to me, and so his harem is as guilty as he, and will reap the same fate. The time has come to purge the evil from this world. This mission begins tonight, and will not end until every one of his tramps has met their fate at my hand. My lord, I've done as you have asked. Happy anniversary, Hank. Disturbing. Very disturbing and very telling. This, combined with everything else I knew, meant that the women were in very real danger right now. It seemed like such a good idea, but how was I to know? Well, I could have done more diligent research, that's how. I called the security station at the facility, but no one answered. It was already too late. My heart sank at the very thought. I was responsible for them, and I let them down. Every death in that place would be on my head. It was supposed to have been so perfect. I hung up the call and rang up Dr. Quiard. He groggily answered. Dr. Quiard, this is Detective Thompson. Yes, I'm aware of the time, but I think we may have a problem. I called the facility and there was no answer. I'll be there. I planned on calling out everyone I could get over there on no notice, since I knew it would be hard to get in. I knew once we got in, I might not like what I found. At that moment, Athena was resting on one of the couches in the gathering room. She had no desire to join anyone else here in their rooms, especially not Darla, who had conspired in her own way to take Hank away from her. She knew the arrangements here were intended to keep them safe and together, but Athena couldn't bring herself to agree. Where she was resting allowed her to view the open entry into the gathering room, and when she decided to open her eyes for a moment, she spotted the faceless figure standing in the open entry looking at her. This immediately snapped Athena out of her limbo between asleep and awake, and she sat straight up. As she did, the figure walked away from her and down the hall. Without missing a beat, Athena immediately jumped off the couch and ran to the hall to see where the figure went. But when she arrived, the hall was empty. The figure had disappeared. She doubted herself for a moment, but knew she had seen someone here. It could not have been her imagination. She called out a "hello" to see if perhaps she had seen someone, but imagined the outfit. After all, she was half asleep, so she was willing to accept a case of mistaken identity. The figure had walked into Mindy's room and stood just inside the doorway looking at Mindy curled up on her bed. She was, in fact, trying her best to sleep, but it was not coming easy. She had tried to read earlier, but could not focus at all, being alone in her room. She heard Athena call out hello a second time somewhere down the hall, and opened her eyes. Staring at the wall away from the door, she caught sight of a shadow in the light of the hall cast on the wall before her. The shadow slowly approached her bed. Her immediate thought was that Tricia had finally returned, and she was simply approaching quietly. "Tricia?" Mindy said, rolling over to look at the friend she had in another life, but her eyes lit upon the faceless figure. She squinted in the dim light to try and confirm what her eyes were telling her, that this figure looked like a shadow with no features. "What are you doing?" She honestly wasn't sure who she was talking to at this point, but if it were a joke, it was in very poor taste, which was par for Tricia. "Tricia," she said again as the figure reached her bed and stood over her. There was an awkward pause until Mindy finally moved to get out of bed, but before she got anywhere, the figure brought down her hand on Mindy's neck in a karate chop fashion, crushing her voice box. Desperately, Mindy grasped for any sound, but with her voice gone, the best she could manage was a whisper. She attempted to yell for help, but a slight whimper that the figure herself could barely hear was the best Mindy could manage. The figure grabbed a handful of Mindy's hair and lifted her out of bed. Mindy grabbed the figure's hand to try and break her grip, but it was no use. She screamed in pain, but only a whisper came out. The figure dragged Mindy across the floor to the window. Although the window had a metal grate in front of the glass, the figure slammed Mindy into the grate hard enough to shatter the glass behind it. The figure dropped Mindy to the floor and then kicked Mindy to roll her onto her back. Mindy offered little resistance as she watched the figure draw her knife, and with tears streaming out of her eyes, she sang weakly in her whisper, "Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so." That was it. The figure stabbed Mindy repeatedly, cutting off her song. She tore the little wooden cross from Mindy's neck and threw it into a corner of the room. Then she turned to find Athena standing at the door, staring at her, slack-jawed. The figure stood, brandishing her knife, and walked toward Athena. Unable to escape this time, Athena backed up against the door and watched powerlessly as the figure walked to her and stood face to face with her. "Soon it will be over," the female whisper uttered. Athena saw the figure move, and she closed her eyes, waiting for the final blow. She heard a door open somewhere else in the hall. Perhaps there was a chance this person could still be caught after her death. "Oh my God!" The voice belonged to Darla, and Athena opened her eyes to find Darla staring in horror at the carnage of Mindy in the room. Laura and Ashley arrived right behind her. Laura gasped. Ashley screamed. Athena fainted. Chapter 13. The Final Battle. Darla gave Athena a sharp slap across the face to bring her out of her spell. She woke up to find herself on a couch in the gathering room with Laura and Ashley standing behind Darla, looking at Athena suspiciously. Darla leaned back in a chair and crossed her arms, staring at Athena humorlessly. Athena instantly recalled what had happened. "Did you see her?" Athena asked. "She's here." "No," Darla said flatly. "You're here. We're here. No one else can get in." "Obviously someone got in," Athena insisted. "Mindy's dead." "She's dead," Darla agreed and continued. "Trisha is missing. You were the only one in Mindy's room when I got there. I didn't see anyone else." "She was in there when I showed up," Athena pleaded with them to believe her. "She walked out before you got there." Their faces showed not one touch of belief of Athena's story, and even to her it came off as very hard to believe, just like everything else that had happened since this problem started. Every time Athena tried to tell anyone what was going on with her, it was like the killer treated her different, like she was special. She had to admit that if she were in everyone else's shoes, she would also have trouble believing the stories she told, but that did not change the truth of it. She walked out. Ashley asked in disbelief. "You said you were standing at the door," Laura said. "Yeah, how could she get out if you were standing there?" Ashley asked. "She walked past me," Athena said. "I was at the door, not blocking it. She said it will be over soon." "I'll bet it will," Darla said, unmoving. "Why didn't she kill you?" Laura asked in a flat tone, strangely without accusation. It was a valid question, followed by a valid observation. "It doesn't make sense." "I don't know," Athena admitted. "She looked at me." Darla gave a large sigh, and then leaned forward to recap Athena's story like the bad cop in an interrogation. "Seriously, Athena, do you expect us to believe that this homicidal maniac killed one girl, then just looked you in the face, spoke a few words, and just left?" "She probably heard you coming," Athena sputtered, barely believing herself at this point. "Why should she care?" Darla said, raising her voice. "You've seen her. Why didn't she just kill you and let me see her?" "I don't know," Athena said, dropping her head into her hands. "Oh, you had us fooled, didn't you?" Darla continued to accuse. "Athena probably killed Trisha, then stashed her body somewhere before doing in Mindy. She's been playing us the whole time when she was behind it all. From the beginning. Who else would have keys to her own house? Who else would know about her husband's address book? Who else could go through his effects daily to keep up on his affairs? Who has been the only one to see this killer? Athena. Every time." Athena glanced up to look at Darla angrily. Darla was unfazed. "Oh, now you're mad at me? Well, excuse me. No one else even comes close to the motive you have for doing every one of these crimes. Jealousy? Anger? Hell, I don't even think anyone would have blamed you for Hank's death. But the others? Mindy had turned her life around. She was the sweetest girl I knew, and you just killed her. Maybe we aren't all perfect. Maybe we have made the mistake of hooking up with a married man at some point. And you know, we were wrong to do it. And you actually made me feel bad about your situation. Well, Athena, now it is your turn to make me sick, and nothing you can say or do will change that." Athena returned her face to her hands. She knew she couldn't say anything to what Darla had to say, whether it was true or not. Once she made up her mind, it would be almost impossible to change it without some kind of dramatic event. Darla stood before Athena triumphantly. "Well, if we have our killer, can we go home?" Laura asked, a bit shaken herself. "I don't see why not," Darla said, still victoriously. "There's an intercom on the front desk out there that the doctor said would let us talk to the guard outside. I say we call Arlene to get us out of here, and leave her in." Darla stood up and walked to the front desk situated near the entrance to the wing. She turned back to the other two. "Keep an eye on her." "I don't want to be with her alone," Ashley said nervously. "Relax, she's harmless," Laura assured her. "We frisked her. Twice." "I still don't like it," Ashley said. For her part, Athena stayed still. She did not believe she had done anything, and the last thing she wanted to do was make any sudden moves that they might misconstrue. Darla left the gathering room and walked the short distance to the front desk, which was completely empty except for the intercom installed as part of the actual structure. Darla crossed behind the desk and pressed the intercom button to open a channel to the security desk outside. "Hello, Arlene? Arlene, are you there?" Darla said, and took her finger off the button for a moment. She pressed it again. "Arlene, this is Darla Hemingway." She listened for a response, but none came. Darla looked concerned and wondered why their security officer wouldn't respond. She decided quite reasonably that Arlene had probably gone off to pee and just hadn't returned yet. She decided she'd try again in a few minutes and walk back to the gathering room. However, she was apparently concerned about Arlene not being at her station because as soon as she sat down, Ashley had to ask, "Professor Hemingway, what's wrong?" Darla looked at her as coolly as she could and just shook her head. "Oh, nothing. Arlene must have been in the restroom or something." There was no answer. "No answer," Athena said in a panic. She got her, and now she's in here with us." "You're delusional," Laura said, rolling her eyes. "I'm not delusional," Athena protested, sounding very offended by the very idea. "You are," Laura reaffirmed. "Check it out." She got up and walked to the hallway. "Laura, don't go out there," Athena pleaded. "Honestly, what's going to happen?" Darla asked, bored with Athena's insistence that it was anyone but her. Laura stopped outside the gathering room in the center of the hallway and held out her arms like it was a major accomplishment. She looked both ways down a hallway, completely clear of any activity, since as far as they knew, everyone in that entire wing was present in the gathering room. "The hallway is empty," Laura declared. "What's she going to do? Jump out of the shadows?" "She could be hiding in a room," Athena suggested. "It's true," Ashley agreed. "She could." "Honestly," Darla said with another eye roll. "Let's be realistic here," Laura said. What she missed as she was gloating was a door down the hall from her, opening apparently of its own accord. Dr. Quired and I entered the facility probably about that time to find the security station to be completely empty. Where I was concerned, however, Quired seemed to be annoyed that I got him out of bed, and was completely confident in his facility's security. "Dr. Quired, where are your security personnel?" I asked, pointing at the empty desk. "She's probably in the restroom," Quired suggested. I didn't buy it. "And you think she was in there when I called earlier?" "Likely. I think you're overreacting." "I'd rather overreact than do nothing at all. We have 6 women's lives at stake here, and I don't want their deaths on my head. Where's the restroom?" I didn't care if it was the women's restroom. I was going to go in there and check for the missing security guard. Dr. Quired pointed me in the right direction and continued to assure me as I checked. "Don't worry. This is a secure facility. You see that no one could even get past the gate without proper clearance." The restroom was empty. No one had been in it since it had been cleaned earlier by the looks of it. I made my way behind his security desk. "No one can get in, you say? I would say that if your people abandon their posts, it sure makes getting in a lot easier. I assure you that she will no longer be working for us when I get a hold of her, Detective." I reached the back side of the desk and looked over a shamble of broken monitors and buttons, along with the arcing of electricity everywhere. Whoever did this kept it strictly behind the desk, as it was not visible from the front. This kept getting worse. "Doctor, is your facility always in this condition?" I asked flippantly, given all the grief he had put me through so far. He mumbled something about being state-of-the-art as he wandered behind the desk, but stopped in shock at seeing the chaos we were faced with. I want to get back there, I told him urgently, and he reached past me to press the appropriate button on the desk. Nothing happened. Quired finally looked concerned and pressed the button again to no avail. How much do you know about how it works? I asked. A bit, he said, kneeling down to open the underside panel. Let me see if anything is wrong under... He gasped and instinctively jumped away from the desk. I looked under the desk and discovered what had happened to Arlene. She was quite dead, hopefully before she ended up folded in half underneath the security desk, amidst the sparking wires and other dangers that lurked there. I looked at Quired, who had fear all over his old face. I want in there, now. Tell me there is some kind of override, I insisted. Quired nodded slowly before snapping out of it, and nodding more firmly. Yes, of course, he said. A few of us have master keys that disengage the security measures, whether that be the lock or magnetic plate. Then please, Doctor, I told him, offering him a hand to help him to his feet. He took it and walked to the barred door just on the other side of the metal detectors, shuffling through a ring of keys. He stopped at the lock and stared at it. What is it? I asked, already fearing the worst. Someone filled the lock with something, he told me in a monotone. I looked at the keyhole and found that whoever had done it had used some kind of metal filler to render the keyhole worthless. There was no way to dig that out after it had hardened. I don't suppose there's value in reaching the other side, I said. These bars are only 2 inches apart, Detective, he said, defeated. I couldn't get my arm through there, and neither could you. Besides, we have the same problem at our next obstacle. I looked through the bars at the first door to find that whoever had done this had done the same to the next door, effectively locking us out completely. And I had no doubt we'd find the same at the innermost door. Whoever did this had planned carefully. They knew the facility intimately already, which not only fit in with the planning I had seen at the house, but also with whom I suspected to be behind this. I dialed a number on my phone. I need someone out here 5 minutes ago to cut through some doors. Laura was still standing in the hall paying attention to everyone in the gathering room, so she did not see the faceless figure emerge from a room and creep down the hall toward her. Instead, she was listening to Darla continue to berate Athena. Athena, you are doing nothing more than trying to avert the blame from yourself. We'll just take shifts watching you, so you don't take out any more of us. Makes sense to me, Laura said. I'm going back to bed. Athena was the first to see the figure next to Laura as Laura turned, and found herself face to face with her. Laura, run! Athena cried out, but it was too late. The figure grabbed both sides of Laura's head and gave it a sharp twist. Laura's neck cracked sharply, and she slumped to the ground, dead. The other 3 stared wide-eyed at the figure who stood before them, firmly establishing that Athena was not the one behind it. The figure was the first to move as she reached into a sheath at her side and drew her knife. She moved quickly into the room, which snapped Athena and Darla to action, but Ashley remained frozen. Athena grabbed Ashley's wrist and dragged her around the path of the figure and ran for the door. Darla grabbed a chair and lobbed it at the figure, which slowed her down just enough for the 3 women to escape the gathering room. They ran down the hall into the darkened end of the corridor. They turned a corner and ducked into a room, closing the door behind them. Ashley was the first to freak out, quickly spouting out, "Oh my God, she's real. She's really, really real. She's in here. We're going to die." Darla clapped her hand over Ashley's mouth and held her as still as possible as she and Athena backed up as close to the door as possible to avoid being seen through the window, despite the darkness. They spotted the shadow of the faceless figure at the window, and to their surprise they heard an intercom pop on. Athena jumped at the sound, and it was Ashley's turn to faint this time. Darla continued to hold her tight. As soon as they heard the pop, they remembered Quired mentioning that the rooms did possess a 2-way intercom to allow those outside the room to communicate with those inside, so they didn't have to unlock the door or open any panels to talk. It was another security measure, and now the figure was using it in the hopes of hearing which room they entered. After a brief moment, the intercom popped off, and the pair relaxed a little. The window didn't let in much light, but their eyes were adjusting to the dark so that they could kind of see each other as well as the room's furnishings. "Oh, Athena, I'm sorry," Darla whispered quite honestly. "Forget it, Darla," Athena said. "I was having trouble believing myself after a while, but we have too much going on right now to worry about blame. We have to do something." "Well, she's not doing anything," Darla said, laying Ashley out on the floor. "Passed out in a random room, Ashley probably had the best chance of surviving the night at this rate." "We can put her in the closet," Athena suggested, "and hope she doesn't wake up and scream. It'll be dark in there." Darla nodded in reply. Athena continued, "But that doesn't help us." "Can we try luring her into a room, then locking her in?" Darla suggested. Athena shook her head. "All these locks need a key to work from either side. If we got her into a room, we'd have to try and hold it shut. She's pretty strong from what I've seen." "That won't work, then. There's got to be something in here we can use." "But what?" Athena asked as much to herself as Darla. They looked at the empty beds in this part of the wing, and an idea formed. She looked at Darla. "This is going to be a long shot, but I have an idea." She explained the whole scenario to Darla, who nodded and agreed that they didn't have a lot of options, so it was as good as anything else. They put Ashley in the wardrobe and closed that door behind her. She would freak out when she woke up, but she would be safe if the figure went room to room flipping lights on. Like their plan, it wasn't great, but it was better than anything else at the moment. Athena stood behind the door and looked out the window as far down the hall both ways as she could manage. It appeared to be empty, so she cautiously opened the door and checked again. The hall remained clear. She gestured to Darla, and together they left the room and closed the door behind them. They crept to the main hallway and looked down it toward the well-lit entrance, still completely empty. Continuing quietly, they walked along the wall toward the closest room they knew of to have bed linens. Encountering no resistance, they entered that room and left the lights out as they stripped the beds, each of them carrying the 2 sheets from each bed. Their next destination was the gathering room, and so far it had been quiet, but they knew they'd encounter the figure at some point. Athena checked the hall again, and it was still clear. Athena led as they crept out of the room, moving towards the gathering room, passing by a utility room, situated opposite the gathering room as the hallway opened into it. The utility room door opened as they passed it, and the faceless figure crept out behind them, drawing her knife. Once settled directly behind Darla, the figure stabbed her knife downward into Darla's back. Darla fell to the ground as the figure retained her knife. Athena didn't wait. She couldn't. She ran for the gathering room and darted inside, knowing the figure would follow. She quickly let out the sheets she was carrying, and as the figure ran through the door, Athena tried to use the sheets like a net to trap her. However, the figure was ready with her knife and sliced right through the sheets and into Athena's arm. Athena dropped the sheets and backed away from the doorway, looking for the figure behind her, and the knife swiped at her again. Athena ducked out of the way, but when she came back to her feet, the figure was gone. She held her arm against her stomach, which allowed her shirt to soak up a lot of the blood from her wound, though she knew that wouldn't last long. She crept up to behind a couch to see if the figure was hiding on the floor. Nothing there, but then something sliced her ankle, and she went down again. She knew she couldn't stay down, and the cut on her ankle, while deep, would not be any more permanent than a scar if she survived. She limped to her feet, but the foot of the figure kicked her in the face, sending her back to the floor. Bleeding and weakening, Athena looked up to see the figure closing in on her. She braced herself for the inevitable strike. Instead, the figure whispered again. "If a person sins and does what is forbidden in any of the Lord's commands, even though she does not know it, she is guilty and will be held responsible." "Why do you keep saying that?" Athena begged. This time the voice changed. No longer a whisper, the voice turned into a clear female voice. And it was familiar. Athena would know it anywhere. It was the voice of the person whose file I read last, the voice of the person whose house I had just searched, a house just next door to her first victim. "Because that is you." Athena stared in complete shock as the figure removed her mask to reveal the face of her friend and neighbor, Kathy Brackett. Within her eyes a wild madness dwelt, and it appeared that she might use the knife she held in her hand again at any moment. Athena searched for words, but only managed a pitiful, "Kathy?" "Anyone who sleeps with an adulterer commits adultery," Kathy told her. "It is a finite law of the Lord." Athena was quite confused. As far as she knew, she was not the one who was in any kind of adulterous relationship. She had married Hank 2 years ago, and they had lived together ever since. Despite what he had done, his acts had not invalidated their marriage. She looked at Kathy, the confusion evident on her face. Kathy leaned down to Athena, inches from her face. "He left me without a divorce, so your marriage is void. You were sleeping with my husband." Athena's mind reeled. All this time Kathy knew that Hank was next door, but then she realized that Kathy had moved in next to them. And in that whole time, even though Kathy referred to a husband, Athena had never seen one. Hank was married to Kathy before he was married to Athena, and he never filed for any divorce from Kathy. Athena looked up at Kathy innocently. "But," she started, but Kathy interrupted. "You didn't know," Kathy mocked. Athena realized that in the stories she had heard from the other women Hank had been with, they continually used that phrase. Even Darla, with whom Athena had been so angry before, had said that Hank began the relationship before telling Darla anything, and Darla had been the one to find out. Hank never told her. It turned out that in the end, Hank had done the same thing to her, but in this case he had taken her all the way to the altar and kept her in the dark to be a maid with benefits. She looked at Kathy, who was still kneeling next to her and gloating in her victory. "What are you going to do?" Athena asked quietly. "Do you know what it's like hearing about how wonderful your husband is from another woman claiming to be his wife? Do you have any idea how patient I had to be? Do you have any idea how close you came to death so many times? I considered killing everyone else and framing him for it, but my enthusiasm got away from me." Kathy chuckled at the very thought. "Couldn't let him live, though. He did piss me off, you know." "Why let me live?" Athena asked, her voice empty. "Oh, the first time you were lucky," Kathy admitted, "and I had a hell of a time getting back home through our backyards. Fortunately, you were too flustered to notice the black pants under my robe. A quick change, and I was hidden again, which I did while I told you to chill out on the couch. When we got the reaction we did from Thompson, I decided to play with you while killing everyone else. That was actually really fun." "You're sick," Athena breathed. Kathy slapped her. "The world is sick," Kathy spat back. "Hank did what he wanted to do, and that was okay with everyone? Someone had to do something, and no one else even cared." "But you killed more than just the girls," Athena protested. "What about the others? How did they fit in? Why kill them too?" "You mean like Scott Owen?" Kathy asked. "He slept with an adulteress, and so was just as guilty. Same deal." "And the police officer?" "Icing." "On what?" "You." Athena was taken aback, momentarily left without a response. "What about me?" she asked in confusion. "You see, that's the best part," Kathy explained with a smile. In fact, it appeared that she was enjoying this far too much. "I was going to kill you. That's why I came to your house the day after I took care of Jenny Thurman. You were going to die. But after you got away, and we had to talk to Detective Thompson, I decided that you get to live." "After what you've done to everyone else?" Athena asked, shaking her head to try and make sense of this. "No, you misunderstand," Kathy said. "After what you've done to everyone else." "What?" "Thompson already entertains the possibility, which is what makes it so workable. I leave you alive to take the rap for everything that happened here tonight. You were always their prime suspect. Thompson practically said it that day in his office. You'll be the sole survivor, and their suspicions will be confirmed. Anything you accuse me of will be desperation." "But I was in jail during one of the murders," Athena pointed out, "leading the police to wonder who your accomplice is." "I could tell them you're my accomplice," Athena said. "They'll investigate you, and I'm sure there's evidence somewhere." "Have you learned nothing from Hank?" Kathy laughed. "Knowing what to say to whom, and when to make them think whatever you want them to think? He kept you completely in the dark. I know I'll be questioned, but I am as much the psychology major as Hank is. I'll avoid their questions and watch you rot. As for your accomplice, they'll find evidence that one of the people you killed here tonight was your accomplice that night." "What about my wounds?" Athena challenged. "A single survivor in a wing of 5 dead women," Kathy scoffed. "They may wonder, but they won't care. They are eager and pressured to put this to bed, so they'll blame whoever they need to blame to get it taken care of, and an angry wife is a perfect candidate for that. And don't you worry about the one you stashed away in one of these rooms. I'll make sure they find her as well." "How will you get out?" Athena asked, desperately trying to find any hole in this plan of Kathy's. "An advantage to working here is knowing ways into this wing that even the administrator is unfamiliar with," Kathy said. "I could wait until they reach that door out there, and still be gone before they can get in. I'll be home before you can finish your story." "Why are you doing this?" "Because Hank screwed me too, Athena," Kathy said angrily, "and he was the first to go. Enjoy your stay in prison." Kathy turned to leave. Athena drew herself up to her feet to make any kind of challenge against Kathy, or at least wound her in some way, so that there would be some evidence on her that Athena could identify. She thought quickly of anything she would say to stall Kathy's departure. "What about the murder weapon?" Athena asked. "It'll be here," Kathy said. "Somewhere sensible, but I'm not about to tell you where." "It's not going to work," Athena declared. "There's no one left to stop me," Kathy said. Athena looked around and saw the chairs were not bolted to the floor. She picked one of them up and with great effort tossed it at Kathy. Kathy turned and barely sidestepped the chair. "There's still me," Athena said. "You can't fight me," Kathy declared. "I'm going to try." Athena reached out and grabbed the leg of another chair as Kathy drew her knife and swiped at her. Athena pulled the chair in front of her, stopping Kathy's blow. Athena stood as Kathy came around for another strike. Athena grabbed the chair again and swung it right back. The knife glanced off the chair and out of Kathy's hands. Athena swung the chair back and tossed Kathy to the ground. Athena limped toward the hall, but Kathy lunged at her, grabbing her injured ankle and sending her to the floor. Kathy crawled on top of Athena as Athena tried to get back to her feet. Kathy rolled Athena over and reached for her neck. Athena grabbed Kathy's hands, but Kathy was much stronger, and Athena knew she couldn't hold them for long. "Come on, Athena," Kathy urged. "It's inevitable. Everybody dies. Your death will just be slow and in prison." "I'm not dying today." Athena brought her knee up between Kathy's legs, causing Kathy to momentarily relax her grip, and she flinched from the hit. Athena broke her wrists free, reeled back, and decked Kathy in the face, throwing Kathy back to her knees. Before Athena could move, a chair flew over Athena's head and hit Kathy in the side of the face, throwing her to the wall of the room, the chair still on top of her. Athena looked behind her to see Darla, still bleeding from the wound in her back and breathing heavily, standing behind her. She held a hand out for Athena. Athena took it and rose to her feet unsteadily. They looked at each other, both wounded, bleeding, and tired. "Are you okay?" Darla asked. "Yeah, I think so," Athena nodded. Darla looked at Kathy. "Who is it?" "Apparently," Athena explained, "my next-door neighbor is Hank's first wife, who he never divorced." Darla looked at Athena with a sympathetic smile. "He didn't tell you he was married either, huh?" Athena chuckled despite herself and shook her head. A sound in the hall drew their attention, and they both walked to where we were busy trying to cut through the door. My first view of the situation as soon as we got that second door open was looking at Athena and Darla and thinking they'd come out of a bloody war zone. Athena was bleeding from her foot and arm, and Darla's back was covered in blood from the wound she had received. They were likely on the edge of shock from the blood loss, which led Dr. Quired to call out for medical assistance, as Athena told us that they had their killer in the gathering room. They led us to the room, but the place where they had knocked out Kathy Brackett was empty. They turned back to us, and Athena insisted she was there. However, I caught the movement behind them as Kathy emerged from behind the couches and raised her knife. "Look out," I told them as I raised my gun and fired, clipping Kathy in the shoulder. She fell against a table and then hit the floor. The 4 of us looked over her form on the floor, neither unconscious nor dead, but definitely spent. As they watched, she closed her eyes. "Did you kill her?" Darla asked. "She'll recover," I said. Epilogue. Athena and Darla were taken immediately by Quired into another part of the hospital that was staffed and had the medical tools he required to put Athena and Darla back together. We found Ashley still curled up and unconscious in the wardrobe where the women had placed her to keep her safe. We brought her to the room where Athena and Darla were being taken care of, and she woke up after a little smelling salts. After their stitches and a firm command to rest for a few days to let their bodies recover, I agreed to take them all home, and Quired decided to walk with us to my car. As we walked down the hall, we saw Kathy being wheeled on a stretcher into a different room to be cared for under heavy guard. "What made you come after us?" Athena asked me as we reached the elevator. "I was reading the public records we have on all of you again, to see if there was anything that might make one of you a killer. And I discovered Brackett is your friend Kathy's maiden name," I told them. "It's Kathy Michaels, isn't it?" Athena said flatly. I nodded. "She married Hank Michaels about 6 years ago when they were in college," I continued. "Her family helped to put him through. He left her 2 years later after they graduated, but there was never any divorce filed. She killed him on their anniversary." Quired added, "Tonight, she used her clearance as an employee here to get past security at the gate. That's the only way she could get to you, and that is certainly something we never even considered." "Well, we have her now," I assured them, "so you have nothing to worry about. We'll take good care of her." "I hope so," Athena said. "How is it she lived next door to you, and Hank never knew who she was?" Darla asked. Athena shrugged, ashamed of her relative obliviousness through this ordeal. "I never saw her when he was home," Athena said. "I told him about her, but he didn't seem to care. I'm not sure if he realized it or not. The one day they almost crossed paths, she skipped out the back door as he walked in. I guess I know why now." We didn't say much else about it. Kathy would only be in the mental health facility until she stabilized, at which time we would move her to a cell and take care of her there. I dropped off the three of them, checked their individual premises, including the approval of Ashley staying with her boyfriend, who popped up almost as soon as we arrived at her dorm. Can't be too careful, really. His constant presence was likely what kept her alive. Darla's apartment was also clear, and finally the house where it all began. I walked the perimeter inside and out to make sure no one had decided to help Kathy, which I had doubted at the time. Satisfied that all was well, I bid her a good night, and went home to bid myself one as well. It rained on the way home, and while I was not happy with how it turned out, I was grateful that some of them survived, and that we caught our killer. But was it over? As Athena slept in her bed peacefully for the first time in many days, the rain gave her the white noise she needed to cover those bumps and groans that houses tend to make. It was fortunate, because if she had been the least bit restless, and was looking out the window when the lightning flashed that night, she would have seen a shadow standing outside her window, watching her sleep. To be continued.